Before starting the session, so before starting the session, so let me decide what is the plan for today. So today, our focus is only what is DevOps. That is only one thing we are going to be discussed for today only. So before starting, so audio is clear for all online students. Audio, video, everything is clear. So can you confirm in the chat box, please, all of you? Audio, video, everything is clear. So please, can anybody reply in the chat box? Just say hi, something. Thank you. Thanks for replying, all of you. Thanks for replying, all of you. Fine. So today our focus is only for what? DevOps. What is DevOps? We are going to be discussed for today. In tomorrow, we are going to be discussing about what is AWS. What is AWS and DevOps versus AWS. So today we're focused DevOps, tomorrow AWS and AWS versus DevOps. That is in exactly tomorrow day. So before starting this session, and let us course overview. What is this course? What exactly we are going to be? Let us course overview. So this course is designed with complete DevOps, complete AWS, Linux basics, and shell script. So these four will be covered in this course. The total duration of this course is 4.5 months plus, not is minus, it is plus. 1 week or 2 weeks plus or minus. Okay, it will take total duration of this course is what exactly 4.5 months. In that 45 days, more than 45 days, we are going to be discussing AWS. More than 75 days, we're going to be discussing DevOps. It is a combo, we can't separate. So if you want to join in this course, which are all the prerequisites? So Linux basics is required. If you want to join in this course, Linux basics is required. That I will be covered, don't worry. Linux basics I'm going to be covered, don't worry. And shell script also I'm going to be covered, don't worry. No programming like Java, .NET, Python, no programming is required. If you understand my language, English, it is more than enough. It is more than enough, please. Laptop is required to practice every day. So minimum, so 10 Pro, Windows 10 Pro, 4 GB RAM is minimum, but I recommend 6 GB. i3 is minimum. So this is an exactly your laptop configuration. So who can join in this course? Yes, freshers can join in this course. Yes, freshers can join in this course. Experienced students also can join in this course, like developers, testers, AWS admins, Linux admins, Windows admins, DB administrators, any non-IT like a chemical background, mechanical background, any degree passed out, any non-IT students also can join in this course. Graduate, any graduation is must and should. Any graduate like BTech, MTech, MBA or a BSc computers, any degree is minimum qualification. So if you join in this course, which are all the benefits? If you join in this course, which are all the benefits, guys, please? So daily recordings will be provided. Once if you payment done, you will daily recordings will be received. After this class, some students may remember, some students may not be remember. Got it very clearly. But after this class, by seeing this recording, you can able to practice. My intention is providing the recording for practice only, not for saving somewhere else, for not sharing. It is student helping only. Then after reading, after attending classes, after watching video, after completion of practice, still if you have any doubts and clarification, I can clarify in the next class. Our motto is not attending classes and practicing. Okay, that is very, very important point. Resume preparation after completion of this course. Resume preparation, I'm going to be helping you. Interview question and answers, I'm going to be providing. Okay, 4 live projects will be covered, including in this duration 4.5 months. It is not a separate. Don't expect any separate projects. Course itself inbuilt, I'm going to be covering 4 live projects. For example, Ansible module, any module. So we're going to be start with what exactly basics understanding to advanced. Then end of the module, we'll do one project. That is a model of our classes. Okay, fine. 80% of soft material I'll provide, not hard copy, soft copy. So our classes start from where exactly? Very basic level. Each and every student can able to understand very easily, even non-technical students also. And it's going to be finished with an advanced level. So each and every class gonna be explained theoretically, understand the concept. The same thing will be reflected in a practical on the same class itself every day. That you need to practice. You have to promise yourself practice 1 hour for class, minimum 2 hours to practice. 3 hours per day you need to promise yourself before joining in this course. And after completion of this course, you will receive a course completed certificate for only freshers. Experience also get it, but don't mention anywhere. You know very well what is that. Got it very clearly. So after completion of this course, you will feel 1.5 years of experience and real experience. You can feel inside. That you can manage in your resume, that you can manage after getting a job up to 3 years or 3.5 to 4 years also. Okay, fine. So daily you need to attend 1 hour class. It's enough. Only 1 hour. After the class, I will clarify questions and doubts also. 1 hour is more than enough. 1 hour is equal to 5 hours per day. If it is increased 15 minutes, it's going to be increased 1 or 2 hours. Okay. So completion of classes doesn't matter. We can complete within 1 month also. But we need to practice. That is what 1 hour. It will take 4.5 months duration. So our classes are Monday to Saturday. Our classes Monday to Saturday. Sunday also sometimes we have maybe monthly once. Sunday also we have a session monthly once. Prior to 1 day, I'll inform you. Prior to 1 day, if it is Sunday, Saturday or Friday, I'll inform you whether we have a class this Sunday or not. Okay. So you are going to be paying 12,000 rupees fee. You're going to be paying 12,000 rupees fee for what? Full DevOps course, full AWS, not for introductory way, full AWS, full complete course, and daily recording sessions also. You're going to be paying for what? Daily recording sessions also. And if you want to contact with admin, please use this information. Please use this contact our admin, contact information. I'm going to be sharing the chat box. Online students, please be get it and make it somewhere else save. And what exactly we won't be discussing 4.5 months. What we are going? What exactly, guys? Please, course content link we need to require or not. So I'm going to be share this link, course content link. In the chat box, please be used that. If you copy paste in any browser, that link, you can able to see the course content link. Okay, first one is what first document is exactly what is a course overview, what exactly which you have discussed right now, same thing only. But after the class, you can revise once again. Okay, fine. The next document is DevOps content. What exactly we are going to be discussing in DevOps, please look at once. It is totally around maybe 20 pages of DevOps content. Please. 20 pages of DevOps contents, guys, please. 20 pages of DevOps content. The same way, we have a AWS content also. We have a AWS content also. It is around maybe 9 pages or 10 pages of content. Please look at once. After the session, please revise once these 2 documents, what we are going to be discussing in the 4.5 months. So offline students, by end of the session, you can able to take it. And please ask me, I will share it. Okay. So this is an exactly course overview. Course overview. Shall we start a demonstration, please? Shall we start right now? Yeah. So first, let me introduce myself. My name is Maha. My name is Maha. I have totally 15 years of experience in it. My career starts as a Java developer. Then I turn as a DevOps engineer as well as with AWS and Azure also. From last 5 years onwards, I'm working as a DevOps engineer, senior DevOps engineer. That is in exactly my profile. Before starting this, so I have 3 questions I'm going to be asking. Please answer to me. What is an application? First question. The second question, what is a server? The third question is, what is SDLC? Please answer to me. What is the first question, please? Please read out. Please reply. What is the first question, please? Just type in as it is. What is the question, please? What is application? Just type it in the chat box, guys, please. All of you. What is an application, please? Application is nothing but a website. Application is nothing but a website, like a Flipkart website. Like a Flipkart, like a Book My Show, IRCTC. These are all we are calling as what? Application. So if you ask me definition point of view, if you ask me what is an application, if it is ask me definition, the working software which is written any programming like Java, .NET, Python, any programming we call as what? Application. So let me repeat one more time. What is an application, please? The working software which is written any programming language we call as what? Applications. Am I right or wrong? So after we have a developers or not, have you heard about Java developers, .NET developers or not? So after writing the lines of code which you are calling a software, the software we are going to be placed on server side. We are going to be placed on server side. Once if it is placed on server side, after writing software, the software is going to be placed on where? Server side. Then there itself we are going to be accessing what exactly? As a website. Got it very clearly. So what is an application? The working software which is written any programming language. That application we are going to be placed on where exactly? On hundreds of servers. Once if it is placed a Java application on server side, then there itself we are going to be accessing over internet as a website. Got it very clearly? What is an application? We understood. What is a server also? Server for what? For maintaining our applications, for deploying our applications. But what about next question is pending, guys? Please tell me. What is SDLC? So what is SDLC, please? How many people aware of this? How many people know about this? Online students can able to reply. How many of you know about this? How many of you know? How many of you don't know? Can you reply, please? If you know, say yes, sir. I know it. If you don't know, so no, I don't know. Can you reply in the chat box, all of you? Can you reply, guys, please, all of you? What is SDLC? Who knows? Who don't know? Because of if you replied, I can explain more about this. Everybody knows it. We can move forward. That is the reason. I think somebody's know, somebody's don't know. But let us discuss about this. What is SDLC, guys, please? SDLC in the sense of what? Software development lifecycle. SDLC is nothing but what? Software development lifecycle. By using SDLC, by following SDLC process, we are going to be produce a software. By end of this SDLC, we can able to produce a software. The software we are going to be placed on server side. Then we are going to be accessing as what? Application. Understood very clearly. In SDLC, we have a several stages and several phases. In SDLC, we have a analysis, design, implementation, testing, deploy, and maintenance. We have a several stages and several phases. So let us understand what is this role. Let us understand what is role, the phases and stages. For example, I want to build a flipcode kind of applications. I want to build a flipcode kind of applications. Can able to build this overnight? Within a day, overnight, can able to get this flipkart kind of applications? Please tell me. No, we can't be. So I'm going to be ask you one more question. Please answer to me. Can able to build an apartment overnight? Within a day, can able to build? No. The same way we can't able to build our websites also. If you want to construct the house, we need to follow so many stages, and it will take 6 months, sometime 1 year also. We need to follow so many stages. Then only we can able to complete what? Our apartment or home, whatever. The same way our website also. If you want to construct, if you want to build this flipkart kind of applications, we need to follow these all the stages. What are the first stage, guys? Please, analysis. Analysis is nothing but what? Gathering information from the client. Who is the client here? Flipkart. What exactly this business? So whether it is required, how exactly login page, how exactly registration page, what is the payment gateway, what is the search page, how exactly tracking customer, each and every information will be gathered from the client. Based on gathering information, so our architects will be designed. Design is nothing but what? Plan. According into our plan, our developers will write the code. Either maybe Java code or .NET or Python, any programming, our developers will implement the software. But whether the software is in working condition or not, our tests will be verified by using Selenium test cases or automation test cases, performance test cases or manual test cases. Our tests will be verified. Once if it is verified, so we are going to be deploying on hundreds of servers. Once if it is deployed applications on hundreds of servers, we can able to access our internet as a website. Once if it is in access, that's it. No, whether this application is in working condition or not, we are going to be monitor and maintain. This entire process we are calling as what? SDLC. In this total process, so we have a developers, we have a testers, we have AWS administrators, we have a Linux administrators, DB administrators. If you are IT profile, if you are doing an IT job or any profile, any platform, you are part of this SDLC, including DevOps engineer also. If you are working in IT software, you are part of this. Maybe developers are working on where? Developers are working on where exactly? In implementation part. Testers working on where? Are DB administrators, DevOps engineers, AWS engineers, Linux administrators. All together, we are going to be working in SDLC. By end of the day, we are all not a DevOps engineer, we are all either developers, including AWS engineers, DevOps engineers, Java developers, .NET developers, or we are all together, we are going to be involved in SDLC. By end of the day, we are going to be produce a Flipkart kind of application. A Flipkart kind of application. Understood very clearly? I hope you people are understand what is SD. What is SDLC? I hope you people are understand very clearly. On top of SDLC, we are going to be implementing DevOps process. On top of SDLC, we are going to be implementing our DevOps process. What is DEV, guys, please? The DEV is nothing but what? Development. DEV is nothing but what? Development. OPS is nothing but what? Operations. The combination of software development plus operation we call as what? DevOps. We call as what? DevOps, guys, please. For example, let's say for example, in SDLC, we have several stages and several phases, which you already discussed. Am I right? Yes. Just in assume, so our SDLC, we have several stages. Am I right? It may be developers are working here. Maybe testers are working here. Maybe it is a pre-production. It is live. So the last one is what? Live. It is a live product. So these are all the stages we have, guys. So many we have, but let it be scripts. So developers are going to be writing from where exactly? In dev environment, developers are writing it by using Java code. Then what exactly it is moving into the testing environment. After verifying testers, we're going to be moving into the pre-production. Pre-production to the production. Pre-production to the production. But my point is what exactly I'm going to be discussing with you guys, please. So as a DevOps engineer, our roles and responsibilities start from where? Dev environment. Ends with where exactly? Production. It's nothing but operations, guys, please. So as a DevOps engineer, our roles and responsibilities start from dev environment, ends with operations. That is what exactly point I want to discuss with you. Yes. So DEV is nothing but what? Development. OPS is nothing but what? Operation. The combination of software development plus operation, we call as what? DevOps. We call as what? DevOps. That means our roles and responsibilities start from where exactly? Dev environment, ends with operation. That means we are part of dev environment, build, test, release, deploy, operation, and monitor. So these are all the stages we are part of it. But to be frankly, we are not writing any coding. Sorry. We are not writing any coding. To be frankly, we are not writing any test cases also. So our job is just, we are going to be implementing DevOps process from where? Dev environment to operations with an automated process, process is nothing but what? DevOps. Is nothing but what? DevOps. So, for example, developers are writing a code, the lines of code, the software. The software is going to be moving into a production environment with an automated process. That automated process is going to be created by DevOps. That is only role we are going to be playing in SDLC. There is developers writing a code, testers are writing test cases, DB administrator working in AWS administrator working on AWS. All the people are together, we are going to be complete our SDLC process. In top of SDLC process, as a DevOps engineer, we are going to be implementing an automated process. So if you are implementing an automated process, what will happen? What is an exactly DevOps? Anybody help me? What is a DevOps? DevOps is a technology like Java.NET? No. Is DevOps is a technology like a Java.NET? It is not. DevOps is not a technology. DevOps is a process. DevOps is a process which we are going to be implementing from dev environment to operation with an automated process. If you are implementing an automated process, we can able to deliver the software within shortest time. As soon as possible, we can deliver our developer software into the production environment. If we are delivering within a shortest time, and cost is going to be reduced, we can able to reduce the cost, and we can able to provide highest quality. Understood very clearly? What is DevOps? Let me repeat. DevOps is a process which we are going to be implementing from where dev environment to operations. While delivering developer code into the production environment, we can able to deliver within a shortest time with the high quality, with low cost, is nothing but what? DevOps process. Is nothing but what? DevOps process. If we are replacing with our SDLC process with DevOps process, if you are replacing with the SDLC process with a DevOps process, what are all advantage exactly, please? What exactly DevOps aims, please? So we can able to deliver very fastly. We can increase the speed. We can increase the speed and frequently. And we can able to improve n number of deployments. And with highest quality, with lowest cost, with lower failure rate. These are all the advantage. These are all the advantage we can able to get it by helping our DevOps process. Simply, if you call this speed increase, cost is reduced. Quality is increased. Quality is increased. And so quality is increased, cost is decreased, means who don't want this technology. That is the reason. So more demand in DevOps. Understood very clearly. If you go for any shopping mall, so Pepe jeans or any pant and shirt is buying, instead of 2000 rupees, if you're getting 200 rupees, you are happy or not? Are you going to be saving our expenses or not? The same concept. Fine. Fine, please. So, but whenever after getting a job, if you are, what is an exactly roles and responsibility? Once if you are getting a job, what is an exactly roles and responsibilities, guys, please? So as a DevOps engineer, we are going to be replaced with a complex pipeline with a transparent pipeline. Sir, what is a complex pipeline? What is an exactly transparent pipeline? We should understand or not? So first we should understand what is a complex pipeline. Then we're going to be understand what exactly transparent pipeline. What is an exactly complex pipeline? Our SDLC process is a complex pipeline. We know very well SDLC or not? We have discussed already. What is SDLC? SDLC is what? Complex pipeline. What is a transparent pipeline? DevOps process. Very simple. So we understood very clearly what is SDLC. We understood very clearly what is DevOps process. So we are going to be replacing with what? Our SDLC process with what? DevOps process. Why we are calling SDLC as a complex? Because if it is a manual process. It is not automated. SDLC is not a automated. It is a manual process. So from analysis to design to implementation, testing to deploy to maintenance, it is a manual process. If it is a manual process, if you got any issue, any problem in the middle, any issue, any problem in the middle, So it will take long time. For resolving issues, for identification issues, it will take long time because of it is a manual process. Example, a water pipeline. The water pipeline is underground. Example, somewhere else a blockage, there is no leakage, it is a blockage. So can able to find immediately where is the blockage. Experts are required or no? We need to pay more salary, more amount or no? Even experts also can able to resolve within half an hour, within a 1 hour, within a day. No, it will take long time. The same process in SDLC process also. If you are following SDLC process, if you got any problem, for identification, it will take long time. For resolving issue also, it will take long time. That is the reason what we will do. We are going to be replacing with what? An automated transparent pipeline. An automated transparent pipeline. Automated transparent pipeline by using what? DevOps. Same water pipeline, it is a transparent pipeline. Look like this. Same pipeline, same usage, but it is a transparent, it is an automatic. Understood? Any issue in this middle, any problem in the middle occur, any issue, any blockage. So can able to see one look itself or in this transparent water pipeline. So can able to see one look itself where is an exactly problem and can able to resolve as soon as possible or no. The same way DevOps process also. Because if it is DevOps is an automated process. DevOps is a transparent process. In the middle, if you got any issue, any problem, please. Okay, fine. 1 second. Yeah, fine. Let it be. Let it be continue, please. What is an exactly we are going to be, guys, please? We are going to be replacing with what? Complex pipeline with transparent pipeline. Why we are calling DevOps is a transparent pipeline? Because if it is a transparent with an automatic. In the middle, if you got any issue, any problem, easily we can able to identify, easily we can able to resolve. But actual DevOps process, how exactly look like this? This is what exactly our actual DevOps process, which we are going to be implement. Our actual DevOps processes look like this one. In this DevOps transparent pipeline, we have several stages and several phases like plan, code, integration, testing, release, deploy, operation. But in this DevOps process, we are going to be, our roles and responsibilities start from where? Dev environment. Ends with where? Operations. Starts with where exactly? Dev environment. Ends with where exactly? Operation. That means our roles and responsibilities in dev environment, in integration part, testing, release, deploy, and operations. Understood very clearly. To be frankly, while implementing this DevOps process, we are not writing any code. We are not writing any code. We are not writing any test cases. Just we are going to be implementing a DevOps, an automated, a transparent pipeline only. Why? To make it speed, to increase the quality, to decrease the cost. So that purpose only we are going to be implementing our DevOps process from where exactly? Dev environment to operations. So let us understand this DevOps process in stage by stage. What exactly are roles and responsibilities in each and every stage? Let us understand, guys, please. In dev environment, we are not writing any code. We are not writing any code. The writing is responsible by whom? Developers. The lines of code is responsible by whom? Writing is responsible by whom, guys, please? Developer. After writing by After writing by developer, that code, who are all maintaining? Writing is responsible by the developer. After writing the code, that code is going to be maintained by DevOps engineer. That's what we're part of dev environment. Clear all of you? It's very important point. Writing is responsible by the developer. After writing, that code is going to be maintaining by DevOps engineer. But how many developers we have? Please, anybody help me? How many developers? Please tell me. N number of developers. We don't know. So all developer source code. So every day, morning to evening, each and every developer writing n number of code. But all developer source code, we need to integrate or not? We need to integrate or not? Yes, we are going to be integrate. How? Continuous. We're going to be integrate. Once if it is integrate all developer source code, whether the software is in working or not, we need to execute our test cases. These test cases, who is writing? DevOps engineer or testers? Testers will write, not by you and me. So we are going to be just integrate only test cases. Our job is only integrate, which is written by testers. Once if it is execute test cases, if there is no error, or else if you got an error, automatically it is redirecting back to the developer. Developer has to fix the issue again integration, again this error. Understood very clearly? So developer code going to be integrate, then it's going to be verified by the test cases. Once if you got an error, automatically it is going to be redirected back to the developer. This loop will be repeated until what? 0 errors, 0 bugs. Once if it is everything is fine, without any error, without any bug, we calling as what? The working software as a application. What is the first question which you ask, please? What is application? What is an application? The working software without any error. If it is working software is ready, what we will do? Directly we are going to be placing on server side? No. Directly we are going to be placing on server side? No. And we need to hold or halt in a particular period of time in a release. In a particular maintenance window, a particular scheduled date, we are going to be placed on hundreds of servers. Once if it is placed on hundreds of servers, we can able to access our internet as a website. This entire process is we calling as what? DevOps. Once if it is placed our application, once if we are accessing this website to our internet, our job is finished. Is our job is finished? No. Whether it is working or not, we need to monitor and maintenance. That is also responsible by the DevOps engineer only. Got it very clearly? What is the DevOps process? So DevOps is a process which you are going to be implementing from where exactly? Dev environment. Ends with where? Operation. Ends with where? Operation. That means we are part of dev environment, integration, testing, release, development, and operation. We are going to be implementing DevOps, an automated transparent pipeline. While implementing this transparent pipeline, make sure whether you are going to be deliver within a shortest time, with high quality, with low cost. This is an exactly DevOps process. I hope you people are understand what is in exactly this DevOps process. What is in exactly this DevOps process. But for implementing this DevOps process, which are all the tools we are going to be using? We should learn some tools tag or not? For implementing this DevOps process, which are all the tools we are going to be, guys, please? Let us list down. Let us list down. Let us list down. Which are all tools, guys, please? Git we are going to be learning. Maven we are going to be learning. Jenkins we are going to be learning. JFrog we are going to be learning. SonarQube we are going to be learning. Configuration management like Ansible, Chef, AWS, complete AWS. Docker we are going to be learning. Kubernetes we are going to be learning. Vagrant we are going to be learning. Negios we are going to be learning. Elk we are going to be learning. Terraform. So these are all the tools we are going to be learning. For learning these tools, it will take more time. So by using these are all the tools, we are going to be implementing this DevOps process. How exactly these tools are fitting into this diagram? Let us understand. So firstly, so n number of developers writing code or no? That code is going to be maintaining by whom? Maintaining by whom? DevOps engineer. But DevOps engineer is going to be maintaining it by using which tool? Which tool? By using Git. Git is a version control. All developer source code as a DevOps engineer, we are maintaining in a Git version control. Git version control. But all developer source code we should be execute or not. We need to build or not by using Maven. But this entire process we are going to be automated or not by helping of Jenkins. Jenkins is an automation tool. In automation tool, this entire DevOps process is going to be automated with Jenkins only. Once if it is an automated, and we are going to be hold our working software in release or not. The release is nothing but what? By using JFrog. JFrog is nothing but what? Release. And we are going to be learning SonarQube. SonarQube is what exactly? Code analyzer. It is an optional tool, but we are going to be discussing. By using SonarQube, whether developers are following standards or not. It will verify and give statistics and reports. By using these are all the tools. Which are all tools, please? List down. Git, Maven, Jenkins, JFrog, SonarQube. We are going to be implementing CI/CD process. Continuous integration, continuous delivery, one module. These are all the tools we call as what? One module. It will take 3 weeks. Example. Or 4 weeks sometime. All of you understood very clearly. So where exactly CI/CD guys? CI/CD is nothing but what? Continuous integrating, continuous delivery. Continuous integrating, making working software. We are going to be continuously delivering. I'll repeat this diagram. Let me. So after writing by developer, all developer source code continuously we have to integrate. Am I right or wrong? Then making working software by executing test case. Once if it is making working software, we are going to be deliver, continuously deliver. Once if it is deliver, we are going to be placed. We are going to be placed on how many servers, guys, please? If it is one server, not be here. You not be sit here, not required. Understood very clearly? So we are going to be handling, we are going to be placed our applications on hundreds of servers. That is the reason we are here. We are using DevOps. Understood? So after completion of CI/CD, after delivering working software, we're going to be placing on where? Hundreds of servers. But these hundreds of servers, if you want to configure, sir, what is the configuration? Configure means what? If you buy a new laptop, what we will do? Configuration. You buy a new laptop one day. You're going to be configure or maybe network settings, maybe installing some software like a Microsoft, maybe PDF. You're going to be configuring something XYZ or not, according to your requirement or not. That we are calling as a configuration. But here is how many servers we have? Hundreds of servers, and each and every server we need to install the software. We need to create a file. We need to change the files. All of you are not. But if you want to do manually, server by server, how much time? Just think about it. For laptop, it will take minimum 1 hour, and I hope maybe. But server, it will take more than 2 days, 3 days also for server. But 100 servers, it will be completed how many days and it will how many months? Can able to complete within the end of the day? No, but if you want to do that, we require an automation process. That automation process we are going to be implementing by using what? Configuration management service. Configuration management. So what is an exactly configuration management? Please anybody help me? You know that answer. Manual process replaced with an automation process on a hundreds of servers. It is nothing but a configuration. So our job is what exactly? Creating files, installing softwares on hundreds of servers. How? With manual or without manual? Without automation. Manual or automated? Automated. For that we are using what? Configuration management. By using configuration management, hundreds of servers we can automate. We're going to be replaced with what? Manual process with what? Automation process. Automatically we can able to create a hundreds of servers. Automatically creating a files on hundreds of servers. Automatically installing softwares on hundreds of servers. Clear all of you? But for this, which are all the tools supporting guys, please? So it's going to be supporting Ansible and Chef. Ansible and Chef. By helping of configuration management, we can automate n number of dev environment, we can automate it, testing environment, we can automate it, production environment, we can automate. But we are going to be learning one push model. Ansible is a push model. Chef is a pull model. One push model we're going to be learning. One pull model we're going to be learning. Clear all of you? What is a pull? What is a push? Don't ask me. We'll discuss in the regular session. It will take 1 hour. For that statement, if you want to clarify, it will take 1 hour, not for today. Okay, I will discuss deep discussion, not for today. And then we are going to be, please, we are going to be discussing what exactly? AWS. AWS is a complete course. We are going to be discussing AWS as a complete course. But here is what we are going to be understand. So as we discuss, we are configuring how many servers a day? 100 servers. From where we are getting hundreds of servers? If you have a laptop, we can configure. If you don't have a laptop, from where you can able to get it done? Question is that. Where? From where? How many times? How many ways we can able to get a servers on? Physically, like your laptop. Virtually and cloud. Which cloud? AWS. Which cloud we are going to be getting as please? Hundreds of servers. Hundreds of servers we are going to be getting from where? AWS. On top of hundreds of servers, we can able to implementing automated process by helping of Ansible and Chef. I'll repeat this point, very important point. Getting servers from AWS. After getting servers, we are going to be implementing an automated process by helping of Chef and Ansible. Chef and Ansible. That's very simple. Am I right? But so we are going to be deploying servers on where? AWS service. Am I right? By using Ansible, by using Chef, we are going to be deploying our applications on a hundreds of AWS servers. That is the point we're discussing from starting of the session. Application, what is an application? Am I right? The first question is that only. But I've shown you only one server, but right now 100 servers. But the servers are from where exactly we're getting? AWS. That is the point. Fine. But are we deploying our applications on only AWS servers? Are we deploying our applications on only AWS servers? No. We can deploy our applications on Docker also. We can deploy our applications on Docker container. Understood very clearly. If anybody asks you what is a Docker, what is the statement? Docker is for only websites deployment. Understood very clearly. What is a Docker? For placing our websites. Very simple word. What is a Docker? For placing our websites very easily, with the high performance, with low cost. Understood very clearly. How much CPU? No? For example, Pepagin you want to buy it for 10 rupees. Is it cheaper? Same quality, same fan, but 10 rupees. Same thing here. So for getting servers, instead of spending crores of rupees, we can able to deploy application with a minimal cost by using Docker. What is a Docker? Docker is an isolated area which is specifically deploying our application. That is a definition. But easy way for deploying our websites. Simple word. Definition point of view, Docker is an isolated area which is specifically deploying our applications. Understood very clearly. Example. So container. Have you seen this container in a lifetime? Have you seen this? Have you seen this container space? I think you would have you seen this in physically somewhere else on roads? You can see this type of containers. How exactly this container works? Same are Docker containers also. But by using this container, we can able to transport in the via sea. But by using our container, we can deploy our applications, means websites. That is only difference. The same as it is, no difference. Understood very clearly? But these containers can manage by who? These containers can manage by whom? Ship. But where is the ship here? Kubernetes. So Docker, by using Docker, we can able to deploy n number of applications on n number of containers. Those containers can managed by controlled by Kubernetes. Steering up the ship. Understood very clearly. So not only deploying our applications on Docker, not only deploying our applications on Kubernetes, we are going to be deploying our application by using Vagrant. Vagrant is a virtual provisioning tool. We can able to create a virtual machines in your laptop, not a production environment. On top of, we can deploy our applications also. Vagrant is a virtual provisioning tool for only laptops, not for production. But AWS is a production environment, Kubernetes is a production environment, Docker is a Kubernetes production, but Vagrant is only for dev environment. And we are going to be using Nagios. Nagios is a system monitoring, means RAM, what is the RAM size, CPU, we can able to monitor. We're going to be learning ELK. ELK is a Elastic Log Kibana. We're going to be monitor applications, how exactly this website is performing. And we are going to be learning Terraform. Terraform is a cross cloud platform. By using Terraform, we can able to create a service in cross cloud, means AWS, Azure, Google, any cloud. By using these are all the tools, we are going to be implementing our DevOps process. Clear all of you? So what is the DevOps we understood? Which are all the tools we are going to be understood? And which tool is where exactly we are understood very clearly? Clear or not? What is the DevOps? If anybody asks you what is the single line answer? DevOps is an automated process implementing from dev environment to operation to make it speed, means shortest time, increase the quality, decrease the cost. This is only one sentence. Please write down and we can leave. Only one sentence. I'll repeat. What is a DevOps? DevOps is a process. So for implementing an automated process from dev environment to production environment or operation. While implementing this process, our working software, which is written by developer, making very speedily within a shortest time, we can deploy on production server with high quality, with low cost. It is nothing but DevOps process. This is only one point we learned for today. This is only one line sentence we learned for today only, the whole story. Okay. Tomorrow we are going to be discussing about what is AWS and what is the difference between AWS and DevOps. That is a class for tomorrow. I hope you people are understand what is DevOps enough for today. I don't want to hit your brains more for today. Tomorrow we'll discuss about what is AWS. Then we can compare. Understood? Very clear. That is a class for you. Do you have any questions, please? First, let me take an online student's question, then I'll take an offline. Okay, first let me clarify online students. So before taking the questions, please let us revise. So this is, as we discussed, DevOps plus AWS Linux special by me, Maha. So total duration is 4.5 months. Daily 1 hour class, 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. 1 hour session only. Before 9 a.m. I'll close the session. Don't be exceeded because of you need to practice. Monday to Saturday. Sometimes Sundays also. You're going to be paying 12,000 rupees fee. For what? Full AWS, full DevOps, but daily recordings. Without recordings, we can't be practice. Sorry. It is inbuilt, no separate videos included, nothing. It is a combo package, single time fee. So Linux basics, shell script, I'm going to be covering. No programming is required. Freshers and experience can also join in this course. If you want to join in this course, minimum graduate is more than enough. Daily recordings will be received by after payment via Google Drive. The 11 months of access from date of registration, you're going to be access 11 months. Sir, only 11 months? No, on lifetime. Unofficially. Officially, 11 months. Unofficially, lifetime. But namesake, we need to give expiry date or not. That's what 11 months. And resume preparation, interview question and answers. Yeah. Four live projects. These 4 live projects inbuilt the course, not a separate. 80% of the software material, our course starts with what exactly? Very basic level, finish with an advanced level. And each and every session is a practically oriented session. It is my admin information. It is my course content link. I'm going to be share one more time in the chat box. Please be get it all of you. Oh, excellent. So please be get it. So before taking our questions, please. Before taking our questions, please. For offline students, please be make it note this. Take a photo or note it. Spelling is N is a capital letter. 1 second. So please make it note. T.ly/NJXB. N is a capital letter, X is a capital letter. Remaining all are small letters. N capital letter, X capital letter. Remaining all are small letters. So try to view and we'll meet them by tomorrow. So any questions, please, online students, please. Kumar asked this question. So yeah, you can. So even telecom background also you can able to shift to IT. Don't worry. So our class is very easy to understand, very slow. Everybody can understand, even non-technical students also easily can understand, please. Kumar, you can happily join in. So Jay Kumar, please, I would like to have a call with you one-on-one regarding course. So what exactly the question, please ask me in the chat box, try to answer. Still, if you want to talk to me personally, call to our admin, they will arrange a conference. Jay. But after 10 or 11 o'clock, please call to our admin, they will arrange a conference call, you can talk to me personally. Okay, but not here one-to-one. But if you want any question, if you want to talk to me any technical questions, so please wait. By end of the session, I can talk to you personally. If you want to talk to me, conference. But if you want to talk to me right now, please wait. End of the session, I can allow. But right now, no. Fine. Sir, any other questions, please, all of you? Online students, please. Online student, please. Yes. So IT, non-IT or experience, non-experience can join in this course easily. But December, January, usually it is less openings. That is a common thing. But after Pongal, after Sankranti, automatically the openings are increased. But if you join in this course, half of the course will be completed by January. Am I right or not? Then, so February end, maybe within 4 months, the course will be completed. So when you're going to be complete this course, more openings you can able to get it. Don't worry. From non-IT completion of 2018 batch, can I get a fresher? So 2 years maybe. Less than 2 years, you consider as a fresher. Less than 2 years, you consider as a fresher. If it is, I think 4 years gap, that means you are going to be as an experienced. Vaday Bhaskar, yeah. Bhaskar asked this question. Job assistant, definitely. I shared very clear resume preparation, entry question and answers. So materials providing. Job assistant, definitely. But any job guarantee, please talk to it. There is no job guarantee program in my classes, only job assistant programming. Bhaskar, definitely. Yeah, is there any other questions, please, all of you? Is there any other questions, please? Yeah. So is 2 years of experience, guys, got an interview calls? So 2.5, I'm recommend 2.5 to 3. More openings as of right. 2 places also we have, but compared to 3, less. Freshers also getting calls, but the ratio is, for example, experienced guy getting 10 calls per example. Maybe freshers can get 4 calls, 4 to 5 calls. Maybe after January, I'm talking about, not December this month. Sunil. Yeah. Is there any other question, please, online students? Can I move to the offline? Yeah. Is there any questions, offline students? Hands-on explanation. Hands-on means what exactly? For example, I will show you here only. So, for example, one concept called. I will show you in the live itself. I will show in the live example. That is only simple example. For example, Ansible, how to write a playbook, how to execute the playbook, how to configure servers. Practically, I will show you slowly, class by class. That's what Ansible itself 3 weeks will discuss. Ansible itself 3 weeks. Chef itself 3 weeks. CICD 3 weeks. Ansible AWS 6 weeks. Sorry, 8 weeks. I think 8 weeks or 7 weeks. We're going to be discussing AWS. I don't exactly plus or minus 1. Docker component 1 month. Why? Because of practical things. Each and every session is a theoretical explanation. We should understand the concept. Then only if you show practically, you can understand. Directly go for practical, nothing. That is a blur. Hands-on. So project also in example, Ansible. What is Ansible? Why we are Ansible? We should understand. So day by day, slowly we are going to increase each and every concept. Show all the functionality. What are the features in Ansible? We're going to be discussing practically. Everyday practical. By end of the session, by end of the module, we'll do one real-time project on a module. In AWS, in DevOps, 4 modules here. That means 4 projects. Ansible 1 project, CICD 1 project, Docker and Kubernetes 1 project, Chef 1 project. So complete 1 CICD pipeline. This is the reason. That's what it will take time. So if you want to complete this course, 1 month is enough. Theoretical. But it is not that. That's what it will take 4.5 months to 5 months. Minimum 4.5 months. That's what classes means it may take 1 class or month. So time is not concern for me. Time is not a concern, but we need to complete and practice what we are given content. That is my reason. One second. How much experience can I after this course? You can show up to 4 years. You can show up to 4 years by this course. What is the question, please? Okay. Eligibility. For example, your name, please? Rajesh. So Rajesh had this question. So I have a 10 years of experience, 11 years of experience. 11 years of experience I have already. Okay. How exactly we can able to show this, please? How exactly we can able to show? I have a totally 11 years of experience on IT in resume. From last 3 or 3.5 years onwards, I'm working as a DevOps. You can show like that. But how exactly convince? I'm working as a, for example, XYZ technology like .NET or Java, whatever. Internally, so my project in the project, we got an opportunity to work as a DevOps, and that's what I transfer. Depends. We can convince. It is possible. So this course is not only for freshers, not only for experts, both. Even 15 years of experience or 20 years of experience Java architect should learn this course. There is no exceptional for that. Not optional, and should be learned. Even VP, vice presidents of the company, or a senior manager, or senior architect, who are all working in top position as software, there is no option for them. They should learn DevOps. Even freshers also. Understood very clearly. Anybody should learn. Even testers should learn this. Developer, for example, you join as a developer, Java developer. Last maybe 2-3 years and working. For him also, there is no option to learn it. You should learn DevOps. If you are a developer, there is no option to you. Should learn this course. Whether you want to continue developer, whether you want to continue as a DevOps, that is a secondary. Even testers also. Even if you are admin, infra side, so no question about it. You should learn this course. Fine. All of you understood very clear. So one more thing, compared to developers, more packages. Compared to developer, more packages here. If you are getting a more package, more work. If you are getting a more salary, that means we need to affect more. We need to mentally, we need to prepare for that. Mentally ready for that. We are working for money. Okay, please keep on the mind. So we need to hard work. We need to hard work. If you do practical, what I'm delivering in the class, if you do the same class, same if you practice, it is more than enough for getting a job. So you have to promise before joining in this course, practice. 1 hour class, 2 hours minimum practice per day. It is more than enough. So that's it for today. So we'll be continuing by tomorrow. Please. It's depending on coding, but we're not learning coding. We're handling Java, but we're not learning Java. After writing code, we need to handle the code. We need to handle the code. That means we're not writing any code. Understood very clearly. Some scripts are required. Formats we require. I tell you. I will teach you guys. Maybe YAML, Ruby. Maybe maximum we are going to be using if condition. If, variable, if. Maximum. Nothing. C, nothing, if else, data structure, nothing. No data types in, no variables we are going to use. That is also string type one. No, not required. Python is not mandatory, but it's, if you want, yeah. If you want, yes. But what's the problem, if we are keeping Python with DevOps, more weightage. We can't handle after getting a job. That's the reason. So as a beginner, as a fresher, so getting a job, as a looking for a job, Python is not including you. But after getting a job after 3 years, 1 year, if you settle down as a DevOps, then looking for Python with DevOps. After getting a job, after 3 years. That's very clear. With this combo, what will happen, after getting a job? You become a scientist. Understood very clearly. Means what? There is no time for your family. You're dedicated to the company, dedicated to the project. No personal life. That's what I'm not recommending. Without Python also, we can happily get a job. We can continue. There is no problem. It is an option. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Please. We'll be continued tomorrow. If any questions, any doubt, don't worry. We'll meet tomorrow again. We can discuss. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Please. We'll be continued by tomorrow. So today our agenda is What is AWS? What is AWS? That is in exactly our agenda. Okay, but in yesterday we have discussed what is DevOps. Okay, from new students we have, that is the reason. So what we are gonna be, guys, please first. So we are gonna be discussing about first. Just overview of what we have discussed in the last session. What is DevOps? Then we will discuss about what is AWS, and by end we can conclude, we can understand. So what is the difference between AWS versus DevOps? This is in exactly our agenda for today. Understood very clearly. Fine. So before starting our session, guys, please. Before starting our session, please. So online students, audio, video, everything is perfect. Can you confirm in the chat box once, all of you? Audio is clear. Can you confirm in this chat box, please, all of you, please, once. Thank you. Yeah, if any problem, please let me know in the chat box. Okay, in the middle also. Fine. Thank you. Thanks for replying, all of you. Let it be continued. Okay. So first, let me introduce myself. So my name is Maha. I have totally 15 years of experience in IT. My career starts as what? Java developer. From last 5 years onwards, I'm working as a senior DevOps engineer. As well as AWS and Azure also. This is exactly my profile. So before starting this session, so I'm going to be asking you 3 questions, please. What are these 3 questions, please? What is the first question? Anybody help me? What is application? What is the second question? What is a server? Third question is what exactly? What is SDLC? Is anybody help me? What is an application, please? What is an application, please? Anybody help me, please? The working software which is written any programming language like Java, .NET, Python, we call as what? Application. That application we are going to be placed on server side. Once if it is placed on server side, you are going to be accessing as a website like a Redbus, Book My Show, IRCTC, Flipkart, any website. What is an application? Anybody help me? What is an application? Anybody help me? Application is nothing but a website. Simple answer. Application is nothing but a website. That is simple answer. You always remember, when I call application, please remember, is a website. If it is called a definition point of view, application is nothing but the working software which is written any programming language, the Java, .NET, Python, we call as an application. That application we are going to be placed on hundreds of servers. Once if it is placed on hundreds of servers, we are going to be accessing over internet as a website. This is we calling as what? Application. But what are the server? What are the purpose of server? How many ways we can able to get a servers? So we can able to get a servers either physical environment or a virtual environment or a cloud environment. But so any server for deploying our applications, to maintain our applications 24 hours for a long time without any shutdown. So this kind of servers we're going to be handling. And what is an SDLC? Anybody help me? What is an SDLC? What is an SDLC? Software Development Lifecycle. By using SDLC, what we can able to do it? Anybody help me? We can produce websites. By end of this SDLC, we are going to be produce what? Applications. That application we are going to be placed on server side and we can able to access. But in SDLC, we have a several stages and several phases. Several stages and several phases. Which are all the stages, guys? Please, analysis, design, implementation, testing, deploy, and maintenance. So these are all the stages. By following these are all the stages, we can able to produce a website, means application. How exactly, guys, please? How exactly we are going to be? Analysis is nothing but what? Gathering information from the client. For example, if you want to construct the house, we need to gather the information or not: iron cost, cement cost, land cost, how much required, what is everything. We need to gather information or not. The same way. So how exactly this business? It is a travel business. How exactly this business? What kind of business? What exactly client, the business owner is expecting? So as a BA, business analyst, we are going to be gathering information from the business owner, is nothing but a client. How exactly it's going to be login page, how exactly it is registration page, how exactly it is dashboard, which technology, each and every information will be gathered. After successfully gathering information, our architects will be designed. Our architects will be designed. Architect is going to be planning. Design is nothing but what? Plan. So to construct the house, we require a planner. Double bedroom, triple bedroom, apartment. Without plan, we can't be construct the house. Same way, according into the plan, our developers will implement. Our developers will be implement software by using Java or .NET or Python, whatever. After successfully implementing software, whether the software is going to be working, whether the software is going to be working or not, our testers will be verified by using an automation test cases, manual test cases, or performance test cases, whatever. Once if it is verified, we are going to be deploying on hundreds of production servers. Once if it is placed on hundreds of production servers, we can able to, once if it is placed on access over internet and website. That's it. No. So whether it is working or not, we are going to be monitor and maintenance. This entire process we calling as what? SDLC. SDLC. In SDLC, each and every IT employee is involved. Not only DevOps engineer. It is AWS admin, Linux administrator, developers, testers. We're all together as a team. We're all together. As a team, we are producing a website. Like our cricket team, like a movie makers, all together. All together. If you want to make a movie, so actors required, heroes, actors, editors, understood very clearly. And so many 24 crafts we have. Am I right? But here is actors are what? Developers. But director is DevOps engineer here. Understood? Very simple way understood here. But by end of the day, any IT employee, the developer or a tester or a DevOps engineer, we have to produce an application to do business in online. By end of the day, any IT employee, his goal is for what? Produce a working software as an application. So to doing a business in internet. That is what exactly SDLC. In SDLC, we are going to be implementing our DevOps process. On SDLC, we are going to be implementing our DevOps process. What is the DEV is nothing but what? Development. OPS is nothing but what? Operation. The combination of development plus operation we call as what? DevOps. That means what exactly? What we have understood. That means what we understand, guys, please. Our roles and responsibilities start from where? Dev environment. Ends with where? Operations. That means we are part of coding, build, test, release, deploy, operation. So our roles and responsibilities from coding to production environment. That means, are we going to be writing any coding? That means, are we writing any test cases? No, we are not writing any coding. We are not writing any test cases. Just we are going to be implementing an automated DevOps process from dev environment to production environment. That is in exactly our roles and responsibilities. What is it? What is a DevOps? Is DevOps is a technology? No. Like Java, .NET, Python? No. DevOps is a process. DevOps is a process which you're going to be implementing from dev environment to operation. But what exactly it will happen? Developers writing a software or not? Lines of code by using Java, .NET, Python or not? That code we're gonna be placing in from dev environment to production environment. While we delivering working software from dev environment to production environment, make sure whether you are delivering within a shortest time, with the high quality, with low cost is nothing but what? DevOps. So let me repeat this point. So what is a DevOps? DevOps is a process, that to automated process to make it shorten the software delivery into the production environment, and we need to provide with high quality, with low cost. We are going to be placing our applications on hundreds of servers with an automated way, with a transparent way. It is nothing but what? DevOps. But actually, what is the roles and responsibilities? Once if you're stepping into the company, what is the first priority goal? What is the major first goal? Have remembered? Replacing with what? Complex pipeline with transparent pipeline. So when you go to stepping into the company, so you seeing only complex pipeline, an existing process that already developers are working, already an existing process. But what we are going to be? We're going to be replaced with what? A manual process with an automated process. The manual process we are calling as what? Complex. But automated process we are calling as what? Transparent. But so complex pipeline, which we are calling as what? SDLC. Why we are calling complex process is this? Why SDLC is a complex? Because if it is a manual process. Because if it is a manual process from analysis to design to implementation, implement testing, it is a manual process. One team to another team, it is a manual process. It is not an automated process. So for example, while implementing this SDLC process, if you got any issue in the middle, any problem in the middle, any problem, any issue in the middle. So how difficult to identify this? Due to this manual process, so if you got any issue, easily can able to identify? No one. No, experts are required here. We have a experts. If you are hiring experts for this process, definitely we need to pay more salary. Yes or no? That means the cost is increasing or no? So we're going to be deliver in time? No, we can't be. That means the quality is decreased. So what is the point I want to tell you guys, please? Due to the manual process, if you got any issue occur, for identification, it will take long time. For resolving issue also long time. An example which I given was water pipeline. The water pipeline is underground. Somewhere else a blockage. Can able to identify that problem within immediately? No, it is not a leakage, it is a blockage. After identification, can able to fix this within an hour. It will take weeks. Water pipeline. But what we're expecting this? I don't want this complex pipeline, but I want to replace with what? Transparent. If it is a transparent pipeline, how exactly? I want to visualize transparent pipeline. The same water, everything is same, but I want to implement transparent. Once if it is, look at this. If you got any issue here, for example, any issue please here. any issue in the middle, like any problem, any error occur in the middle of this pipeline, by one look itself, where is the problem can able to see or not, and as soon as possible can able to fix this issue or not. The same way in DevOps process also, due to this an automated process, if you got any issue, any problem in the middle, we can able to fix this as soon as possible. It will take time, but it is a very shortest step. And so that is the reason. So we are calling as a DevOps is a transparent and automated process. A transparent and automated process. But actual DevOps transparent pipeline is look like this one. So in our course, we are going to be implementing this diagram. So we're all working for this 4.5 months for this diagram. For this implementing this diagram only, we are going to be spending 4.5 months here. So in this DevOps transparent pipeline, we have several stages. Planning, coding, integration, testing, release, deploy, and operation. But in this DevOps transparent pipeline, our roles and responsibilities start from where? Dev environment. Ends with where? Operation. Ends with where? Operations. So that means we are part of, we are not responsible for planning, and the planning is done by BS, business analyst, not by you. We are part of coding, we are part of integration, we are part of testing, we are part of release, we are part of operation. So we are going to be implementing DevOps process from dev environment to operations with an automated way, with the transparent way. But how exactly, guys, please? Are we going to be writing any coding in dev environment? No. The writing is responsible by whom? Developers. Developer has to write the code by using any programming. Once if it is write the code, who is the responsible person, please? Who is the responsible person to maintain, please? DevOps engineer. What I said very clearly, writing is responsible by the developer, but maintenance is responsible by the DevOps engineer. Once if it is maintained, how many developers we have here, please? A number of developers are continuously writing code or not, but all the code we need to mix, we need to combine, How about only one, sir? No. So developers are continuously writing the same way. As a DevOps engineer, our responsibility continuously integrate. So developers are continuously writing a code. That code automatically we are going to be integrate continuously. Once if it is increase, once if it is integrate, so whether the software is working or not, we need to verify or not. We need to verify or not. That is the reason we are going to be executing test cases, but we are not writing any test cases, which is written by testers, just integrating in this process. If you got any issue, any error, automatically it is redirecting back to the developer. Developer has to fix the issue, again integration, again testing. So this loop will be repeated until zero errors. Once if it is zero error, that is we calling as a working software as an application or not. That is the first question which I ask you. If it is in working software, in the software, there is an error that we are calling as a working software as an application or not. Application is ready or not? Can we able to directly placing on live servers? No. We're going to be hard on a particular period of time. That place we calling as a release. That place we are calling as a release. So from particular maintenance window, monthly ones or weekly ones, we're going to be placed with support of all our team members. With support of all our team members, we're going to be placed on hundreds of servers. On a hundreds of servers. On a hundreds of servers. Once if you are placing our application on hundreds of servers, we can able to access our internet as a website. Our job is finished up to here? No. Whether this application is working or not, we are going to be monitor and maintenance. Monitor and maintenance. monitor and maintain. This entire process we are calling as what? DevOps process. For implementing this DevOps process, which are all the tools we are going to be learning, guys? Please, anybody help me? Let us list down, guys, please. For implementing this DevOps process, we are going to be using, which are all the tools, guys, please? We are going to be using, let it be low. Git we are going to be using. Maven we are going to be using. Jenkins we are going to be using. JFrog we are going to be using. SonarQube we are going to be using. Ansible we are going to be using. Chef we are going to be using. Amazon Cloud we are going to be using. Docker, Kubernetes, Vagrant, Negios, Elk, and Terraform. These are all the tools we are going to be using for implementing this DevOps process automated. Got it very clearly? But so for implementing CI/CD, for continuous integration, making working software, continuous delivery for the CI/CD pipeline, we are gonna be using for what? Git, Maven, Jenkins, JFrog, SonarQube. So these 4 to 5 tools we are going to be using for implementing CI/CD process. Once if it is deliver our application into release. From this release, we are going to be placed on hundreds of servers or no? We are going to be placed in hundreds of servers or no? With an automated or manual way? Automated. So we have hundreds of servers. On hundreds of servers, if you want to create a file, if you want to install a software, if you want to change a file, how exactly, which process we are going to be using, guys, please? An automated process. At a time, I want to install a software. At a time, I want to create a file on hundreds of servers. For that, we are going to be using configuration management. By using configuration management, we can able to replace with a manual process with an automated process. Instead of manually server by server installing software, at a time on hundreds of servers, we can able to install our software. That we calling as what? Configuration. Configuration is nothing but a setup. Installing, changing files, whatever. But which are all the tools we are going to be using? Ansible and Chef. Ansible is a push model. Chef is a pull model. Understood very clearly. But if you want to automate on hundreds of servers, so we require a servers or no? From where we can able to get it? Understood very clear. So we are going to be an automated process on hundreds of servers, agreed. But from where? We can able to get a servers from physical environment and implement DevOps process. We can able to get a servers from virtualization and we can implement DevOps process. And moreover, we can able to get a servers from cloud. Which cloud we are going to be learning? AWS. Any cloud, we can able to get any cloud, Azure, AWS, Google. If you want the infrastructure, we can able to get any form we can able to get it. On top of it, we are going to be implementing an automated process by helping of Ansible and Chef. Finally, we are going to be getting hundreds of servers from AWS. We are placing our application, our websites on hundreds of servers, cloud servers by helping of Ansible and Chef. So for my satisfaction, let me repeat this point. It's very important point. So hundreds of servers getting servers from AWS. After getting servers, on top of 100 servers, we are going to be implementing an automated process by helping of Ansible, Chef. This is very important point. But so we are going to be placing our application on where? AWS cloud or not? Not only placing, not only deploying hundreds of servers, not only placing our website, not only deploying our application AWS, we can able to place our application Docker container also. Docker container. What is a Docker container?
It is also something like storage.
What is a Docker container? Very simple form.
Container which contains software.
Easily deploying a website. If anybody asks you what is a Docker container, what is our answer? We can easily place our websites. That's it. That is the answer for you. But if you ask me definition, Docker container is a isolated area. It is specifically deploying our website or applications. Sir, what is an isolated area? Separate. For isolation, what separate meaning is what? Synonym, separate. Docker container is a isolated area, means separate environment. On top of it, we are going to be placing our websites. Example, we are sitting in this room. This room is isolated or not, all of you?
Yes, sir.
By helping of these 4 walls, ceiling and ground, 6 sides. By helping of these 6 sides, this room is isolated or not? On top of it, in this room, we are conducting DevOps classes or not? We're conducting DevOps classes in the same way. Docker container is an isolated area, which is specifically placing our applications. Example, containers. Example, containers, please. Example, please. This container. How exactly these containers work? The same are Docker containers, but this container using for transporting in the sea. But our containers for what? Deploying our applications, placing our websites. But these containers are going to be controlled by whom? Ship. Controlled by whom, please? Ship. Where is the ship here? Kubernetes. Understood very clearly. So the Docker containers are managing or controlled by whom? Kubernetes. So if we see the Kubernetes symbol, logo, if we can able to observe, sea color is what? Blue. What are the steering of ship? Same like that. So we can control all hundreds of containers easily managed by Kubernetes. Kubernetes is a orchestration tool. Kubernetes is a orchestration tool. Okay, what is orchestration? We'll discuss later, not for today. And we can able to learning Vagrant. Vagrant is a virtual provisioning tool. By using Vagrant, easily we can able to create a virtual machine. In where? In your laptops. By using Vagrant, we can able to make it easy our dev environment. Make it easy dev environment. How we'll discuss, don't worry. We're going to be learning monitoring tools like Nagios, Elk. Nagios is a system monitoring like RAM, CPU, motherboard. So whatever may be user load, we can able to monitor. Elk is an application monitoring. So each and every application, if you're using internally generating logs, those logs will be monitored. It will be generate analytics. Like this, analytics also generated. And we're going to be learning Terraform. Terraform is a cross-cloud platform. Cross-cloud platform. By using Terraform, we can able to create a service any cloud, either Azure, Google, or AWS. So these are all the tools we are going to be implementing. By using these are all the tools, we are going to be implementing this DevOps process. Understood very clearly. What is the DevOps, guys, please? We are going to be implementing DevOps process from dev environment to operations with an automated way, with a transparent way. While we're delivering working software from dev environment to production environment, make sure whether you are delivering within a shortest time, with the high quality, with low cost, with low failure rate. This is what exactly DevOps. If anybody asks you what is a DevOps, DevOps is a process which we are going to be implementing from dev environment to production environment with an automated transfer. That's it. That is only one sentence enough to understand DevOps. Fine. But my question is here. After successfully implementing CI/CD, making working software, CI/CD, we are going to be placed our application on hundreds of servers or not? We're going to be placed on hundreds of servers or not? Understood very clearly. But from where exactly you can able to get these hundreds of servers? Anybody help me? These hundreds of servers, from where exactly you can able to get it? Anybody help me? After getting the servers, we are going to be placed our application or not? Yes or no? This is what exactly we understood or not? So this I'm asking one more time, please answer to me. So what is an application? Please tell me. What is an application? Anybody? Please. What is an application? Website. Simple word. If you ask me definition point of view, the working software which is written any programming language like Java, .NET, Python, we calling as a application. So for maintaining this applications, for maintaining our application, for deploying our applications, we require a infrastructure. Infrastructure. What is infrastructure? If you ask anybody definition in a dictionary meaning, what is an answer for this? If you open a dictionary, what is the meaning? What is infrastructure? For example, to conduct this classroom, what kind of infrastructure is required? TV, laptop, internet, chairs, fans, my mobile, to specifically my water bottle also. Power also. Understood very clearly. So with this infrastructure only am I conducting these sessions or not? Understood very clearly. So to maintain our office, what kind of infrastructure is required? So office tables, computers, software, water bottles, AC, files, pens, whatever may be. So for that infrastructure, by using that infrastructure, can able to maintain our office or not? But my question here is, for maintaining our application, what infrastructure is required? Understood the question very clearly right now. What are the question I'm asking, please? For maintaining our applications, for deploying our applications, what kind of infrastructure we require? The first most infrastructure is server zone. Servers only. The next most infrastructure is what? Networks. Then third one is database. The fourth one is storage. So many. So many. But these four are major infrastructure. These are all four major infrastructure. I'll repeat this. Application is nothing but what? Website. For maintaining this website, we require an infrastructure. What kind of infrastructure we require? Servers, network, storage, database. My question is to specifically after this, how many ways we can able to get this infrastructure? You know the answer, please answer to me. How many ways to get infrastructure, please tell. I think so many ways, so many times we discuss in the same session and physically, virtualization, environment, talking about environment, physical environment, virtual environment,
Cloud.
and cloud environment. But the question is here is what is the cloud? So specifically, what is a cloud computing? What is a cloud computing, guys, please? That is a question. So I'm going to be asking. So listen very carefully. Listen very carefully. Listen very carefully. What is a cloud computing? If you can able to access remote to placed resources over internet from a laptop is nothing but a cloud. Understood? Nothing. Am I right? Yeah. Let us discuss about what is a cloud. What is a cloud? Listen very carefully. Yeah. What is a cloud computing, guys, please? So if you can able to access the remote placed resources over internet from a laptop is nothing but a cloud. So what is a data center first? Please tell me. What is a data center, please? Huge computing power. Huge computing power. Huge computing power keeping in a rack wise in a big room we calling as what? Data center or no? Huge computing power keeping in rack wise in a big room we calling as a data center. This data center is located in globally. In Mumbai, in Hyderabad, recently they're going to be launching into the Vizag also. In US, in Singapore, UK, in London, Sydney, globally, AWS people are expanded their infrastructure globally. So these data centers are existing physically. We can able to see like our building. How exactly we can see this building physically with your eyes, these tangible things. The same way the data centers are available. In Hyderabad also we have this data center, Amazon data centers. In US also we have. In Singapore also we have. Understood? From these data centers, if you can able to access a server, a network, a storage, over internet from a laptop is nothing but a cloud computing. That is a statement I given. What are the statement, guys, please? So the remote placed resources, any infrastructure, either servers, network, storage, databases, if we can able to access over internet from a laptop is nothing but a cloud computing. So nothing but what? Cloud computing. Any cloud, either Azure, Google, or any cloud is a rental based resources only. We are not buying anything. We are going to be getting infrastructure as a rental based, pay as a service, which is better for you. Build and use and select and use. Which is your favorite thing is out of these two? Construct then use, or else ready-made thing and use it. Right. Example, you want to go for railway station from your home. You want to go to railway station by car. The condition is what? By car. My question is, how many ways we can able to get a car?
Owning a car.
Only car.
Owning a car, our own car, and renting.
Two ways. One is buying car, rental car. Buying car or rental car. I want to go by car only. But how many ways we can able to get a car? Two ways. One is buying car, rental car. If you want to buy a car for just for reaching a railway station, really are you going to be buying a car? Just for reaching a railway station, really you're going to be buying a car. If you want to buy, how much amount you need to spend? Minimum 10 lakhs. You require driving license, you require pollution check, RC copy. Finally, you don't have a driving, you need to hire one driver, monthly maintenance. After reaching a railway station, where you park the car, a lot of issues. Instead of that, if you book a Wala cab, within 10 minutes, the car is available at your doorstep. Without worrying about all these things, just getting into the reach railway station, what is the tariff you can pay? Maybe 300 to 500 rupees. So instead of spending 10 lakhs, are you going to be spending 500, which is easy for you? So our purpose is what? Just for reaching railway station. Our purpose is fulfilled or not? The same concept here also. Just for deploying our application, are we going to be buying a server? We're going to be go for what? Rental servers. From where? Cloud. Understood very clearly? Cloud is a rental based infrastructure for deploying our applications. What kind of infrastructure we require, we can able to get it easily. Based on usage, we are going to be paying rent for every month. This is nothing but a cloud. This is nothing but a cloud. But which are all the clouds available in the market leading? Azure is, AWS, Google. But which cloud we're going to be learning? AWS. AWS is the first cloud service provider. AWS is a first cloud provider. In AWS, we're going to be learning these many models: VPC model, EC2 model, RDS model, S3 model, VPC model, EC2 model, RDS model, and S3 modules. Each module will take minimum 2 weeks. Understood very clearly. Totally 7 weeks it will be complete this diagram. It is a high-end diagram, which we have experienced DevOps in DevOps Transparent one diagram, high-level diagram. The same in AWS is a top and highest diagram. In this, we are going to be learning 4 modules. What is the first module, guys, please? VPC. VPC is nothing but what? Network. EC2 is nothing but what? Computing power. Servers. RDS is nothing but what? Databases like Oracle, MySQL. S3 is nothing but a storage. It is online storage. Okay. What I said very clearly, let me repeat, please. EC2 is nothing but what? Servers. VPC is nothing but what? Network. RDS is nothing but what? Database. S3 is nothing but what? Storage. But what is a VPC? What is a VPC? Virtual Private Cloud. Virtual Private Cloud. Virtual Private Cloud. If you are visiting any office, we have a network or not, a physical network or not, connecting with this kind of internet cables. Connecting computers with a internet cable, that is we calling as a physical network. The same kind of network we are going to be getting from cloud. From cloud. Cloud in a virtual form is nothing but what? VPC. I'll repeat this. So we are going to be getting a isolated, a office kind of private network. We are going to be getting from where? Internet. Cloud is nothing but a internet or internet. So in a virtual form, if we can able to access from your laptop is nothing but a VPC. Like for example, so AWS can able to anybody access, you or me, anybody can getting into the AWS, but we can able to have a private network, private sections. So your VPC, my VPC, your friend's VPC. Example. So can able to getting into any TCS company, can able to access your TCS or HCL company laptops or servers from outside world, can able to? Is it secure or no? The same way, we can able to get that kind of network in cloud also. For example, this network for what? TCS. This network for what? HCL. These are all the companies are using AWS cloud only, but AWS providing a secure network. So this network only dedicated for what? TCS. This network is dedicated for HCL. Understood very clearly. How exactly your office kind of network, but we can able to get to our internet in a virtual form instead of physically. I hope you people understand. Without network, we can't keep it any mission. Even my laptop also, without network, can able to keep in this laptop. Can able to conduct this online session without network? No. The same way, servers also. Without network, we can't be exist any server. First, we need to establish network. On top of it, we are going to be keeping our servers. If you want the servers, from where exactly we can able to get it? EC2. EC2. Cloud means what? Internet. Computing power is nothing but what? RAM, CPU, motherboard. These are all we calling as a computing power. That's what we calling as a computer. In elastic form, what is elastic means? Flexible, expandable, increasing, decreasing kind of thing, and flexible things. So we are going to be getting a service from cloud in a flexible kind of thing. This we calling as what? EC2. Based on customer load, we can able to increase the servers, decrease the servers automatically. That we are calling as elastic. So 1E, 2C. That's what? EC2. By helping of EC2, we can able to get a servers or not. So which are all the components available in a laptop? The same components available in server also. RAM, CPU, motherboard, RAM. These are all the resources having in a laptop also or not. But same kind of resources in server also. But laptop is only for home purpose. Server is for deploying our applications. For example, I want to deploy Maha Sir application. I want to deploy Maha Sir application. And how exactly, please? First, you need to establish network. We need to create one virtual network in the cloud. Once if it is create a network, on top of it, we are going to be creating a servers. On top of the server, we're going to be placed on our Maha Sir applications. Maha Sir application. Once if it is placed Maha Sir application, we can able to access our internet as it is like this. Same way. Our job is finished or not? Network we created, on top of servers we created, on top of we place our websites. Done or not? But my question is, where exactly we can able to maintain our customer information, mobile, email address, subscription information, where we can able to maintain? Please, anybody help me. In database. In database. The database we can able to get which service? RDS, like Oracle kind of database. MySQL kind of database we can able to get it from where exactly? RDS. But the question is, one more question is pending. Where exactly we can able to store this Hollywood movies, like in Blu-ray printed movies? It is around more than 3 GB of files. Can able to inserting into the database? No, we can't be. That is the reason we are going to be using separate storage. Separate storage, that is nothing but S3. S3 is a online storage. Best example for this, Google Drive. How exactly you're uploading PDF document, video files, audio files in Google Drive or not? Same way we can able to use S3 bucket. In entire world, in the world, the first cloud service provider is S3 bucket only. Then only remaining. So by helping of these all the services, we can able to get infrastructure, either network, storage, or database, whatever may be. On top of this infrastructure, we're going to be implementing our DevOps process. I'll repeat this point. By using AWS, we can able to get this infrastructure. On top of this infrastructure, we are going to be implementing an automated transparent pipeline by using DevOps. When you are going to be implementing this DevOps transparent pipeline, we are going to be using these all the tool stack. Got it very clearly? By using AWS, we can able to get only infrastructure. But to automate the process, to automate that infrastructure, we are going to be using DevOps process. But if you want to implement DevOps process, we are going to be learning what? These are all the tools. This is exactly what is DevOps, what is AWS. Got it. So before taking your questions, so let us revise my course overview. Let us revise my course overview. This course is designed with what? Complete DevOps, complete AWS, complete DevOps, complete AWS, Linux basics only, and shell scripts also covered. The total duration of this course is what? 4.5 months. Please. Linux basics I will be covered. Shell script I'm going to be covered. No programming like Java, .NET, Python not required to learn to join this course. You require a laptop to practice daily. Freshers can join in this course. Experience also can join in this course. Any graduate, BSc Computers, BTech, MTech, MBA, any graduate can join in this course. So if you join in this course, which are all the benefits, guys, please? Daily class recordings will be received via Google Drive after payment. After payment. So up to, from date of registration, 11 months access, it is officially, unofficially lifetime. If you ask your admin, they say only 11 months, but I never ever delayed any video, you can access. Resume preparation, yes. Interview question and answers. 4 live projects will be covered, including this course duration, not separate time. 80% of soft materials, yes. Our course starts with very basic level and finish with an advanced. Each and every session is a practical. Don't expect like a PPT presentation like this. We're going to be do practical things. What I'm going to be deliver in the session, you need to practice on a same day. Daily, 1 hour we're going to be spending, and 2 hours per practice. Totally 3 hours you need to spend for a day. What I'm delivering in the class, you need to practice by. I'm going to be share recording session. You need to practice. If any doubt, you can able to class with me. Still, if you can't talk to me, or else share your screen. I can able to resolve your queries also. So class timing is 8 to 9 a.m. 8 to 9 a.m. daily, Monday to Saturday. Sometime we have a classes on Sundays also, but prior to one day, I'll inform you in the class itself. So going to be paying 12,000 rupees for full DevOps, for full AWS, please make it note this, for daily recording sessions, daily, only daily. So this is our admin information. Please, if anybody interested in this course, please call to them. Please be enrolled. So this is our admin information. I'm going to be share in the chat box. So this is the course content link. I'm going to be sharing the chat box. Please be. So just if you copy paste this link, just to copy paste this link in the chat box, or else any browser. So it will be redirecting into our drive. So the first document is what exactly? Course body, which I have discussed right now. The second document is what? What exactly? DevOps content. The third document is what? AWS content. Please revise this once, because if we can't discuss which are all the topics in demonstration, it will take for 1 week demonstration. So I don't want to waste your time. Got it very clearly. Please revise what I'm going to be discussing in 4.5 months. So 20 pages of DevOps content, 20 pages of DevOps content, 10 pages of AWS content. Please revise this content. Okay. So each and every student, I hope you will receive this content. Offline student, by end of the session, you can able to take it. So I hope you understood very clearly what is exactly for today's session. So today the second demo. So overall option last session. Please be access. Please be go to YouTube. So please go to the YouTube channel. YouTube. Overall miss last session, online students or offline students. So go to the YouTube. Please type Durga Soft. Click on Durga Soft channel. Click on videos. In the video somewhere else. DevOps with AWS. Demo number 1. This is yesterday's session by Mr. Maha. Please verify with whether it is by Mr. Maha or not. So DevOps AWS demo 1, by Mr. Maha. The same way. So today's session also uploaded. After this session, if you want to revise, please go through this once and please be joined by tomorrow. So we're going to be start a regular session by day after tomorrow. Tomorrow is the last day. Only 3 demos only. There is no 1 week demos. I don't want to waste your time. And day after tomorrow onwards, our regular session will be started. Who are interested, please be enrolled today or tomorrow. So choice according to your your budget, whatever may be adjustment. Please talk to admin. They will help you do that. How to pay, how to payment. Please do that. So please approach your admin. So please be enrolled. After enrolling only, you're going to be receiving daily recording sessions. Okay, fine. So that is exactly for today's session. So tomorrow we're going to be discussing of types of servers. So we have pending physical servers, virtual servers, cloud servers. What is the different those things? How exactly? So we're going to be discussing for tomorrow. So that is exactly for tomorrow's session. Yes, please. So do you have any questions, please? Thanks, Sai, please. Thank you. Thanks for reply. Any questions, please? Online students. First, let me clarify online student, then go for offline. Okay. Please ask, please, any question online students, please. Do you have any questions, please? Online students. So Mauni, thanks. Thank you. Thank you, Mauni. Thanks for reply. So Kumar asked this question. After completion of this course, how much experience can I show for a job? For this, if you complete this course, my course, you can feel inside 1.5. Really, you can feel 1. 2 4 years. 3 years to 4 years you can manage. But I am requesting each and every student attend the regular sessions and practice each and every day, definitely get a job. Irregularity, we can't help you. Without practice, simply sitting in the classes, you can't be get it. Please, regular sessions attend and regularly practice, easily can go through that. So Anil, so please talk to admin. That is admin question, please talk to admin once. Definitely, I said very clear, resume preparation, I'm going to be helping you. How to pay the fee, please. I shared all your admin say, I'll display on the screen, please be get it out, please. See, so please contact our admin, they will help you, please. So yeah, Vinay, please talk to admin. Any technical question, please ask me. How to pay, how much, installment, please approach to admin, they will help you. Okay. Is there any placement providing after this completion? Placement assistance, there is no placement guarantee. Only placement assistance. If any placement regarding, please talk to admin. Okay. They will help you, please. Mauni, please talk to admin. They will arrange a conference call. I will talk to personally. Mauni. So at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock for today, please call admin. They will arrange a conference call, Mauni. I will talk to you personally for your career guidance, definitely. So Raj, please, sir, for doubts, clarification, can I join offline? Yeah, you can. Offline, online student, for example, who are available nearby in Hyderabad. So Monday to Friday, join online. Saturday, come and meet me, clarify doubts, sir, with the lappy. Without lappy, don't come, please. Okay, fine. No, there is no wasting of time, you know. With the laptop, you can show the query, then I can able to what are the solution I can give. Easily, the time is going to be saved. That's what. Please. Rahul, I already shared, please. 1 second. This is course content link, please. I shared one more time, please be. Fine. Docker, Jenkins, Kubernetes covered in the sessions or missed yesterday's lecture. When I today also discuss what is a Docker, what is a Kubernetes, what exactly. So we're going to be spending Docker and Kubernetes 1 month. In depth, we're going to be discussing. Because of that, those two tools are very important tools. That's what more concentration of those tools also. So so we are going to be using cloud machines. We can practice in virtual machines also, not required. So happily we can able to practice in AWS. How I will teach you, don't worry, in the coming sessions. Definitely. You can come and meet me after the course also. After completion of the course also, if you want to meet me, if you want to clarify, yeah, definitely I will available. Don't worry. Please. I shared one more time course content link. Please look at once. AWS, complete AWS and not adding on. Complete AWS, Linux basics. Complete DevOps, complete AWS, Linux basics. Shell script also. Yeah. Is there any other questions, please, online students? Can I move to the offline? Yeah. Parallelly, no. It is a sequence. One after another only. If you're teaching parallel, what will happen? It can't be practiced. That is the reason. Sequence, one after another. Only daily one class only. You're going to be attending my sessions only one class, not two sessions. What are the questions when I ask this question? What is an exactly profile? So after completion of this course, you can able to become a DevOps engineer or else AWS admin. These two profiles you can able to apply both. AWS admin in resume you can able to keep, as a AWS admin or else DevOps engineer. Fine. So if you don't want to continue as a DevOps engineer, if you want to go for only AWS admin, yeah, I can go ahead. That much of syllabus is covered. But if you want to keep a DevOps, you definitely should learn the AWS. For example, A, B, C. Example, A, B, C. For learning C, compulsory you need to learn A, B, C or not, A, B or not. You need to complete first A, then B, then C only. If you want to stop at B, not required C, am I right? The same concept. So how many days? And I think 45 days more than that. That means almost 8 weeks. 8 weeks, 7 to 8 weeks. AWS itself. Solution architect. AWS, we're going to be discussing 3 ways. AWS, we're going to be learning 3 ways. Totally 4 ways, but we're going to be discussing only 3 ways. First, graphically, we're going to be learning. CLI, commands, we're going to be learning. And file, we're writing a file and execute files, we're going to be creating infrastructure. 3 levels, not a 1 level. Not a graphically, sorry. We're going to be spending for time 3 ways. One is graphical, CLI, and CF, CloudFormation, command line also we're going to be learning. But SDK, software development kit, SDK, software development kit, we are not learning. Because of that, Java is required, .NET is required. I don't want to learn Java here. Sorry, it will take 1 more year. Fine. I'm going to be explain architecture every tool. Yes, in depth. For example, Ansible we're going to be discussing. So we're going to be start very basically. What is Ansible? And each and every function, each and every feature. And practically also, not a theoretical explanation, practical explanation. By end of the tool, end of the model, we'll do one real-time project. For this, it will take 3 weeks for tool. Ansible itself 3 weeks. Chef itself 3 weeks. CAC itself 3 weeks. Docker Kubernetes 4 weeks. Means 1 month. AWS 7 to 8 weeks. Please calculate accordingly. Okay. So we can't skip, we can't be trimmed. Sorry. There is no fast traction. So 1 month, 45 days, no, not possible. For example, if you want to gym, if you want to go for a 6-pack, so 1 month it is possible really. If you can make it, definitely I can make it is 1 month. Understood very clearly. It is not possible or not. The same concept here also. Fine, thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks for so way of teaching. If you join DevOps, any institute, the same syllabus. So I'm not, no. So I'm not, for example, I'm not finding anything here. What exactly DevOps? Easy to weigh. My job is what exactly? Easy to understand what is DevOps. That is the difference if you compare to other institutes. Very good question asked you. My job is what exactly? Make it easy to understand DevOps. That is the difference. Classes are very easy to understand, very slow. Not very slow, but medium. Even non-technical student also can understand my classes. It is not fast. So understanding concept, practicing, these are all very, very important. Fine, bro. So that's it, guys, please. So who are interested, please enroll, and will be continued tomorrow. Day after tomorrow onwards, our regular sessions will be starting. Online students, the link will be changed day after tomorrow. So tomorrow, please be joined with same link. But day after tomorrow, who are paid only will get the link, new link, and please be joined day after tomorrow. So even offline also. That's it for today. So we'll be continued by tomorrow. Thank you. Are we using any applications? We are going to be using so many applications, please. Winky. So Tomcat, Java applications, web servers, database servers, we're going to be learning all together. Slowly. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks, buddies. So we'll be continuing. Take a photo. So before starting the session, so it is a third demo. It is a third demo. So demo 1, demo 2, it is already uploaded in YouTube. It is already uploaded in YouTube. How you can able to access those videos, please just type in YouTube. Go to the YouTube, please. Durga Sir. Go to the channel. Playlist. Go to the playlist. In the playlist, you can see here DevOps with AWS tutorial by Maha. Please open this. Here is we have two videos here. Demo 1, demo 2. Today video also will be uploaded by afternoon. Okay, please revise this. So who are all new students? Please visit these two demos. At least last demo. At least please visit last demo. Second demo is enough. Okay. So before starting the session, what is our agenda? So what's we going to be discuss about today? Let us fix our agenda first. Let us fix our agenda, guys, please. Let us fix our agenda first. So today we're going to be discussing about what is client and server communication. Server communication. And types of servers. How many ways get servers? So what is a physical server? What is a virtual server? What is a cloud service? And what is the difference? Why cloud? Why we are shifting into the cloud? We can understand by this end of this session. By end of this session. So before starting this session, so let us worry off, please. Let us worry off, because of some new students we have here. That's what. Let us worry off what is DevOps, what is AWS. First, let us worry. Within 10 to 15 minutes, we'll complete this. Then we are going to be start this. So this is exactly our agenda for today. So first, let it be start. So tell me, what is the DevOps? Please, anybody help me? Yeah. You know very well. What is an application? Please, anybody help me, please? An existing student. Yeah. Application is nothing but a website. The working software, which is written any programming language, we call as what? Application. That application we are going to be placing on where? Server side. Excellent. Thank you. On server side. Once if it is placed on server side, we can able to access over internet as a website. But if you want to produce a Flipkart or Redbus kind of applications, we are going to be using SDLC. SDLC. In SDLC, we have several stages like analysis, design, implementation, testing, deploy, and maintenance. By following these are all the stages and phases, we can produce a working software and place on server side. Then there itself we are going to be accessing as a website, as a Redbus or Book My Show or whatever maybe, guys. Abibus, whatever. So how exactly, guys, please? First, we need to gather the first information. First, we need to gather information. What exactly this business, whether it's travel business, how exactly login page, how exactly registration page. Gathering information from the client. Based on that, it will be design. Design is nothing but what? Plan. According to the plan, our developers will write the programming, either Java, .NET, Python, or anything, guys, please. Or anything. Once if it is implemented, implement, ready the software, whether the software is in working condition or not, so our testers will be verified. Once if it is verified, so we are going to be placed on hundreds of servers. Then there itself we are going to be accessing over internet as a Abibus or a Flipkart or Redbus, whatever. That's it. No. So we have to monitor and maintain these websites, so that we are calling as what? Maintenance. By following these all the stages, we call as what? SDLC. But as a DevOps engineer, what we are going to do, guys, please? As a DevOps engineer, what is exactly our roles and responsibilities? Replacing with the complex pipeline, with transparent pipeline. So what is an exactly complex pipeline? So SDLC is a complex. Why we are calling complex? Because of it is a manual process. From analysis to design to implementation testing to deploy. It is a So if you got any issue, if you are facing any issue, any problem, to identification, it will take long time. For resolving issue also, it will take long time. That means the cost is going to be increased or not. It will take more time or not. Definitely. So the quality is decreased or not. That is the reason we are calling as what? Complex pipeline. Example, this is water pipeline. This water pipeline is underground. Somewhere else a blockage. Can able to find immediately? We can't be find immediately. Am I right or not? And after finding also, it will take a couple of weeks to rectify this problem. The same way our SDLC also. But what we are expecting is, please, transparent pipeline. So just we are replacing complex pipeline with what? Transparent pipeline. Everything will be visualized. Everything will be visualized. If you got any problem, any issue, we can able to see it's one look itself or not. Yes, obvious. What one look itself we can able to see, we can able to rectify as soon as possible. The same way, DevOps also. DevOps is what exactly? DevOps is an automated transparent pipeline. DevOps is an automated transparent pipeline. Due to this automation, due to this transparent, so if you got any issue in the middle, easily we can able to identify, easily we can able to rectify our problems as soon as possible. As soon as possible. But actually, our DevOps process is look like this only. This is an actual DevOps process. This is an actually DevOps process. In this DevOps process, we have several stages like, plan, code, integration, testing, release, develop, and operation. But in this DevOps process, our roles and responsibilities start from dev environment, ends with what? Operation. That means what? We are part of coding, integration, testing, release, deploy, operation. That means, are we going to be writing any coding? No, we are not writing any coding. Are we going to be writing any test cases? No. But as a DevOps engineer, what we are going to be doing, guys, please? Just we are going to be implementing an automated, a transparent pipeline. While implementing this automated transparent pipeline, make sure whether you are going to be deliver the working software which is written by developer into the production environment within a shortest time. Within a shortest time, with a high quality, with a low cost, with a low failure rate. It is an exactly DevOps process which we have understand very clearly last 2 demo sessions. So who are all not attend last demo sessions, please revise once. So we have discussed in very depth. Okay, so for implementing this DevOps transparent pipeline, so which are all tools we are going to be using, guys, please? Which are all tools we are going to be using? We're going to be using Git. We are going to be using. We're going to be learning Git administration. Git itself 1 week we're going to be learning it. Maven, Jenkins, JFrog, SonarQube. So which are all the tools, guys, please? Git, Maven, JFrog, Jenkins, SonarQube. By helping of these are all the tools, we are going to be implementing CI/CD process. CI/CD process. The CI/CD process from where to where, guys, please? From here. CI/CD, continuously integration, making working software. We are going to be deliver continuously. Once if it is deliver, we are going to be placing our applications on hundreds of servers. These hundreds of servers, we are going to be automated. We are going to be automated by helping of configuration management. Configuration management. What is the configuration management? Please help me. What is the configuration management? Replacing manual, please. Replacing what exactly? Manual process with automation process. So we are gonna be creating files, installing software, changing files at a time on hundreds of servers with an automated process at a time. For this, which are all the tools we are going to be learning, guys, please? Which are all the tools, please? We are going to be learning Ansible and Chef. Ansible is a push model, Chef is a pull model. So, but if you want to automate these hundreds of servers, from where we can able to get it? By using Ansible and Chef, we can able to automate hundreds of servers. We agreed it. But those hundreds of servers from where? We can able to get it either physical environment, or virtual environment, and more specifically AWS cloud. From AWS, we can able to get a hundreds of servers. On top of hundreds of servers, we are going to be implementing an automated process by helping of Ansible. All right. So are we going to be deploying our applications only AWS servers? No, we can deploy our applications on Docker container also. Docker container is an isolated area which is specifically deploying our application. What meant for Docker? Docker is for what?
No.
Websites. Easy to clean applications on Docker. Very easily. So how exactly, for example, if you want to transport a C products via C, how exactly, please, we are using containers or no? Yes or no? Obviously containers or not, please. By helping of these containers, we can able to transport any product via C or no? How exactly these containers work? The same way our Docker container also. Our Docker container also. But these Docker containers, it's going to be managed or controlled by Kubernetes. These are all the containers going to be managed by whom, please? Ship. How exactly the ship works? The same way our Kubernetes also. By using Kubernetes, we can able to manage or control a number of containers. I hope each and every student, what is a container? What is a Kubernetes? You understood idea. If you don't know, if you not understand, don't worry. We're going to be discussing deep discussion 1 month. These two tools we're going to be discussing 1 month. If you not understand, don't worry. Okay. So we are going to be deep discussion and with the practical examples. Okay. If you understand, very good. If it is not understand, also very good. Fine. So next tool is what exactly? Vagrant. Vagrant is a virtual provisioning tool. By using Vagrant, we can able to our dev environment make it easy. Make it is easy. And we are going to be learning Nagios. Nagios is a system on a RAM, CPU, motherboard. We're going to be monitoring. And we're going to be learning ELK. Elastic, Logstacks, Kibana. By helping of these three tools, we are going to be monitor our application. How exactly this performance. So each and every website is generating in the background logs. Those logs will be monitored and it will be generated analytics. How exactly our application performance. So what would be the next action, next month action, next year action, we can able to decide, but right now. So Terraform, we're going to be learning, guys. Terraform is a cross cloud platform. By using Terraform, we can able to create infrastructure in any cloud, either Azure, AWS, or any cloud. So what I'm trying to tell you, please, by helping of these are all the tools. We are going to be implementing our DevOps process. So while implementing this DevOps process, what exactly, guys, please? Developers writing the code. That code is going to be integrated. That after integration, whole software, it's going to be verified by test cases. The test case verified, we are going to be getting a working software as an application. That application, we are going to be halt on release. Once if it is halt and release on a particular maintenance window, we are going to be placing our applications on a hundreds of servers or not? Yes or no? Yes or no? But if you want to implement this DevOps process, we require infrastructure or not? But tell me, what is infrastructure? Please. What is infrastructure? Anybody help me? Please. What is infrastructure? Yesterday only we have discussed. So first, what is an application? Simply a website. What is an application? Website. For maintaining these applications, for deploying our applications means websites. So we require infrastructure or not? But what kind of infrastructure we require? Maybe servers, networks, database, and storage, and so on. But these are all major infrastructure. Major infrastructure is required to maintain our applications, for deploying our applications or placing our applications on a hundreds of servers. We require this infrastructure. Very clear, all of you. But how many ways we can able to get it, please? How many ways we can able to get this infrastructure? How many ways? How many ways to get infra? Please help me. Repeat it. Please tell me. How many times, how many ways we can able to get infrastructure? 3 ways. Physically, virtually, cloud. So in physical environment, we can able to get it. From virtual environment, we can able to get it. From cloud also, we are going to be getting. Cloud also, we can able to get it. But my question is, what is a cloud? What is a cloud? What is a cloud computing? That is a question. Anybody help me?
I'd say the software which is deployed on some other location.
What is a cloud? Remote placed resources. If we can able to access our internet from your laptop is nothing but what? Cloud. Which resources? RAM, CPU, motherboard, or a server, or a network, or a storage. Anything if we can able to access, anything if we can able to access our internet from a laptop is nothing but a cloud. Sir, one question here, sir. We are using VMware. Sorry, what AnyDesk, have you heard about AnyDesk?
Yes.
TeamViewer, have you heard about TeamViewer? We can able to access one laptop to another laptop. We can log in or not? Yes or no? Is that cloud? No, sorry, don't say cloud. And so that you are working on operating system level, but I'm talking about hardware level. Simply, I'm going to be asking one question. Please answer to me. From one laptop to another laptop, can able to access RAM? In a laptop, 8 GB RAM, but I want to use other laptop RAM only. Our network can able to use it. If we can, that is the cloud. Very simple way. The RAM servers are located in remote place, somewhere else. Our network, if we can be able to control or access from a laptop, is nothing but a cloud. Very simple way. Okay, fine. Let it become definition point of view. So what is a cloud? Anybody help me? What is a cloud? What is a cloud computing? If we can able to access remote placed resources over internet from a laptop is nothing but what? Cloud. First, what is a data center, please? Yes, excellent. So the group of servers keeping in a rack wise in a big room, we calling as a data center. The huge computing power keeping in a rack wise in a big room, we calling as a cloud data center. It is a data center only, not a cloud. Example, our building. In this building, we are filling in each and every room is filling with the huge computing. This building is a data center only. Tangible things we can see with our eyes. The data center we can able to visualize. Like a laptop, we can touch, we can see. But where this data center located? In remote place, it might be in US, it might be in Singapore, it might be in Mumbai, it might be in Hyderabad also. These data centers are located geographically and globally in different locations. Got it? Over internet, we are going to be accessing these data centers. From your laptop is nothing but a cloud. What is a cloud? The remote placed resources. The remote placed resources like servers, storage, network, database, over internet, from your laptop, if we can able to access, is nothing but a cloud computing. Cloud computing. But cloud is specifically rental based resources only. By using cloud, we can't able to buy anything. We can't able to buy anything. By using cloud, we can able to get a rental based infrastructure, either server, network, storage, database. We can get a rental based. The best example is what? Wala cab. But the best example is what? Wala cab. For just for reaching railway station, are we buying a car or rental car? Even I have a car, but I'm better to choose Wala because it's very flexible. Understood very clearly. Instead of buying car, we're always preferring rental car. Because if you want to buy a car, we need to spend upfront amount at least 10 to 15 lakhs. 10 to 15 lakhs. But if you book a Wala cab, around 500 rupees, where is 15 lakhs, whereas 500 rupees. So you are fulfilling your purpose or not? So do you require driving license? Do you require RC copy? Not required. So your purpose is fulfilled or not? The same way, our purpose is what exactly here? Deploying our applications, placing our applications. Just for placing our application, do you want to maintain these data centers? Just for your placing a red bus kind of very small application or a big application, whatever may be, for that you want to be maintaining your data center, it is very difficult. And instead of maintaining your own data center, take it as a other service as a rental based. For other service from where exactly? Cloud. So what is a cloud? Cloud is a rental based infrastructure. So for deploying our application, we can able to get infrastructure and the servers and network order maybe from cloud, and based on usage, we are going to be paying rent every month. That's it. Like Wala cab. But which cloud? Any cloud is same, either Azure, AWS or Google. All are same service, same thing only. But which cloud we're going to be learning, guys, please? AWS. AWS. So service is same, but provider is different. But which provider we're going to be, guys, please? AWS. For example, I want to buy a shirt. I want to buy a shirt in online. So shirt is same or not? Shirt is same or not? But my choices might be Flipkart. My choices might be Amazon. My choice might be Snapdeal, whatever may be. But product is same. Approach is same. Am I right or not? The see here also same. So we require infrastructure, servers, network, storage. For getting this infrastructure, which cloud? Either maybe Azure or AWS or Google. So DevOps is same, process is same, servers are same. But from where you getting is different. But which cloud we are going to be learning is, please, here? AWS, Amazon Web Services, we are going to be learning. In Amazon Web Services, so which are all the services we are going to be learning, guys, please? VPC, EC2, RDS, and VPC. So VPC is nothing but what? Anybody? VPC is nothing but what? In simple form, network. So EC2 is nothing but what? EC2 is nothing but what? RDS is nothing but what? So storage is nothing but what? So by helping of this raw infrastructure, easily we can able to deploy our applications by using this DevOps process. This is what exactly we have discussed in the last session. Got it very clearly. So what we understand, guys, please, first, what exactly, please look at the screen. First, we need to establish what? Network. Then on top of it, servers. We are placing our applications here, either maybe Amazon, Flipkart, Redbus, Hotstar, whatever may be. Then our customer information is going to be maintaining on where exactly? Databases, MySQL, Oracle kind of database from RDS. For example, video files, maybe in video files, image files, or PDF, or a doc files, where you are going to be maintaining? On S3. On S3. So by helping of these are all the resources, these are all the models. So can we able to deploy our application very easily or no? Shall I repeat this diagram one more time for our understanding? Shall I repeat this? Yeah. So let me draw this one more time for our understanding. Please. So first we need to establish what? Network. Without network, we can't be create any mission, and even my laptop also. Without network, can able to conduct this online session? No. First, we need to design network. Sir, are we going to be learning network? Yes, we are going to be learning 3 weeks. And network itself 3 weeks. That we are calling as a VPC. Got it very clearly. Okay. So once if it is established this network, once if it is established, on top of this network, we're going to be creating a server. Server is nothing but what? EC2. We're going to be creating. So how many servers? N number of servers. It might be application servers. Application service. So application is nothing but, anybody help me? Thanks. So we are going to be creating a application servers. On top of it, we are going to be placing Redbus kind of applications, Abibus kind of application, Flipkart kind of application. How many servers we are going to be deploying? And N number of servers. So once if it is placed, where exactly you can able to maintain our customer information? In database. In database. That means we need to create a database or not? So the service name calling here what? RDS. But it might be MySQL database, Oracle database, whatever. So application is maintaining on application server, our customer information maintaining on database. So network keys we have designed, application server we have kept, and database also we have kept. But if you want to access, if you want to log in into any application, from where exactly you can? Anybody? From where exactly you can able to access your applications, and from where you are accessing websites? From browser. Not the laptop only, by using browser, laptop. In the browser, we are going to be using Chrome browser. Am I right? Chrome browser. The Chrome browser we calling as a client. Your laptop is not a client. Sorry. Chrome browser is a client. So Chrome, Firefox, IE. How many clients in your laptop? 3. So from these clients, so we are going to be request. What kind of request, guys? Please tell me. The request might be login page. The request might be registration page. The request might be search page. Request might be payment gateway. Request might be cancellation booking. What I mean? anything, any request, anything, any action, it's going to be request only. Example, login page. So based on our client request, our application server will be processed. While application is processing your request, you provided a username password or not? Whether this username password is right or wrong, our application server will be validate with the database. Validate with what? Database. Once if it is validate, our application server will be prepare the response. The response sent back to our client. This entire internet, the entire our technology, either Java, DevOps, whatever may be, based on this diagram. Only two actions in. Only entire internet, only two actions. Request, response. Request, response. Very simple way. What you are requesting, based on request, our application server prepare the response and send it back to your client. Send it back to your client. This we are calling as what? Client server communication. What we call? So that is the first point we want to understand for today's session. This is what exactly client server communication. So if you want to establish this diagram or whatever may be, we require a service or not? What is the server first? What is an exactly server, please? Server contains what? Server contains what exactly? How exactly? Which are all the components available in your laptop? Same components available in your server also. What I mean. But how many layers we have in server, please? How many layers, guys, please? Totally 3 layers. If you go for any server, if you go for any server, 3 layers. The first layer is hardware layer. The first layer is what? Hardware layer. Second layer is what? The first layer is what? Hardware layer, like maybe hard disk, CPU, RAM, and so on. It is a common for every server, even your laptop also same. On top of this, we are going to be creating our operating system layer. Our operating system layer, OS. It might be Windows environment or Linux environment. Anything, please. Once you decided operating system, on top of it, you can decide which application, which software we're going to be. It might be application, it might be database. It might be application or a web server or application server or a database server. That's it. But either application or a database server is same one. You are going to be taking a Linux server. On top of it, we are going to be deploying our application, then we're calling as an application server. We're going to be taking Linux machine, we're going to be keeping a database, then we're calling as a database server. But the base operating system is same and hardware is same for all the servers. For all the servers. So if you compare your laptop, which are all the components available in your laptop, the same component server also. But laptop is just for home purpose, but server is for maintaining our applications. But how many ways we can able to get this servers in? Server is same in all the cases. Server is same in all the cases. All the cases. Example. Water is same for all the cases. Water. For drinking water is all the same. When your grandpa, so those days, they have any water bottles? Are you buying water? Directly can take it from ponds and they use it. Then pots. Then pots, Mattikundu. Then what exactly nowadays we're using in bottles? Is any change of water? No. But the form of water changed. Way of use is changed. But water is same for all the days. The same way server is same. Either you are getting by virtual machines, either you're getting by physically or cloud. Server is no difference. And sorry. Don't assume like a server, so we call cloud server different, virtual server different, physical servers are different. So server is same, but way of getting is different. Olden days we need to buy a car, but right now we are booking a Ola cab. But car is same or not all the cases. The same way, so server is same, but way of getting server is different. But how many ways? Please tell me quickly. Physically, virtually, cloud. Physical servers, virtual servers, cloud server. But all servers are same, but way of getting is different. Please observe the point. Way of getting is different. Way of paying different. Way of accessing different. Way of use is different. But all the cases server is same. But if you are getting a server from physical servers, we can able to use 50% of resources only. But when you are going to be using virtual machines, 100% we can use. Means resources. Resource means what? Again, don't ask me. RAM, CPU, motherboard, those are all we calling as resource of server. But if you go for cloud, very good. No limit. No limit. So why 50, sir? Why 100? Why no? No limit. Should understand this or not? We should clarify this or not, please tell me. Definitely, we should understand this. So that is the reason. So let us open my PPT. Let me open my slide. So this basic fundamental understanding and every student, so overall experience, those people very well about it, but overall not working, they should understand this. So clarification, that's what we start from the scratch. So server client communication, we understood. We have one server can handle n number of clients. Client means what? Laptop, am I right? Browser, sorry. N number of browsers we can handle by single laptop. So throughout the world, from anywhere in the world, we can able to access the same server. One server can handle n number of clients. Based on requests, a server will be prepare the response and back. But if you want to establish this, we require a server. Server has 3 layers. Server has 3 layers. Hardware layer, operating system layer, and application layer. 3 layers. We understood very clearly. But how many ways we can able to get a server? Please, anybody help me? Physically, excellent. Virtually, cloud. But if you are using a physical server, 50%. If you are using a virtual machine, 100%. If you are using a cloud machine, no limit. Got it very clearly? So we are not discussing technicality here. Why? That's the question. Why physical? Why virtual? Why cloud? That is we are clarification. Technicality in depth, what is a physical, virtual? We not. Why we are shifting into the cloud? That I want to clarify here for today. But in depth, we'll discuss later in regular classes. Understood very clearly. Okay. So in physical environment, we can able to use only 50% of resources. Why 50? Why 50%? You know the answer. That's why I'm asking you. For example, it is a 8 GB of RAM. 50% of 8 GB RAM, how much, please? Anybody? 4. Why 4 GB? Example, to understand very clearly, listen very carefully. So for practicing DevOps, for practicing DevOps, 4 GB RAM is going to be consumed. 4 GB RAM, it's going to be consumed. Okay, consume. Listen very carefully. Consume. You don't have laptop right now. You're going to be buying a laptop. While buying a laptop, only 4 GB laptop you're going to be buying or 8 GB? 8 GB. Why? Maybe tomorrow you're going to be practice another software. Maybe you are watching movie, browsing, a lot of activity you want to do. That time you can't be do that. Am I right?
Yes.
So question is another question, please answer to me. On top of it, very, very thin layer question, please answer to me. So you're going to be buying only 4 GB. Assume that. You're practicing well DevOps. So you're going to be practice another software. Immediately can able to increase 4 GB to 8 GB.
No.
Within a minute. I'm asking about within a minute. in your laptop, can you able to replace a 4 GB RAM with 8 GB within a minute? Can you able to rechange within a half minute? No. That is the reason we are always keeping efficient resources. The actual requirement is 4 GB, remaining 4 GB for features. So same concept. Out of 8 GB, we can able to use for today 4 GB. Maybe tomorrow in future, we're going to be using another 4 GB. Understood? But if you are moving into the virtualization, so I'm requesting each and every student, your focus is very important. This slide. Okay. So 100% of resources. Here also we have 8 GB only. Listen, please. Here also 8 GB, but we are going to be using 100%. Why? Because virtualization. Why? Because virtualization. It is a physical layer. What I'm drawing, what I'm mentioning, it is a physical layer. On top of it, we are going to be creating a 2 virtual layers. It is a VM1. It is a virtual machine 2. So this 4 GB RAM is depending on this 8 GB RAM. This 4 GB RAM depending on this physical RAM. So 4 plus 4 how much, guys? Please tell me. 4 plus 4 how much? Excellent. 4 plus 4, 8 GB. So are we using 100% or not? So out of 8 GB, can I able to use 100% of resource or not? Yes or no? Yes or no? Please tell me. Yes or no? On top of first virtual machine application number 1 and second virtual machine number 2. Clear or not? But my worry here is I want to deploy third application also. Where?
In the same.
Already 100% used. Where we can deploy? Option is no. Sorry. Understood very clearly? If you want to deploy third application, we require immediately one more 4 GB. 4 plus 4 plus 4. That means totally how much, guys, please? 12 GB. My question is here. So can I able to replace 8 GB of RAM with 12 GB within a half minute in this physical server, in this physical layer? Yes or no? No, here also problem. But I'll repeat this point. Listen very carefully. In virtual environment, we can able to use 100% of resources. But if you want to use more than that, we can't be get immediately. That's what it is, limited. That's what we're calling as what? Limited only. Which are all the resources we can use 100%. Beyond that, we can't be get it immediately. Beyond that, we can't be get it immediately. But if you want that, definitely we should go for cloud. In the cloud, no limit. We are not worrying about RAM. We are not worrying about infrastructure. How many servers you want? Tell me. 2, 200, 2000. We can get it. We're not worried. There is no limit. There is no constraint to get infrastructure from the cloud. That is the reason we are moving into the cloud. Why we are moving into the cloud? We are not worried about RAM. We are not worried about infrastructure. That is the reason we are moving into the cloud. Let us give one real-time scenario. You can understand very clearly. For example, limit on. Unlimited. And what is the value of infinity?
Based on the server only.
So we can give use, that unlimited infrastructure in the cloud throughout the globe. How many data centers we have?
Based on the data center only, we increase the cloud data.
Yes. Our laptop is only 8 GB, but in the cloud,
Yes.
unlimited. We can't calculate, but we can calculate our laptop, right? Same. Yeah, fine. So let it be continued. For example, a Flipkart. So as of right now, how many users can log in here? N number of logins. As of right now, maybe 15 users log in. Just for number, just for understanding, I will give a number 15. So 15 users or customers are logging into the Flipkart. Today is a normal business day, but tomorrow is Sankranti. Tomorrow is a Ramjan, Christmas. Tomorrow is a festival day. What a maybe. Tomorrow is a special day. Definitely the customers are double or not. That means 15 into 2 how much? 15 into equal to how much, please? 30 users. So we can't decide how many customers logging at this present, we don't know. But if it is customers increased, our server should be also increased. How many customers are going to be logging? Can able to decide? Can able to restrict? Can able to seriously?
Yeah.
But they are ready to handle the load. If we can't, they lose business. Clear or not, please? So based on customer load, our infrastructure should be increased and decreased. This we calling as what? This we calling as what? Auto scaling in AWS. That we calling as what? Elastic flexibility. Flexibility, elastic cloud compute, EC2. A flexible kind of service we can able to get it from cloud. So I'll draw one more diagram for understanding this. This is what exactly we have explained so orally, but we'll understand diagrammatically. For example, we have a example. So 3 Flipkart servers, example. 3 Flipkart servers. Each and every Flipkart server can handle only 5 users, for our understanding, but really it might be more than 5, more than lakhs. So let us assume, 2 minutes. A Flipkart server, 1. So this server can handle maximum how many users only? Just namesake, just for understanding. Flipkart server 1, Flipkart server 2, Flipkart server 3. 2. We're going to be handling load balance. So by helping of these 3 servers, how many customers we can able to handle, guys, please?
15.
For handling this 15 users, so how many servers we are going to be using? 3 servers. This 15 users load is going to be hitting into this load balance. This 15 users load is going to be hitting into this load balance. What exactly this load balance does? Distributing this 15 users load equally on top of the server. First request goes to first server. Second request goes to second server. Third request goes to third server. Again, the 4th request comes again first server. 5th, 6th, and 7 again. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So what is the load balancer? Equally, the entire customer load distributing across all the servers, either 3 or 30, whatever. That is job done by the load balancer. But this is what exactly the situation right now, today, at this point. Tomorrow morning at 11. So big billion day, big sale day. So we have how much time, guys, please? Around maybe 24 hours. Within 24 hours, can able to buy servers. Even you can't buy a laptop also, single laptop. You have to buy a server. You need to get it into the data center. We need to keep in the network. We need installation. Make it is ready. Not possible physically. In virtualization, also not possible because if it is limited. But in the cloud, we're not worried about infrastructure. So that means what? If users, customer will increase, automatically servers also increase in the cloud. We are not worrying about infrastructure. We are not using physical servers. We are not using virtual environment. We are not getting from servers from physical environment. We are not getting servers from virtual environment. We are going to be getting server from where? Cloud. In the cloud, there is no restriction. There is no limit. Based on customer load, our infrastructure will be increased and decreased. Today as a 15 users, tomorrow at 11 o'clock, definitely double the users or not, please tell me. Yes or no? Yes or no? Definitely. But this time, how many servers we require? 5 plus 5? 10. 10 plus 5? 15. For 3 servers, how many servers handling? And 15 users handled by 3 servers. For handling 30 users, how many servers are required? Simple maths, 6 servers. At 11 o'clock. But at 10 users is going to be adding. Within a half an hour, can able to add 1 more 2 servers? In physical environment, no. Virtual environment, no. But in the cloud, yes. Yes, sir. Yes. But at 12 o'clock, it's going to be 1 more 10 users. That means this time, how many servers we require? So can able to increase 1 more 2 servers within a half an hour? No. In physical, in virtual, no. But in the cloud, yes. Understood? Why we are moving into the cloud? But at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, there is no load. So automatically the load comes down up to 25 users. That means we need to decrease the servers also. This time, how many servers we require? 5 servers. So what I understand, guys, please, based on customer load, our infrastructure will be increased. Based on customer load, our infrastructure will be decreased. This concept we calling is what? Elastic. Just to specifically in AWS, autoscaling. So it is one of the great feature in AWS. So if you compare with physical server, if you compare with virtual environment, why we are moving into the cloud? Because of these reasons. These kind of feature we're going to be using so many. Understood very clearly. What we have discussed for today, we understood what is the client server communication, what is the server, types of servers, what are the physical virtual servers difference, and why we are shifting into cloud. We understood very clear. We understood very clearly. So that is what exactly for today's session. So before closing the session, so just to overview, because of some new students we have here, what exactly this course, let us overview, please. So this course is complete DevOps, complete AWS, place. Linux basics I'm going to be covering. Shell script I'm going to be covering. No programming, Java, .NET not required. You have to, for practicing, you require a laptop with this configuration. So freshers can join in this course. Experience can join in this course. Any graduate can join in this course. If you join in this course, daily class recordings will be received after payment via Google Drive. From date of registration, you're going to be accessing up to 11 months, officially, unofficially, lifetime. If you ask me personally, lifetime. But if you ask your institute, they're saying only 11 months. Resume preparation, entry question and answers. For live real-time projects, I'm going to be covering in this duration only, no separate classes. 80% of soft materials, yes. Our classes start from basic level, finish with an advanced level. And each and every session is a practical oriented, not like this PPT presentation. Course completed certificate you can able to receive only for freshers. Experience not required. If you want, get it. But don't show anywhere else, anywhere in the resume. Why? You know very well. So daily 1 hour session we are going to be. Daily we are spending 1 hour. The same day you are going to be practicing for 2 hours. It will take 2 hours. 1 plus 2, total 3 hours you're going to be spent. Make promise yourself before joining this course 3 hours per day. Monday to Saturday classes. Timing is same, 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. You're going to be paying 12,000 rupees for full DevOps, full AWS for daily recordings. So this is my admin contact information. Who want to register and you want to pay the payments, please approach to them. They will help you how to pay. I'm going to be share this information in the chat box. And one more thing, it is my course content link. So what exactly we are going to be covering in this 4.5 months duration. If you open this link, you can understand. You can see here, course overview, yes. Yeah, first document is course overview. Second document, DevOps content. Guys, please wait, it is loading. So totally 20 pages of DevOps content. 20 pages of DevOps content. 10 pages of AWS content. Please revise this once. So I think each and every student are receiving this link. Offline students, you can able to take it after by end of the session. Don't worry, you can take a pic. Okay. And one more information, guys, please to all, please. So today is the last demo. So tomorrow onwards, we're going to be start regular sessions. So who missed last 2 demos, please watch from YouTube. Go for Durga Sub channel. There itself, we can find my videos with Maha. Where exactly Maha, you can watch. So tomorrow onwards, we're going to be start our regular sessions. So we will meet all of you. We will meet with a new meeting link from tomorrow. We will meet with the new meeting link from tomorrow. So meeting link, who are all paid student, meeting link, get it from it. So tomorrow onwards, I'm going to be start sharing recordings via Google. How to access, how exactly, where exactly you can able to get. I will guide you tomorrow. Tomorrow I will show you. Okay. So this is what I said. So any questions, please, all of you. So do you have any questions? Linux basics I'm going to be covering. Git not basics and Git administration. It will take 1 week. It is not a basics and advanced level. We're going to be discussing in-depth Git. Linux only basics, but Git is our tool, DevOps tool. We can't discuss as a basics and we should discuss in depth. Practically, we're going to be. It will take minimum 1 week to 10 days. Git itself. Deep discussion, deep diving into the Git. Okay. Sai. So any other question for online students? Then I'll go for offline. Are you covering microservices architecture IP get? Not required, I think, maybe. So we are going to be using Java application. So for explaining, for understanding a DevOps process, we take an example of Java projects. In Java, one of the features we call microservices. Rajendra. Fine. So Java, we have a Spring, Struts, Hibernate, MySQL, like microservices also. But we take any Java application, not only Spring, not only micro, any application. Any questions, please, all of you? I think each and every student is clarified. Shall I move to the offline? You clarified all of you online students, am I right? Yeah, fine. So online, offline, do you have any questions, please?
Virtual business, I mean, cloud is also something like a virtual business only.
Yes. Load is same. But we can't be get immediately, The point is where exactly, if it increase the load, can able to replace your physical server?
No, we can't,
but ultimately same. Yeah. But this kind of features we can't be using physical servers.
But in the case of data services, they will maintain the required hard disk, the resources.
That is your own service, We need to spend, for example, tomorrow is the 100 server required, you can keep today. How much money you can spend? And today I require 10 servers. I'm paying rent for only 10 servers. Tomorrow I am ready, I'm going to be 100 servers only. So we're going to be reduce the cost or not. Maintenance is very difficult, your own servers. Maintaining car is difficult, but getting car 500 rupees,
But data centers guys will maintain the required cars.
Yeah, definitely. That they should be maintained. They're ready. They because of Ola kept maintaining hundreds of cars, because they're engaging all the cars for 2 customers. But you are a customer. As a customer, we can't be all the cars. We can't maintain Ola cap company. As a customer, as a company, yes. As a cloud company, yes, I can do that. You want to become a cloud provider or cloud user? That is the case. That's it. Thank you. Thanks. Any questions? Yeah, APK. Yeah, please. Tushar, yes. Yeah, fine. I think so. Each and every student has clarified what is the DevOps we understood, AWS. So types of service. So tomorrow also will be resumed, but in the cloud. So we understood up to this point why cloud, but in the cloud, how exactly we can able to get a service in a real world, physically. Sorry, physical in the sense of again physical server. So practically, how exactly we can able to get a service, I will show you by tomorrow. Tomorrow onwards, our practical sessions will be started. Thanks, buddies. So we'll be continue by tomorrow.
Right, all of you. So let's connect it to management studio. What we discussed in yesterday's class, any idea, please? Anybody? Any idea? Data types discussed, right?
Right.
After that, today we have to start with the commands part. So let us see that how to work with the commands part. The same way, if you want to work with the command part, you should know how to connect it to management studio. This is management studio here we have, and from this only we are going to perform different types of commands. They are connected to new query window like this. But after connecting to new query, you have to select our database. Use database name. My database name is Suresh DB. Execute. Execution purpose, we are using this execute button. Okay. Now we connected to database. Then we have to work with remaining things. So in the beginning, Sorry. We are working with the DDL commands, data definition language commands. We are starting now. After that, we work with other types of commands. So create command. So create command is used to create tables in SQL Server environment. Because see, in SQL Server environment, data can be stored in the form of tables only. In the beginning, we are going to create table, then we are going to store data. So let us say that create table. Suppose table name I am giving it as product. What is the table name we are giving? Products. So start bracket. Inside bracket, we have to define columns because table contains columns, right? Suppose product ID integer, comma. That means in product ID column, we can store integer data, right? Next, product name column. Suppose varchar of 20 character data, maximum 20 characters. Next, order date time. Right? After that, we have color of the product, that is varchar of 20. Close bracket. Execution done. Okay, now see, here important thing is we created this table with 4 columns, right? But we can create table with maximum of 1024 columns. That is the limitation. Okay. Coming to next scenario. Now, table created means we just created only structure of the table. only structure, because table contains columns and rows, right? So we created only structure now. So how to check this structure? SP underscore help table name products. See this. That is the structure of the table we created. Right? And so next, SP underscore help is system stored procedure. It is not a DDL command, because today now we are working with the DDL command. So we feel SP underscore help is also DDL command. That's not correct. It's not DDL command only. So now next step, table already created, and I want to add new columns to the table, alter table. Adding new columns, because table already created, it is there in the database, right? Alter. Suppose alter table products, add. Suppose I want to add a sales amount integer, comma. In the same way, category varchar of 10, like this. Done. That means what happened now? We added new columns to the table. How we added new columns to the table? By using alter add command. Right. And by using alter add command, we added new columns to the table. Check it. So if you want to check it, what to do? Go for SP underscore help products, because structure, right? And if you want to check this structure, what to do? You should go for SP underscore help only. See this now. Added new columns added to the table. See here you can see added columns. In the same way, next scenario, I want to drop columns from the table. Suppose there is some column, category column. I want to delete only category column from the table. Alter drop. See this, alter table products. Drop column category. So now what happens, see that that particular column, category column dropped from the table. right? So alter drop, by using alter drop command, we dropped column from the table. If you have any doubts, sp_help products. See this, there is no category column existing in the table. Okay, now next we have product ID column. What is the data type of product ID column? Integer. So at the time of table creation, we have given product ID column data type as integer. But now I want to change data type of product ID from integer to character. What to do? Okay, na? What I'm doing, changing data type. So see, if I want to change a data type from integer to character, the column should be empty. If data is existing in the column, we cannot change data type. Okay, na? Alter table products, alter column ID, product ID, right? So just provide new data type. Suppose varchar of 10. See this. Right, and so this is the point. So now how can I check it? Tell me. So I can check it by using sp_help table name products. See this. What is the new data type of product ID? Character. Right, and so this is the way, like how we are going to alter table. So you create a table in the beginning. After that, you are going to, you just added new columns to the table and dropped column, change data type of the column. So different types of operations you performed. Right, and so now next command, truncate command. What is the purpose of truncate? Truncate command is used to delete data from the table. What it can do, only deleting data from the table. Deleting data, not structure. Of course, there is no data right now in the table, but still concept is it is used to delete data from the table. So truncate table products, done. Execution done successfully. Now, only thing is we have to check whether table structure deleted or not. See this. Table structure not deleted. It is there only structure. Please check it. Right, Amy? So next command, drop command. So drop command is used to delete the table from the database. Suppose drop table products. This is what happened, table dropped. Now sp underscore help products. There is no table. Why? It is throwing error. It is showing table does not exist. Why it is showing like that? Because table deleted. Because we dropped the table by using drop command, right? So if you want to work with the same table, what to do? You have to create it again. See this. How I'm going back like this, Control Z. By using Control Z, we can go to previous commands in Management Studio, new query. Okay, new query window. So these are DDL commands. Is it clear? DDL commands clear, or any questions, please? Right. Okay, now. So after finishing DDL, we are going to work with the DML, data manipulation language, insert command. Insert command is used to insert data into table. Suppose insert into products, values, keywords, syntax, ID, product ID, suppose P1, product name, suppose car, next order date, something date here, comma, color of the product, white color, comma, sales amount, something like this. See this data. What happened? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many columns there in the table? SP underscore help products. Oh, only 4 columns available. Let's do one thing. Let's add sales amount. Alter table products. Add sales amount integer. Now see this. Oh shit. We created table again, right? Wait. Alter table products. Alter column product ID varchar. So make it 20. Now it works. See this. Data inserted. But my question is, we used single quotes for some values, but for some values we are not used single quotes. Why? The reason, these are character data type columns, date time data, character data, number family. Not only insert command, anywhere in SQL Server, any command. While working with the character data, datetime data, single quotes are mandatory. If you are working with the number family, no need to go for single quotes. That is what the scenario. Okay. In the same way, how to insert multiple rows into table, that also we'll see. Here go for comma, start bracket. Again, no need to type insert command. Okay, na? Right. So like this. See now what's happening here? We are inserting multiple rows. See this. By using this scenario, we inserted multiple rows into this table. In the same way, suppose I want to insert null value into sales amount. So now you have to declare like this: product ID, product name, order date, right? Comma. What is the next column? Color column, I think. So values. See this. So when you want to insert null value into some column, you do like this. You have to declare columns. Suppose product ID P4, product name cycle, suppose like this. See what happened now? Row inserted. Row inserted into table, but only product ID, product name, order date, color, but no value inserted into sales amount. Means null value inserted into sales amount. Select star from products. So this command is used to retrieve data from the table. Basically, you know, the select command is not DML, it is DRL. We want to see the data, that's why I'm using this command now. Otherwise, it is not a DML command. See this. Next DML command is update. Used to update or replace old data with new data. Update product set. For example, sales amount equal to 3,000. But whose sales amount you want to update? Fine, you are going to update sales amount, that's okay. But whose sales amount you want to update? So we are writing condition where product ID equal to P4. See this. So product ID P4 product sales amount updated. If you have any doubt, say this. Updated or not? Please check it and Updated, right? So next command is delete. Used to delete the data from the table. See, we already worked with the truncate, right? Then what is truncate command? DDL commands we worked with the truncate, right? Truncate also used to delete data from the table only. But the thing is, difference is truncate command can delete only entire data from the table. Only entire data from the table. Delete command can delete selected data from the table. Suppose where, I'm sorry, product ID equal to P4NA. I'm sorry, see this. So now what happened? This command deleted only P4 product ID row from the table. Okay, now, right? But you cannot do this task by using truncate. Truncate command can delete only entire data from the table. If you have any questions, select star from products. See, this last row is not there. Why last row is not there? Because we dropped it. We deleted it. So if you want to delete the selected rows from the table, what to do? You should go for this command, truncate. So these are the DDL, DML commands we have, right, all of you. So we are in the beginning only. And I know that some of you have not installed SQL in your laptops. Some new participants also there. Please go ahead and ask training teams. They will provide you SQL Server installation videos, finish installation and create database also. So that tomorrow onwards, we can go for other things. And Friday class onwards, link is going to change. Friday class onwards, they will give you link to only paid participants. Okay, now? Right then. Okay, Madesh. We'll meet 7 class. Okay. Enrolled participants, okay, no problem. I'm just giving information to all. That's all. Right, Andy? See you tomorrow then. Right, all of you. So let's connect it to Management Studio. So what we discussed in yesterday's session, tell me please. What was the topic we discussed in the last session yesterday?
Sir, out commands, insert, update, run.
DTL, DML commands we discussed. Have you installed SQL Server? All of you? I'm asking about SQL installation. Done? Okay.
Sir, I tried to install but not success.
So you are facing errors, right, Deepak? Okay, no
Sir, I am
problem.
trying to install Ubuntu.
That's what, yeah. Okay, no problem. So let's go to next scenario today. Right. So I think we have some new participants again today. Jashwant Krishnan, you're new, right? This guy Shubham Palkar also new.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Jashwant, we already done with some sessions. Okay. So if you are okay to continue the training, we can go for backup class. I'll give you backup of those classes. Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay.
So coming to next scenario. Today we are going to work with data retrieval language. See, only command of the DRL is select statement. So basically, select statement is used to retrieve data from the tables. For example, you create a table, inserted data, updated data, deleted data. And finally, you want to see what is there in the table, right? In that case, we are going to use select statement, query part, querying data. See, we have a lot of types of select statements available in SQL environment, but basically we have 4 types. So What are those basic types? Let us see. Select star from EMB. Right. Select star from EMB. See, query executed. It retrieved entire data from the table. All columns, all rows retrieved. Right. All columns of the table, all rows. But here I'm using star operator. Star means what? Star means all columns. All columns of the table. In the same way, there is no condition in this query. Please check it. Is there any condition in the query? No. So what happened now? All columns and all rows. Right. And all columns and all rows retrieved from the. So when you are using star operator in the select statement, it retrieves all columns. Okay. Because the better to maintain clarity in the table, we have columns and rows also. Right. And columns means structure of the table. Rows means data. Right. And so this is entire data. So next step, I want to retrieve all columns, but only selected rows. What to do? Where condition? See, here we have department number column in the table. Select star from EMP where department number equal to 10. Check it, what happened. All columns retrieved only. But coming to rows only. Selected rows retrieved. Please check it. Only selected rows retrieved. The reason is you are using star operator in the query. You are using star operator in the query, so all columns retrieved. Coming to data, rows, you are writing condition, where condition. So your writing condition means what happens, it retrieves only condition satisfied data. Okay. Now, so next model, I don't want to retrieve data from all columns of the table. Right. And see, if I want to retrieve data from all columns of the table, then I have to write star operator. I have to use star operator. But here important thing is I'm not going to do like that. Suppose I want to retrieve only e-name and salary. E-name and salary from the table. What to do? So if you're using star operator, all columns will be retrieved. But I don't want to retrieve all columns. Right. So let's go for statement here. Select e-name, comma, salary from employee. See this? What happened? Only e-names and salaries retrieved. All e-names, all salaries retrieved. Please check it. Right, and all e-names and all salaries retrieved. Next model, I want to retrieve only selected e-names, selected salaries. Where condition? See this. What happened now? Only department number, ten related e-name salaries retrieved. Please check it. Selected data. Right, and that is the scenario. Right. So coming to next scenario. Now, these are the basic types of select statements. Practice. Because if you are practicing these things, you'll get clarity. Okay. So coming to next scenario. Now, we have to discuss about security part. See, while connecting to Management Studio, we selected some server name. We did some other operations also. Right. So now, at the time of connecting to Management Studio, we have to provide some credentials also. Credentials means what? Username, password. Login. So what are the different types of logins there in SQL and how we are going to work with them? I mean, how we are going to use. So these are all really important for us because we're in the beginning of so better to get some information about that knowledge. See, here we have Windows authentication login and SQL Server authentication login. Right. So now, what is the difference between Windows authentication login and this SQL authentication login? See, Windows authentication login can be used for only local connections. In the same way, while connecting to Management Studio, Windows authentication will not ask for credentials. Credentials means what? Username and password. Right. Coming to SQL Server authentication, it can be used for local connections and remote connections also. And while connecting to Management Studio, SQL Server authentication asks for login name and password. Right. So now coming to next scenario. Close this Management Studio. Open it. So now we are connecting to Management Studio, right? You can see authentications. See, select SQL Server authentication. Okay. Select SQL Server authentication. See, it is asking for login name and password. See. Connect. What happened here? You provided your login name and password. Right in. So here you can see login name also. Who connected? In the same way, close this window. Connect to Management Studio. Select Windows Authentication. See, it is not asking for any credentials. Okay, Nandi? Why? Because Windows authentication, it will not ask for any credentials. Connect. Generally, some questions will be there here. What type of authentication we use in real-time environment? That I cannot predict. Okay. That depends on your client, your organization. Right. And so different scenarios will be there. Based on different scenarios, they're going to give you Windows authentication, SQL authentication. Okay, now? Right. So this is the thing. This is enough for us from security. So what are the different authentications available? How we are going to work with them? Those things required for us. So let's connect it to Management Studio. Go to new query. So don't forget to select your database. Use Suresh DB. That means what happened now? We connected to Suresh DB. Right. And next step. We'll continue with the select statements only now, because we already started working with select statements, right? So basic type of select statements we discussed. Now we are going to work with the distinct operator. What is that? Distinct operator. So what is the purpose of distinct? See, basically, distinct operator is used to retrieve unique data from the column. For example, select salary from employee. See this. Here we have duplicate data. Right, Andy? So we have duplicate data there. Please check it. Distinct of salary I'm using now. See this now. There is no duplicate data. What happened now? Distinct operator retrieved only unique data from the column. Only unique data. Generally, we feel like data deleted. Whatever the duplicate data is there in the column, that is deleted. That is what our feeling. But that's not correct. What happened? This operator retrieved only unique data from the table. That's what happened. Please check it. Is it clear?
Sir, I have one doubt.
Tell me, please.
So you have used distinct data for salary. If there will be two data type like salary and employee name will be different, right? In that case.
So you have to apply distinct operator on individual columns.
Okay.
Right. Okay, now. Any questions?
Okay, thanks.
Anybody, please?
Sir, is it possible to take a second column as well? Salary
No,
and
that's not
employee.
possible. No,
Okay.
not possible. Yeah, tell me, Rajalakshmi.
Sir, you have used before star operator, right? So
Where?
star operator will be like for whole table it will show, is it?
Star means
Yeah,
all columns.
okay, sir. Thanks, sir.
Right. Anybody, any questions, please? Okay. Let's do one thing. Some of you have not installed SQL Server. I know that. Even database also not created. Because if you want to create a database, you need backup. Right. What we discussed in the last session, any idea, please? Hello?
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. We
Good morning.
discussed about the SQL version, Enterprise Edition, Standard Edition, SQL versions, SQL editions, and how to download the SQL and setup. I mean, not setup, just download SQL Server and SQL Server Management Studio.
Okay, right, no problem. So let's go to next scenario. Today, we are going to discuss about data types concept. So what are the different data types available in SQL and how they're going to work? That and all I'm going to. So coming to next scenario. Bharat, okay, right, okay, Bharat. So coming to next scenario. Now, database means we are going to store different types of data. For example, numbers, characters, date time data, currency values. Okay. So in this way, different types of data can be stored in databases. So now, coming to next scenario. If you want to store any type of data in SQL Server environment, you need supporting data types. Okay. So what are the data types available in SQL? That is really important. Today, I'm going to discuss about them. Tomorrow onwards, we are going to start with practicals, right? So coming to data types concept, number family. So in the beginning, we have to discuss about number family data. So number family, we have different data types again in the number family. So what are those data types in the number family? Integer. So integer means it is perfect number. It will not accept any decimal values. That is what integer concept. Perfect number means what? Without decimal values. Right? If any decimal value is there, we cannot store it in int. Next, float data type. See, in float data type, we can store only decimal values. Okay. So we have different data types to store different types of data. Right? And so now here, integer for perfect numbers, float for decimal values.
Hello. Sir, you are not audible clear.
So here we have some other data type also. Right now, I think it's okay.
Yes, okay. Sir,
Is numeric data type. This also comes under number only. Numeric of p comma s. See, numeric is data type. P comma s is length of the data type. Okay, so here P stands for precision and S stands for scale. P stands for precision, S stands for scale. So what is precision and scale? We'll go for some example. Suppose I'm giving it as numeric of 5 comma 2. Right in. So 5 is precision, 2 is scale. Here, precision indicates total digits in the number. Total digits. Scale indicates number of digits after decimal point. So total 5 after decimal 2. That means we can go for 3 before decimal, right? Suppose this is decimal point. What is the scale value? 2. Scale is 2. That means you can go for 2 digits after the decimal point. Like, so total 5 we have given 2 after decimal, so we can go for 3 before decimal. So this value is scale and the overall value is precious. This is numeric data type. Is it clear or any questions, please? Numeric data type is clear. Clear, right? So you are not asking any questions means I feel clear. Right? So these are the data types we have in number family. Next step, we are going to work with the character data. So char of length. See, this is known as fixed length character data. In the same way, it accepts alphanumeric data. Alphanumeric means what? Mixing of character and number. Mixing of character and number comes under alphanumeric. It accepts it. Then it provides a good performance also. Performance means what? Speed. Accessing speed of the databases comes under performance. Next, there is some issue with this data type and memory wastage. So when we are working with this data type, some memory wastage will be there, space wastage. But now the question is how this space wastage occurs. That is a question. I'll give you an example. See, we already discussed in SQL we can store data only in the form of tables, right? And suppose we are working with some table. Table contains ename column. For ename column, I have given data type as char of 10. That means maximum of 10 characters can be inserted into ename column. Suppose I'm inserting my name Suresh. How many characters there in this name? 6. So we are inserting 6, so it has to occupy 6 byte space in the database. But what happens, you know?
Only 6 character take. More than 6 not
6
allowed.
bytes it occupies. 6 bytes it occupies for the data, whatever we inserted into table. But extra 4 bytes it will go for blank padding. Blank padding means what happens? Null value is going to store. So unnecessarily we are going to lose data. I mean, space. See this? If it is occupying only six bytes, then no issues. But it is occupying 6 bytes for the data, whatever we inserted. Remaining 4 bytes, it is going for blank padding. And that is a problem. So because of that reason only, some data loss will be there when working with this data type. But still, why it is there in SQL? Common question, right? Because we are going to work with some fixed length columns in the database system. Fixed length means every time we are going to insert the same data. That is the meaning of fixed length. True, 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 false, false, false. This type of data we are going to insert, right? Some columns, every time same data. So those columns we are going to use this data type. Otherwise, what happens, we are going to work with varchar of length. This is known as variable length character data. It also accepts alphanumeric data. Alphanumeric means mixing of character and number. Max size 8000 bytes. Previous scenario we discussed about the fixed length character data. Even in that also we can store maximum 8000 bytes. That is the max limit. So in the same way, the only difference is no memory wastage. In this data type, what happens, whatever the data you are going to insert, it occupies memory for that only. No wastage. Right. So because of that reason only, maximum scenarios when we are working with this data type, no memory wastage will be there. That's why maximum for character data storage purpose we use varchar data type only. Okay. But remember, if you're going for char or varchar, you can store only 8000 maximum. Suppose the requirement is exceeding 8000 bytes, then what? We are going to work with varchar of max data type. So varchar of max, everything like varchar data type only. Same scenarios. Variable length character data accepts alphanumeric data. No memory wastage, but only difference is max size 2 GB. That is the only difference. Right. That is the only difference. So coming to next scenario. Now, these are the data types we have to store character data. After that, we have to work with the date time. We have different data types here. Small date time. I'm sorry. When we are working with this data type, we can store data up to 2079th year. So this is the maximum limit we have. Right, and up to 2079th year, we can store. But in the same way, we have some other data type, date time also. In date time data type, we can store data up to 9999th year. So this is the maximum limit for date time. But remember, if you're going for small date time or date time, you can store date value and time value also. Date value and time value also can be stored. So if you want to store only date, only time, even for that also we have data types like this. Because sometimes we are going to store only date values, only time values, right? So for that we can use these data types. So these are the data types we have in number family to store different types of data. Right. So coming to next scenario, we have money data type. See, what is the purpose of money data type? It is used to store currency values with the symbols. Here you can ask some question. So why you are going for separate data type? We have number family, right? We have different data types in number family, right? In number family, we can use we can store this type of data, right? Then why you are going for separate data type? Because there is some symbol, dollar symbol, check it. What is this dollar symbol? Special character. Of course, that is currency symbol, I'm accepting, but it is special character. So in number family, what happens, you cannot store characters and special characters. That is the scenario. So you want to store currency values and you want to go for calculations also. Right? You want to store currency values, in the same you want to go for calculations also. Then we are going to use this money data type. Remember, please. Then we have XML data type also. XML means like a file system. So XML storage we are going to do in SQL. There we are going to use this data type. Okay. So these are the major data types we have in SQL environment. SQL Server. So then what to do? We have to connect to Management Studio. In the last class, yesterday we have seen like how to connect it to Management Studio, because In SQL Server environment, we can store data only in the form of tables, right? So there is no other facility. So now coming to next scenario. To create tables to develop all scenarios, we need some tool. The tool name is Management Studio only. So here we have Management Studio. I already installed SQL. Enrolled participants, you can talk to training team. They will give you access to SQL installation videos so that you can complete SQL Server installation. See this. This is Management Studio environment. This is your server. So now just click on connect to button. So we connected to Management Studio. So here if you want to write queries, because generally we are working with SQL Server means we are going to write queries, right? Go to new query window. So in this window, we can write and execute queries. But before that, we have to select our database name. Suppose my database name is Suresh DB. How can I select database like this? Use Suresh DB. Execute this statement so that you'll be connected to Suresh DB database. See here you have execute button. See that. Click on this. So what happened now? You connected to Suresh DB. Right? So after doing this task, after connecting to your database only, perform other type of operations. Perform remaining operations. So coming to next scenario, installation related scenarios I discussed previously. Like who is going to install SQL Server? DBA. DBA is going to install SQL Server. After completion of the SQL Server installation only, we create database. They only create database, right? And they only. Then we are going to work with that database. Now coming to next scenario. What are the different types of databases there? Because we have different types of databases. System databases, user databases. See, you are developer. See, this training is development training. So developer cannot create new database, but at least you know like what is database, what database contains. These things better to learn, right? Am I right or not? In the same way, while connecting to Management Studio, we provide some security scenarios like the login name, password, different authentications we have. So better to learn about those things also. System databases, user databases. What is the difference? What is the purpose of system databases? Better to discuss all these scenarios. Because if you start working with the commands, queries, then you cannot go back to these things. That's why better to discuss these things in the beginning only so that you'll get perfect idea. Okay, fine. So from where we are going to start? What database contains? How data stores in the database? You'll get overall idea in the beginning only, so that the things becomes easy for you to understand, to work, right? In the same way, the language we are going to use is SQL language. SQL stands for what? Structured Query Language. So this is common language for database development. By using SQL language only, we are going to develop different databases. I mean SQL environment. In the same way, we have SQL also. SQL stands for Structured English Query Language. In the beginning, there was common language SQL only. Now it is SQL only. There is no SQL. That's why still we are writing it as SQL, but we are calling it as SQL. You also call it as SQL only. Okay. So in the same way, this language SQL contains some sublanguages. DDL, data definition language. DML, data manipulation language. DRL, data retrieval language. TCL, transaction control language. And DCL, data control language. See, your important thing is DRL commands we are going to use maximum in the project environment. Data retrieval language. So DRL means what? Retrieving data from the tables. Data retrieval language command, select command is used to retrieve data from the table. So that is regular operation. Because of that reason only, even in this training also, lot of topics there related to DRL. 7 to 8 topics there related to DRL. So you have to concentrate on that area. Even we are going to provide you maximum assignments related to DRL. I told you I'm going to provide you 200 assignments. Queries for practice purpose. So I'm giving those scenarios related to DRL. That is the importance of DRL, data retrieval language, in this training. So you have to concentrate on that area, DRL area. Okay. So this DCL area, data control language, means what are the different types of logins, authentications there, how we are going to work with them. I mean, generally when we use authentications while connecting to management studio, right? While connecting to SQL server, we are going to use different types of authentications, different types of logins. These are all we are going to use, right? And so those things also I'm going to discuss very clearly. Tomorrow I'm going to start working with DCL, data control language, security related scenarios. Very clearly I'm going to discuss. After that, I'm going to work with the databases creation. System databases, user databases, these are all I'm going to discuss very clearly in tomorrow's class, because now we have some time, but that is not enough for me to discuss those things. Even Even practical part also we are doing tomorrow. Okay. So tomorrow same time we'll start the class, and don't miss tomorrow's class. Okay. Right.
Yes, sir. Sir, I have one question. Hello.
Tell me, please. What is the question, Hemant?
Sir, there is a need every day we register. I don't get any link or
No,
drive
actually thing
access.
is still it is demo session only. That's why we are doing around 45 minutes. Okay now. Mostly
Okay, sir.
tomorrow day
So
after
when
tomorrow also will be like this. Now, as per my knowledge, Thursday onwards or Friday onwards, they're going to change the link. Then onwards, you no need to register every day. Even no need to register in the beginning also. Okay, na? Right?
okay, sir. Sir, okay. I means after 2-3 days, it will be going to start actual class.
Already some participants joined, enrolled for this training. Some of them waiting. So mostly today is Tuesday, right? Wednesday, Thursday, Friday onwards, mostly they're going to change the link. Or Thursday going to change link. That I will announce in the tomorrow's class. Better if anybody wants to continue this training, enroll with the Durga Soft so that you can get installation videos and access to Google Drive also. That's okay.
Okay,
Right.
sir.
Okay.
So actually,
Deepak,
I
tell me.
paid free.
Okay, no problem. I'll talk to training team. Okay, na?
Okay, okay.
Okay, then. See you tomorrow. Right. So, a SQL Server developer. See, so in this training part, we are going to work with the development tasks of the SQL Server. So different scenarios like tables creation, commands, queries, some programs like the stored procedures. These are all we are going to work in this training part. Okay. So I am talking about tables concept. See, in RDBMS databases, data can be stored in the form of only tables. There is no other facility. So you have to create table in the beginning. Then only you can go for data storage. So now what table contains? You are right. Okay. So what table contains? That is important. Table always contains columns. Columns means structure. In the same way, rows. Rows means date. So what is column? What is row? General confusion. See, I'll give you a simple scenario here. Suppose I'm going to create some table. Table name is products, product ID, product name, product color, sales. Okay, no? These are the columns. So now after creating this table, we are going to insert data into this table in the form of rows. So this area comes under structure, and this area, rows area, comes under data. This is what the scenario. So in RDBMS databases, the only way you can store data is table. Table always contains structure and data. Structure means what? Columns are the table. Data means rows. Rows existing in the table. Coming to next scenario. In RDBMS databases, we have some language called as SQL language. SQL stands for Structured Query Language. This is common language for database development, not only Microsoft SQL Server. You go to any RDBMS database, there you are going to work with the SQL part. Okay. That is what the scenario. So in SQL, we have sub-languages like DDL, data definition language, DML, data manipulation language, DRL, data retrieval language, TCL, transaction control language, DCL, data control language. So these are the different sub languages we have. And what we are going to you do those with those sub languages. Suppose DDL you take. Suppose we are working with DDL. Creating table. Right. So in the beginning, you started database development means you starts with the table creation only. Right. After creating table, generally what happens, sometimes we go for modifications, alter table. So alter command. That means like, suppose table already created, that is existing in the database. Now you can alter it. For example, adding new columns to the table, dropping columns from the table. So change data type of the columns. So this type of changes we are going to perform. Okay. So that is alter statement. After that, truncate statement also. I mean, these are commands of DDL. So truncate command, it is used to delete data from the table. Then we have drop. So drop command is used to delete a table from the database. Okay, we have different scenarios. See that in the beginning you are going to create table, right? So as per your requirement, you can add new columns to the table. I mean, altering table structure. Previously we discussed what is structure, and the same way what is the data. Those things we discussed previously, right? So coming to like scenario, deleting data. In the same, finally deleting complete table. Deleting complete table from the database. So these are all comes under data definition language. After data definition language, we are going to work with the DML, because after finishing data definition language, what happens? You'll get structure, proper structure, right? Because that structure is required for us. Without that structure, we cannot store data in the database. That's why in the beginning, what we are doing, we are going to work with the structure of the table. We are going to create structure of the table. Then we are going to work with the DML. Insert, update, delete. These are DML commands. Like inserting table already created, right? So now table structure is ready. So you can insert the data, storage, right? In after that, you can go for update. You can update data. Update means what? Replacement. Suppose you are working with some database. So if you want to replace it with some other data, then you can go for it. Right? So that is update command. Then we have delete operation. That is deleting data from the table. Suppose now you are working with some database, some data is existing in the table. You don't want to keep it in the table, then what to do? You can delete it. Right? And so these are the different scenarios we have. Okay. So coming to next scenario. So these are all completely, data related operations. After that, we are going to work with very important part of the training. That is DRL part, data retrieval language. The only command of the DRL is select statement. So this is for retrieving data from the table. Suppose there is some data in the table. You want to see the data. In that case, you are going to use this select statement. Right? So, maximum topics of SQL developer related to this DRLM only. I'll show you content also today only. Let me finish this thing, then we will work with content part also. Then TCL, transaction control language. So whatever the operations you are going to perform in SQL Server environment, you have to control those operations. Right? And for that purpose, we use some commands, commit command and a rollback command. Commit means what? Save operation. Suppose you did some operation, you performed some operation, you want to save that operation permanently, go for commit. In the same way, we have rollback operation. Rollback means suppose you perform some operation, you don't want to save it, you want to cancel that operation, then you are going to use rollback. So transaction control language. Transaction means what? Transaction means it is the task you are performing in your database. So in the same way, finally, we are going to work with the DCL, data control language. So data control language means it is related to logins creation, providing permissions, canceling permissions. So these are all comes under DCL, data control language. Here we have grant, with the grant and a revoke. These are the commands we have in this. So grant means providing permissions. Revoke means canceling permission. Even with grant also providing permissions, but we'll discuss more on with grant when we are discussing DCL commands practically. Okay, right. So now coming to next scenario. Let's open content once. What are the things we're going to discuss under this training? I'll give you more clarity on that. See this. This is the content we are going to discuss. So these are all, of course, basic scenarios. Introduction part. See, an important thing is SQL installation. You can install SQL Server in your laptop only. Right. The only requirement for SQL Server installation is Windows laptop. Suppose you have Windows 10 or Windows 11, directly you can go for SQL Server installation, no problem at all. Right. So coming to next scenario. I already prepared videos for SQL installation. You just please ask training team, they will give you. Then here we are going to start our commands. See this. So data definition, data manipulation, data retrieval. Commit, rollback, and buffer management means that is TCL. See that. Right. So copy table concept. So from here again select statements only. So these are all up to subqueries. These are all related to select statements. See that lot of topics. Right. So this is the scenario. So that is the importance of select statements in this training. And then we're going to work with constraints, normalization, indexes, temp table, CT, profiler. So up to this level, completely commands queries part. Completely. It's completely related to commands and queries. From here, up to this level, programming part, completely. See that. Right. So along with that, we're going to discuss some scenarios from DBA, backup restore is from DBA, database administration. So introduction to SSIS, SSRS, those things also I'm going to work. Just introduction only. Don't feel again we are going to discuss complete SSIS in just introduction of the SSIS and SSR. Like what is SSIS, what is SSRS, those things, basic things we are going to discuss. Okay. Now, generally what happens, confusion will be there. So SSIS, SSRS, sometimes we will not read completely. And we feel like complete SSIS, SSRS also they're going to teach in this training only. That is not correct. Because SSIS, SSRS is separate course, MSBA, Microsoft Business Intelligence course. Okay, na? Right. So, coming to next scenario. In SQL Server environment, complete the task, we need some tool. What is that tool? So the tool name is Management Studio. We also call it as SSMS, SQL Server Management Studio. Right. And you're already SQL Server installed. I'm opening this tool. You also install it in our laptops. So while connecting to Management Studio, here you can see server name. Right. So this is our server name. We are connecting to this server only. Now connect. So this is Management Studio environment. But here we are going to work with the commands queries, right? And so for that, you can see new query window here. See, we connected to query window. Here in SQL Server environment, what happens, we are going to work with more number of, multiple databases. That is what the scenario. That's why after connecting to Management Studio, you have to select your database name. Suppose my database name is SureshDB. Use SureshDB means you are going to select your database. That's all. So just execution purpose, you can use this execute button. See this. Or function key F5 from the keyboard can be used for execution. See, done. Right. And now only you go and perform other operations. Right. So this is overall scenario. So now what to do? You have to call running team. They will give you access on videos, installation video and database creation video. Right. So in this scenario, any new participants there today? Yashwant Krishna, world participant. Ramakrishna, you are new to this session, right? Only Ramakrishna is the new participant. All are old participants only. I think we already discussed these points, right? Everything discussed. Right. So I want to discuss some points here. Bhargav, you are DBA, right? Bhargav. I know that. I remember your name. All participants. Wait. So all participants, we are going to change link from Wednesday. Before that, if anybody, already some people enrolled, I know that. I have their names also. Other participants, if anybody wants to continue this training, enroll with this, because if Wednesday onwards, only enrolled people can attend this class. Enroll means fee paid. Fee paid. Okay, so I want to stop here itself for today, because a lot of people have not completed SQL installation. So now I will ask a list of the participants who enrolled for this training, and I will share you Google Drive access. You'll get it as SQL installation, Google Drive name. You'll get access today. Complete installation, and you'll get email also, like from database backup file, you'll get email also. There only you can see restore video, restore database also. Restore database means what? Creating database. Finish all these things. Tomorrow onwards, I'll start with the data types. Data types started means actual training started. Okay, that is the plan. Right then. See you tomorrow. Introduction to SQL Server. Right. So introduction to DBMS or DBMS. Right. I mean, basic things. Those things we already discussed. So now, today I'm going to start working with our actual scenario, that is SQL development. Right. Correct, Aish. Yeah. Coming to next scenario. Today, I'm going to work with SQL Server related scenarios. See, basically, in project environment, we are going to work with minimum 3 servers. Okay. What are those three servers? Let us see. See, this is development server. Who is going to work with development server? developers. SQL Server developers will be there. They are going to work with the development server and they're going to develop the database. See, what is the meaning of development? Creating tables, writing commands, writing queries, stored procedures. So these are all comes under development tasks. So that we do in development server on, right? So after completion of the development, your database will be transferred to QA. In QA, test engineers team will be there. Okay, na? Here they are going to test the database developed by development team. After that, database will be transferred to production server. In production server, DBA team will be there. Database administration team. They're going to take care of production server. So in this overall scenario, in development environment and QA environment, just we are going to work with only test data. Okay, now only test data we are going to use. Coming to next scenario. Important scenario here is based on data uses. We are going to work with different types of versions from SQL Server. Right. Okay, now because you take production server. In production server, we are using customers data. I mean, we are going to store customers data. Right. So production is really important for us. because most important data is part of production. Right? So now you go to development environment and QA environment. There we are not going to work with production data, just the test data only. So some features of the SQL server is more than enough for those servers. But coming to production server, we need all features of the SQL. That's why based on type of server, we are going to work with different versions of the SQL, different editions of the SQL. Right. Now let's go to next scenario. We are going to discuss about different versions available in SQL Server. We have SQL Server 2000 version. This is also known as SQL Server 8.0. Okay, now. So next we have SQL Server 2005, which is also known as 9.0. Then 2008 version 10.0. After that 2012 11.0, 2014 version we have 12.0, 2016 version 13.0, 2017 version 14.0, 2019 version 15.0. So these are the different versions we have in SQL Server to perform different types of tasks. So generally, if you have Windows 10 operating system, go for SQL Server 2019 only, right? Because compatibility is also really important for us. Compatible operating systems is required for us. In the same way, if you have SQL Server, Windows 11 operating system, nowadays Windows 11 coming, right? with laptops. If you have Windows 11 operating system, latest version is going to release. Of course, already available from SQL Server, that is 2022. Go for SQL Server 2022. So these are all you can directly download from Microsoft, just for practice purpose only. Trial version is available. You can download them and you can install them. So coming to next scenario, I told you based on edition, based on server type, we are going to work with the different editions of the SQL Server. That is Enterprise Edition. See, Enterprise Edition is top end edition of the SQL Server, right? So top end edition means it contains each and every feature of the SQL Server, which is required for us to perform database production storage related scenarios. That means maximum scenarios for production server, right? And maximum scenarios for production server, we are going to use Enterprise Edition only. Coming to next scenario, we have Developer Edition. Of course, in between we can go for some other edition, that is Standard Edition. The major difference between Enterprise Edition and Standard Edition is cost will be reduced. Of course, features also going to reduce. Some people are going to use Standard Edition for production, but maximum what we do, we are going to use Enterprise Edition only for production purpose, right? After that, we have Developer Edition. Middle range, limited cost, limited features. Generally for QA purpose and development purpose, we use Developer Edition of the SQL Server. After that, we have Express Edition. See, Express means, it is completely free edition. You can directly download it from official website of the Microsoft Corporation. But Express Edition can be used for only practice purpose. Real-time purpose, we cannot use Express Edition. Okay. Real-time purpose, we use Enterprise Edition, Standard Edition, or Developer Edition, but not Express Edition. Remember, please. Right. In the same way, let me show you how to download this one. Of course, I already prepared installation videos, but still I want to show you how to go for downloading SQL software for practice purpose. SQL Server. In search button, type it as like this: SQL Server 2019 download. Go to downloads website. But we are redirected to 2022. If you click on this download button, download under developer, but not express. See that here it is showing developer edition, express edition. Even this developer edition is also trial version for us, practice purpose only. Okay. So you can download it and install. Okay. Now, an installation video I will share. Next, after completion of the SQL Server installation, you have to go for Management Studio download. SQL Server Management Studio. Go to this website. Here you can see this 19.0. Previous version of the Management Studio 18, now it is 19. You download this version of the Management Studio and you can go for installation. Right. So in the beginning, what we do, we go for SQL Server installation. After completion of the SQL Server installation, we are going to download Management Studio and we are going to install Management Studio. Right. And so after finishing this Management Studio installation, we are going to install, we are going to create database for practice purpose. So I will give you that database backup file. And coming to next scenario, the tool. What is the tool we are going to use to interact with SQL databases? Tool name is Management Studio tool. In shortcut, it is also known as SSMS. SQL Server Management Studio. So this is the tool we are using to interact with SQL databases and perform different types of operations. Now here we have Management Studio environment. Just click on Management Studio. This is your server. Connect. So this is Management Studio environment. You go to New Query. See this, where I'm clicking New Query. So after clicking on New Query, you have to select your database. Suppose my database name is SureshDB. Use SureshDB. That means I'm going to connect to SureshDB database. Use SureshDB means what? I'm going to connect it to SureshDB database. See, we have written some command here. How to execute this command? See here, you can go for execute button. See, like this. So even this tool is also we install after completion of the SQL installation, right? So in this way, we can connect it to databases in Management Studio, and we can perform different types of operations in Management Studio, right? This is the way like how we are working. And coming to next scenario. Now you have to go for SQL installation, and you have to perform different types of scenarios here. So now tell me how many of you done with SQL installation, please? Aish, you attended my previous classes, right? Deepak attended. Hemant, you also attended, right?
Yes, sir.
Pallavi, have you attended my previous classes? I mean, demo session only. Last week we did demo. Pallavi, I cannot hear you. Message, please. Rajalakshmi, I think you attended demo, right?
No, sir.
No,
No,
okay.
this is my first class. Yeah.
Saurabh Edo? Saurabh? Okay, no problem. Let's do one thing. Installation is important. Try to go for installation of the SQL today, because next step we have to start working with practical scenarios. That's why I'm requesting you all go for SQL installation. So because if you face any issues with SQL installation, I can help you. That is the reason. Next class, I can help you in SQL installation. That is what my plan. Right? Clear, girl. So let's do one thing. So take it as new participants, you take it as demo. Old participants continuation class, right? Anyhow, I'm going to start practical part from tomorrow. Lengthy sessions will be starting from tomorrow only. Okay, na? Right then. See you tomorrow. Today we are going to work with Power BI introduction part. So before going to, basically Power BI is data analysis tool, data analyst position, analyzing data, creating reports. That is comes under Power BI basically. So before going to discuss about Power BI, so better to discuss some scenarios related to what is database, what is data warehouse. These things really important for us. See, this is database. So what is the purpose of databases? See, databases are used to store different types of data. So data storage purpose, we use these databases, right? Coming to next scenario. To store data, we can go for files also. Different types of files available in the market. We can use those files for data storage purpose. Why we are going for databases? This is common question. See, when we are working with the databases, security, performance, and storage capacity. These are really important for us. So these scenarios can be provided by only databases. File system cannot provide these scenarios. So security, data level security also. For example, you are working with some database. What about data level security? Performance. Performance means the speed. Accessing speed of the databases comes under performance. In the same storage capacity, because in real-time environment, we are going to work with the terabyte size of the databases. So their top level storage management is also really important for us. So these are all can be provided by only databases. That's why generally to store data, we use different databases. Even not only data storage, even you can modify data. Anytime you can modify data and you can perform data retrieval operations. These are all can be done in RDBMS databases. So that is the reason why we are going for databases basically. Coming to next scenario. So basically this Power BI is related to data warehouse. So what is data warehouse? What is the difference between databases and data warehouse? Better to discuss those scenarios also. For example, this is my data source, means database. Basically, this database is volatile database. Volatile means anytime you can connect it to database and you can modify. So anytime you can modify data in the database means it contains only current data. Only current data will be there in these databases. So what is the tool you are going to work? Data analysis tool, Power BI. So we cannot use this type of data, current data, for data analysis purpose. Right. So if you are working with current data to perform data analysis, it is like, time consumption will be there. So this type of issues, performance related issues will be there. That's why we are not going to use that type of data to perform these activities. So we need some other environment which maintains historical data. Historical means without modifications, non-volatile. Volatile means what? Modifications. We need some environment where we can avoid these modifications. We can maintain historical data. That we call it as a data warehouse database. So this is a non-volatile environment. So what we are doing, we are going to copy data from data source to data warehouse environment. Data source to data warehouse environment. Right. And so the major difference between data source databases, and data warehouse is volatile and non-volatile. So because of non-volatile property in data warehouse environment, we store historical data. So that is required for us to perform data analysis. That means suppose you copy data from different data sources to data warehouse environment. After that, you cannot make any changes to data. If data is there in the source, then only you can modify it. If data copied from source to data warehouse environment, you cannot make any modifications. Right? So data warehouse environment is especially for data analysis purpose, report creation purpose. Okay, that is data warehouse. So now my next question is, I said like Power BI is related to data warehouse. Power BI is related to what? Data warehouse. So how it is related to data warehouse? Let us see that now. See, for example, this is your Power BI environment. So what are the operations we are going to perform in Power BI from the beginning? From the beginning, what type of operations we are going to perform in Power BI? Copy data. In the beginning, we are going to copy data from different data sources to Power BI environment. So copy data is not going to modify anything. For example, you have some table in the source. You are going to copy table from source to Power BI. That is not going to modify, right? So copy data is not going to make any changes to your database. Non-volatile. So copy data is not going to modify, right? Next scenario. Transform data. So generally transform data, next DAX, next visualization creation. So generally these are the major operations we are going to perform in Power BI. Okay, fine. But the problem, the thing is, Power BI also non-volatile environment only. We are not going to make any changes to data even in Power BI. But when I'm talking about copy data, transform data, DAX data, you feel like data is going to modify. That is not correct. I'll tell you the reason. Copy data I already explained. Transform data. Basically, we use transformations to bring data into required format. See, simple scenario. After copying data or while copying data, you are going to work with the transformations, right? For example, we have some table products in this source, and this table contains some column sales amount. Now, I'm going to copy same table from source to Power BI. Products table with what? Sales amount column. Okay, na? But it is not plain copy. So plain copy directly copy and save. That's all. But it's not. It's not plain copy. We have something different requirement here. Suppose sales amount is greater than 3,000, then only copy. I got my requirement right. Suppose sales amount is greater than 3,000. Otherwise, don't copy. Then what to do? I write some condition. See, there we have some condition there. What is the condition? Sales amount is greater than 3,000. By writing this condition, we are going to copy data, required data. So what happens? Only salary greater than 3,000 data will be, sales amount greater than 3,000 data will be copied. That means what you are doing here, you are just copying only required data from source to Power BI. Are you modifying anything? Anybody please tell me. Are you modifying anything here? No, we are not modifying anything. It is not modifying anything. Just what it is doing, it is copying only required data. So it is non-volatile operation. So this type of operations comes under transformations. What it is? Transformation. Right? And so next scenario, now it's clear. Transformation is not going to modify anything. This is only for data transformation purpose. I mean, bring data into required format purpose only. No doubt. Right? Coming to next scenario, DAX. DAX stands for Data Analysis Expressions. Formula language. We use DAX for data related calculations purpose. Right? In databases, we are going, not databases, in Power BI environment, we are going to perform calculations. Different types of calculations we are going to perform. You can ask some question here, sir, why we perform calculations in databases, tell me. In data warehouse, tell me. Common questions. For example, you copied products table with sales amount column from source to Power BI. So now you are going to create some report. See, what is the final scenario we are doing in Power BI? Report creation only, dashboards creation only, right? Finally, in Power BI, what we are going to do, tell me, reporting. Report creation, dashboard creation, we are going to do. Right? Okay, fine. You copied data, you transformed it. Now you are going to create some report. You have sales amount column, but this is monthly sales amount. What type of sales amount column is available? Monthly sales amount is available. But your report, you need yearly sales amount. Sales amount into 12. You are doing some calculation here. What's the calculation? Sales amount into 12. Because you need annual sales amount to create report. You don't have annual sales amount in our environment. You have only monthly sales amount. So you have to do some calculation. So doing like this. But we do this calculation by using DAX function. Right? And by using DAX functions only, we are doing these calculations. So is it going to modify anything in the database? No. It is not modifying anything. So totally what I'm trying to explain, Power BI is pure data warehouse environment. In Power BI, we are not going to perform any data modifications because it is non-volatile environment. You just perform copy data, transform data, DAX data, any type of operations. But ultimately, these are only for bring data into required format because we are going to create reports, dashboards, some format of the data is required for us. For that format of the data, we are going to perform transformations and DAX functions. That's my point. And next, visualization area. Visualizations means what? Creating reports. Different types of reports we are going to create. Right? In the same way, need more clarity on this Power BI environment, what we are going to do.
Your voice is breaking, sir.
How is it now? Is it okay now? Okay.
Yes, sir, it's fine now.
Right. So generally in Power BI environment, we are going to work with the different scenarios like this. Right. And in the beginning, we have some data source. For example, what is our data source? For example, SQL Server database. Just assumption. From SQL Server data source, we are going to copy data into Power BI desktop environment. What is the tool name? Power BI desktop. So whatever the operations I discussed till now, like copy data, transform data, DAX data, creating visualization, these are all we are going to perform in Power BI desktop only. So major development we are going to perform in Power BI by using desktop only. So after finishing your development here, you are going to publish your work. Whatever you developed, you are going to publish. Because why we are developing all these things, tell me, because of customers. Right? Okay, now? To share customers, we are going to do these development activities. So from Power BI desktop, you cannot share anything to customers. This is only for development purpose. So after finishing development, you're going to publish. Your published work is going to store in Power BI service. From Power BI service, we are going to share them to customers. Even we are going to create a dashboard in this service environment only. So dashboard means what? It is collection of different visualizations, related visualizations. So this is a user environment, end user environment. Some application will be there, some other environment will be there. Now what you are doing, you are developing these things here, you are going to publish them to service, right? And from service, you are going to share them to users. See, here important thing is coming to desktop environment. Here only we have building blocks of the Power BI. So building blocks of the Power BI are Power Query, Power Pivot, and Power View. Power BI development means these activities only. No doubt. Power Query, Power Pivot, and Power View. So Power Query means transformations area. This is transformation area. Power Pivot means DAX. DAX, data modeling, creating relationships between tables, defining cross filters. These are all comes under Power Pivot. So this area is purely related to data operations. That's why we say copy data, transform data, DAX data. We are going to perform these tasks directly on data. Because before going to create report, you have to bring data into your required format. Because see, you are working with some scenario, some project means some requirements will be there, right? Based on requirements only, you are going to work. Then we have Power View also. Power View means what? Visualization creation. So Power View concept is different. That means overall Power BI development, we have data related operations and visualization creation operations. Right? So now coming to next scenario, prerequisites. What are the prerequisites there for this training? SQL queries part is required. Transformations, DAX, purely coming from SQL queries part. No doubt. In the same way, data warehouse concepts knowledge is also required for us. See, SQL queries we are going to discuss in this training only. Data warehouse concepts also we are going to discuss in this training only. Right? So you no need to go for some other training. In the same way, if you are ready to learn complete SQL developer, Power BI participant can attend complete SQL development class also. Right, and that is also available in this institute, Durga Sir. Clear? But remember, you go for data warehouse or database related scenarios, whatever it. Database development or data warehouse. SQL queries knowledge is required, no doubt. Some people says that if you know basics of the SQL, you can work. How can you work? You're going to work with real-time environment. Basic knowledge, how can you perform operations still? Am I right or not? Straight question. Not my point. So these are all. And I said power pivot. Power pivot means we are going to work with the data modeling concept there. Right, Andy? Data modeling concept means we are working with fact table, dimension tables concepts. Because see, those concepts are coming from data warehouse. Because in the beginning, we started with the data warehouse. Of course, database we started, then we discussed about data warehouse. So to work with some scenarios of the Power BI, we need data warehouse concepts. That's why we are going to work with those things also. So these are the prerequisites. We are going to discuss prerequisites in this training only, no doubt. So coming to next scenario, we have to discuss more on process. What are the scenarios we are going to discuss and what we are giving some project also. What project we are giving, what we are going to learn in this project, that and all we'll discuss in tomorrow's class. Same time, same link. Now, that's all for today from my end. Any questions, please go ahead. If you have any questions, please go ahead. Anybody? You can unmute and talk to me, or you can send messages also. We have chat facility. Please. Tomorrow's class, I'm going to discuss more on these things, somewhat related to real-time scenarios. Also, I'm going to discuss in tomorrow's class. Please go ahead. Any questions, please? What happened there? No questions? Nobody asking questions?
Yeah, I have one question. Hello, hello, hello.
Yeah, please, Srinu. I can hear you. Srinu, I can hear you.
Yeah. So when we attend this class, yeah. When we attend this class, we're going to do some real-time scenarios in the real work environment. Sure.
See, Srinu, one thing is important. Real work environment you can get easily. See, real work environment you can get only in our job, in our project only. When you are attending any training, don't expect that, frankly speaking. Okay, now? What we can provide,
Okay.
we can guide you towards real-time environment, but we cannot show real-time environment because it is training environment, right? Okay, now? We are giving project. Project means you'll get idea. Okay, fine, what we are going to do in real time. Process you are going to learn. Okay, now? Right? Right. Anybody, please? Any questions? Any? Okay. Right then. Let's do one thing. Let's meet tomorrow with remaining things. After finishing tomorrow's class, you'll get more clarity. Right. In yesterday's class, we discussed about some scenarios related to Power BI introduction part. And we discussed what are the things we are going to do in Power BI. Clear-cut information we discussed. So today, we are going to discuss about more related scenarios here. Suppose you are going to work with some project, right? In this project, I mean, Power BI related project. I'm talking about Power BI project only. In that project, what are the different scenarios we're going to do? And from where the project is going to start. These are all really important. Now, in the beginning, copying data. We are going to work with different data sources. From data source, we are going to copy data, then we're going to transform. Different things will be there. See, your important scenario is so we have some data source, Power BI desktop, Power BI service, end user related scenarios. Suppose this is our data source. From this data source, we're going to copy data. Right. And so maximum scenarios, what happens, you are going to work with some data source means it will be database only. Maximum SQL server database will be there. Okay. So coming to next scenario. From data source, we are going to copy data into desktop. In this desktop only, we are going to transform, right? And DAX, different scenarios we are doing it. See, an important point is, for example, we have some table here in the source. Oh, every time why I'm talking about tables, because in RDBMS databases, in the same in Power BI, data is going to store in the form of tables only. There is no other facility, right? In the beginning, we are creating tables and we are going to store data in the form of tables only. That is the point. Clear? And so coming to next scenario. Suppose we have some tables here. You take regular table. Suppose you have employee table and a department table. So in these tables, we have common column department number. Okay, now listen carefully, please. We are going to copy data from employee table, department table. What is the common column we have in these tables? Department number. So here important point is, if you are working with these two tables individually, lot of burden will be there, right? Suppose you have two tables and you are going to work with two different scenarios, means number of operations will be more and even burden will be more on our server. So that is going to create troubles to us. Okay. No? That's why what we are doing, here you have different tables copying from source to Power BI, and here you have common column also. So now we can perform some transformation called as merge transformation. So by using this merge transformation, we can combine data from these tables. Suppose here you have two tables, right? You are going to copy data from these two tables. And what we are doing, we are going to combine the data. So how we are going to combine the data here? By using transformation merge. So why we are going to combine the data? See, working with less number of tables always better than working with more number of tables. Remember that point. Okay. So here what's happening? Initially, when the data is there in the source, there are different tables. Right, Andy? When data is there in the source, they are what? They are different tables. So multiple tables, right? When you are going to copy data, and when you perform this combined transformation, merge transformation, right? They are only single table. Okay. So now what's happening, by doing this transformation, merge transformation, we are going to combine the data. In the same way, we are going to minimize number of tables. Am I right or not? We are going to minimize number of tables from 2 to 1. 2 to 1 only. Please check it. Right in. So now after finishing this transformation, merge transformation, if you want to create any report by taking data from single table, you can go for report creation because you combine data. But just assume that you have not done with any merge operation. There are two different tables still. Still there are two different tables. You're going to create report so that you have to access data from two different tables only. Am I right or not? Okay, now listen carefully. Very important real-time scenario I'm discussing now. Okay. So your important point is so simple logic. What we are doing here, we are minimizing number of tables. So burden will be minimized. So performance will be increased. That is the key point we are discussing. So after doing this task, generally we are going to create report. If any DAX is required, we perform DAX. Otherwise, we are going to create report. Fine. See, important point is, yesterday I discussed, your data source is volatile. And our data warehouse is non-volatile. This is the point we discussed yesterday, right? Some of you attended yesterday's class. Some new participants there today. Non-volatile means, for example, data copied from source to Power BI environment. Done. You performed transformation much, and you go ahead and create report. That's fine. No problem. But after creating report or before creating report, right? Anand? After creating report or before creating report, if source is modified, we have employee table, department tables in the source, we copied them to Power BI. Then only we perform transformation and we created report. That's what we are doing. For example, your source is modified. You created report. Source is modified. Right. Now, whatever the data modified in the source, that should be copied to Power BI. That should be reflected to your report. Right. So why I'm discussing this point, you are new to this environment. Generally, you feel like we copied data, transformed data, created report. There ends the matter. That is not correct. Initially, we are going to take copy of the data from this source. We are creating report. Of course, we are performing transformation stacks. After that, refresh will be there. So refresh means whatever the modifications done in the source, they should be copied into Power BI. They should be reflected into report and visualization and dashboards also. So that is the importance of transformation. Not only much transformation, we have different types of transformations there. Basically, much transformation is joins concept of the SQL. In yesterday's class, I discussed some points. What are the prerequisites there for Power BI? SQL Server queries part and data warehouse concepts. So these transformations coming from SQL only, SQL queries only. Right? So now we got some idea what we are doing with the transformations. Okay. So after that, we are going to work with some DAX. For example, DAX also I'll give you some scenarios. Suppose you have source here. From source, you have some table employee. Okay. Employee table means generally what will be there in employee table? Employees information will be there, data. You copy table, some source to desktop, Power BI desktop. So employee table, salary column, there is no null value. Commission column, we have null value. So now you want to do some report, you want to create some report, that is in that report you want to go for total salary. What is total salary? Salary plus commission is comes under total salary. That is the meaning, right? You have salary and commission means what is the meaning of total salary? Salary plus commission. In this scenario, so now we cannot perform any type of operation with null values because nobody knows what is the value of null. Suppose I'm doing it like salary plus commission. If commission is null, total value you are going to get it as null. There is no null value in there is no null value in salary column, but you are doing operation with null value, right? So you'll get total null. Right? So that is really important for us. So here we have to do some conversions or calculations. But still, because see, I want to complete this task here. I want to work with commission from commission salary plus commission. Contains null values, but still I want to work with that. How to do that task? You got my point, right? So in this case, what you are doing, here you are going to use some function. Suppose seasonal of commission comma 0. This seasonal function is going to convert null value into 0. For example, you have null value in the commission column, then it is going to convert. Seasonal function is going to convert null value into 0 temporarily. Up to completion of this query. So if that query execution completes, then you are going to finish your task, right? For that, we are using DAX, data analysis expressions. DAX functions. What is seasonal? Seasonal is functional. Seasonal is functional. We are working with DAX functions only. Purpose of the DAX. So then you're going to create visualization, report. Even one thing, after completion of this, if any modifications done in the source, those modifications will be copied to Power BI from source in the same, they'll be copied to DAX, then they'll be copied to report also. That we call it as refresh concept. Tomorrow I'm going to discuss that refresh concept. Refresh data. Refresh data means copy latest modifications done in the source to Power BI environment. If you already created report with that data in Power BI, even that report also gets modifications, refreshed modifications. Right, Annie? So these are really important. So coming to next scenario, yesterday I discussed some points here. Data modeling concept, Power BI modeling. What is that Power BI modeling? 1 second. So modeling means relationships. Relationships between tables. Previously, we discussed about joins, merge. That is not relationship. So different tables data you are going to combine. That's what we did. But now the scenario is different. Here what we are doing, suppose you have employee table, department table, common data, department number, common column. Right, Andy? So you are going to copy everything. Employee table, department table with common column, you are going to copy. From source to Power BI. Right, Andy? Even after copying, you're going to store those tables in Power BI environment permanently, right? So there also we should go for relationship between tables. Because these tables contains common data, right? And common column. So relationship between tables we are going to establish. Previously I discussed about merge concept, that is different concept. Merge concept is different. Because merge combined data. Now we are not going to combine. They are separate tables, different tables only. Even inside Power BI also, we are going to store them as different tables only. But relationship we are going to establish. What is the advantage of creating relationship between tables? Number of operations are going to minimize. For example, you are creating some report. Generally, in Power BI environment, you are going to create report means you are going to use data from different tables for creating that report. You're going to use data from different tables to create that report, So then these tables are related tables. Then time consumption is going to minimize, right? Easy access will be created, right? So that means performance will be increased. Performance means what? Speed. Report speed will be generated. That is what client required. You are creating report. Report creation is not enough. Lot of things you need to provide to that report, especially, security, performance, these things. Security is different thing that we can do, no problem. Performance is important. Accessing speed is important. How you are going to provide it? So these are all. There are many ways to improve performance, right? And so the major scenarios I discussed yesterday, building blocks of the Power BI. What are the building blocks we discussed? Power Query, Power Pivot, Power View. Power Query transformation area. Power Pivot means relationships between tables, modeling, DAX, that and all comes under that. Then report creation. Suppose you created some report. Different scenarios will be there in this report creation. Creating report, then formatting report, then filter report. 3 different scenarios you are going to work in the report. So you are going to take data and creating some report here. Then you have to format visualization. Different themes, different layouts, backgrounds, colors, fonts, size. So general formatting, visual formatting, different things will be there. You have to make that report attractive, right? That we are going to do with formatting. Then filtering data inside report. Suppose you created some report. How to filter data? For example, now we discussed different employees, different departments. So you created report with all employees, all departments data. Now there is some person, some user wants to see particular department number related data. So you have to provide access to that department number data only, right? So this type of requirements will be there. For that we are going to use filters. Filtering data. So previously I discussed some points. Transformation. So DAX also given some real-time example. And now this filter concept. Group by class, where class, having class, after by class. These are all filters only, right? So these are all coming from SQL Server queries part only. Right? So Power Query, Power Pivot to Power View. Same order we are going to follow. Suppose you created some report, then if you want to make changes to that report, you can edit that report. You can edit and you can make changes to the report. That is also possible, don't worry. In the same way, this is desktop, right? Here, whatever the things up to now I discussed in today's class, we are going to perform them in this desktop environment only. So after finishing your work from here, you're going to publish it into Power BI service environment. This is service. This Power BI service, I can say it is like, to share your work to customers. To share your work to customers. In the same way, dashboard creation is also really important. So maximum projects we are going to create dashboards. Dashboards we can do in Power BI service only. Here only sometimes we are going to create deployment pipelines. Deployment, what is the deployment pipeline? Development, then testing, then production. So in the beginning, development will be done. Then it goes to test environment. Then it goes to production. So the deployment pipelines creation and creating apps. Apps creation is important. So app means what? It contains some visualizations and dashboards. Collection of visualizations, dashboards already developed. We call them as apps. Right? And even in real time, what happens, you know, if you're working with real time project, sometimes they will develop their own visualizations, dashboards, and they are going to give them to us in the form of content, like for example, organizational apps, organizational services. What they contains? Visualizations, reports, and dashboards they contains. We can use them. We can design them or we can arrange them for the customer's purpose. So these are all we are going to work here. So after finishing these things, we are going to work with integration. Integration means generally we are not going to do anything. Nowadays we got some concept here. Embedding Power BI visualization with some application. For example, I give you a simple example. Suppose you are attending some exam, online exam. How you are writing exam? By using some application. They will give you some user account, you are connecting to their application and you are going to finish your exam. Am I right or not? In this scenario, after finishing your exam, they will give you some report there. So total marks, percentage, where you scored more, where you scored less. This type of graphs kind of visualizations they are going to give you. Where you are accessing those visualizations in the application only. But those visualizations not created in application. Application is just user purpose, user access purpose. Right? And so they are developed in some reporting tool, like for example, Power BI, based on the data. That is really important for us. So how to embed that report? Like just information. Your role is up to service only. Embed is not related to Power BI developer. But still, if you know something extra, that will really good for you, right? So little bit about embedding Power BI reports, Power BI dashboards into applications. Internal users purpose, external users purpose. So what are the licenses required? What are the security scenarios required? Something real-time environment. So these type of things we are going to discuss under this training. End-to-end training. So at the ending, I'm going to give you some projects for practice purpose. One or two projects I'm going to provide you. You can use them for practice purpose. Clear? So these are all we are going to do. So I think you got some clarity now, end to end, what we are doing in Power BI. The major scenarios of the Power BI development are copy data, transform data, DAX data, and visualization creation, dashboard creation, publishing. These are all comes under major scenarios. So if you know something about app design, creating app, designing means it's not like application development, and you don't worry about the coding or kind of nothing. App designing means what? You developed some visualization, some reports, some dashboards. By using them, you're going to create some application, app. We're going to do that. We're going to develop it. So you'll get more knowledge there, more idea about real-time environment. How you're going to work out the things in real-time environment. That is required for us. Subject is okay, no problem. If you're practicing, you'll get subject, no doubt. But scenario is important, right? Even DAX also will go for in-depth of the DAX. We have different types of DAX functions, differences between DAX functions, depth of the DAX. These are all we are going to discuss. So now tell me if you have any questions related to this training, please. Any questions, please? Anybody? Amit, Ashish, Srenu, Vaibhav, Vijay, you attended yesterday's class. But other participants are new to this. Vineet and Vikas. Vikas, you attended yesterday's class? Tulasi new, I think. Sarita also new.
No, sir.
Dhananjay. All right. Any questions, please?
I actually wanted to ask, but I didn't want to disturb you before. So when I registered for this, today was the first class. That's what I was assuming.
See,
But
yesterday I discussed the introduction part, Vikas. Don't worry about that. You have not missed anything, okay?
okay,
Just what is database, what is data warehouse, those things only I discussed. We will give you that recording also. Don't worry about that, okay? No?
okay. Only question being like in the future when we are to do the project and everything, I was reading the prerequisites were SQL Server knowledge beforehand.
Yes, yes.
So how much of that would play a part in this?
Actually, SQL Server complete queries knowledge is required because we have different types of query concepts in SQL environment. All those query concepts required for us. Because of that reason only, in Power BI class, we are going to discuss SQL. And if you want, you can attend separate SQL class also. Complete SQL Server training you can attend if you have free time. So that we are doing morning 6 o'clock now. Power BI, sorry, SQL Server development class. Complete end-to-end SQL development will be there. And Power BI class at 5 p.m. Okay, no? Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Anybody, please? Any questions? Okay. Let's do one thing. Let's meet tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to start with Power BI scenarios. Okay, na? Right then. See you. In yesterday's class, we discussed about some scenarios like complete details about the project environment and how it is going to work in real time. Every scenario we discussed in the last session, yesterday's class. And coming to next case. We are going to discuss about the introduction part of the Power BI practical environment. I mean, Power BI desktop. The major tools in Power BI environment we are going to work are Power BI desktop, Power BI service. Okay. So Power BI desktop is for development purpose. Complete development activities of the Power BI we are going to perform in Power BI desktop environment only. Okay. So I'll show you how to install Power BI desktop. Even I'll help you in SQL Server installation also. You don't worry about that. And coming to next scenario. Basically, in Power BI environment, real time we are going to work with licensed software. But now, practical purpose in this training environment, we are going to work with free software. So we have different versions of the Power BI. Now, what are the versions there? Kiran, tell me, Kiran. Any questions? Right. Free version, pro version, and premium version. So these are the different versions of the Power BI we have. So coming to next scenario. Free version, directly we can download it from official website of the Microsoft Corporation, and we can use it for practice purpose. No doubt. Coming to next step. Pro version, premium version. Pro version of the SQL Server, premium version of the SQL Server, they are, you know, licensed softwares. So generally when you are working with real-time environment, real-time project, so we are going to work with the pro version of the SQL and premium version of the SQL. Sorry, Power BI. That's okay. See, pro version, premium version, license. That means if you want to work with those versions, you have to purchase license. Then only you can work with them. That's fine. But when we are going to work with the pro version and premium, what is the difference between pro version and premium version? So that is really important. Forget about free. Free means that is only for practice purpose. Real time purpose we cannot use. Project purpose we cannot use free version of the SQL Power BI. Right. Coming to next scenario. Now, pro version, generally what happens, you know, when you are working with the gigabyte size of the data, hundreds of the users, right? And in that scenario, we are going to work with the pro. I mean, middle level cost. Premium version, when you are working with the terabyte size of the data, in the same way, thousands of the users, then you are going to work with the premium version of this Power BI. But what is going to change means, yesterday we discussed about some scenarios. storage capacity, number of users. That is really important. Right. Pro version, premium version. So the only difference is like, storage capacity in the same way. User capacity, number of users. So this point is really important in the beginning. And coming to next scenario. Initially, you're going to create some data set. Data set in the sense of data, whatever the tables that and all you're going to copy from source to Power BI environment, we call it as data set. So now, coming to next scenario. One second, 1 minute, please, all of you. Right, coming to next scenario. Now, you're copying data, you're going to create data set inside Power BI. Okay, so two things we have to discuss here. Because we're in the beginning only, better to maintain clarity from the beginning. Otherwise, what happens, it is going to create a lot of confusion. Here we have something like a data source. Assume that your data source is SQL Server. So in the same way, this is your Power BI environment. Okay, na? Fine. You're going to copy data from data source to Power BI environment. So I said like data source is SQL Server. What is SQL Server? Microsoft RDBMS database. How data is going to store in Microsoft RDBMS databases? Tables format. Maintain clarity. So you are going to copy data from data source to Power BI. Means you are going to copy table from data source to Power BI. Clear? Right? Even in Power BI environment also, data is going to store in the form of tables only. Right? And so now next question we can ask, like what table contains? Generally, table contains structure and data. Structure means columns, data means rows. Okay, better what is structure, what is data, that also will give you clarity. See, for example, here we have some table. Suppose table name is what? Products. So in this table, we have different columns like this. Suppose column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4, like this. Okay, na? So now this area is comes under structure of the table. Right, Andy? Structure of the table. See, after creating structure, what we are doing, we are going to insert data into table like this in the form of what? Rows. This is rows. That's why we say like what is table means it is collection of columns and rows. We say like that. This area is comes under what? Data. So this is structure of the table. This is data of the table. Structure means what? Columns. Data means what? Rows. Got my point, all of you? So maintain clarity. So now coming to next scenario. We have table here. Table contains these things. The same table we are going to copy from source to Power BI. And structure and data. Everything is going to copy from source to Power BI. So coming to Power BI environment, we call structure as metadata, rows data as physical data. Okay, Nene? So little terminology is going to change between your data source and the Power BI. So in SQL environment, we call it as structure, and coming to Power BI environment, we call it as metadata. In the same way, in SQL environment, we call it as data. Coming to Power BI environment, we call it as physical data. Right? Same concept. Concept is not going to change, but terminology is going to change. Okay, na? So this is the point. Okay, that's fine. See, next question is, so format of the data. Format of the data is clear. Table only. Table contains metadata, physical data. And one more important point. You have to concentrate on Power BI. SQL is not so important for us. Queries part important because we are not going to develop any SQL environment, right? Just we are going to take data from SQL environment, but we are going to develop everything in Power BI environment. So concentrate on Power BI environment. And coming to next scenario, format of the data is clear. Tables format. Even terminology is also clear. Metadata, physical data, done. Right? And but what is storage mode? Where inside Power BI, where the data is going to store? Why I'm asking this question, SQL server is database. Purpose of the SQL server is data storage only, right? And purpose of the SQL server is data storage only. So no need to discuss much about that. But coming to Power BI, it is not database, right? It is data analysis and report creation tool. Some data warehouse tool. So in this data warehouse tool, where the data is going to store, that is important. That is my question. See, we have some cloud environment called as Azure. This is from Microsoft only, Microsoft cloud environment only. Azure cloud, right? Metadata is going to store in Azure SQL environment. Physical data is going to store in Azure BLOB formatted. So BLOB means Azure Data Lake. Physical data is going to store in Azure blob format. Metadata is going to store in Azure SQL format. Remember, here you'll get some doubts. So we don't know anything about Azure because we are working with Power BI development only. Do I need to learn anything about Azure also? No need, because see, storage is different. Storage purpose, separate team will be there. Azure team will be there. They're going to take care of storage. So, but you should know where the data is going to store, right? I'll give you some more information about Azure SQL and Azure Blob when we are going to work with the Power BI service environment. Okay, na? Don't worry about that. And coming to the next scenario. So data related, I mean format related, storage related, everything is clear. Now, fine. Coming to next step. Generally, you started database. I mean, Power BI development means database copy only. Without copying data, we cannot perform any operation in Power BI environment. So, Power BI development is going to start with the copy data only. No doubt. So, let's concentrate on copy data area. So how to copy data from source to Power BI? What are the different ways we have to copy data from source to Power BI environment? See, assume that there is some table products in the source end. What is the table name? Products. This table contains some columns, sales amount. Of course, we have some other columns also. I'm going to discuss some points related to sales amount from products table. That's why I mentioned that column name there. Fine. So now, okay, forget about sales amount. We'll discuss that later. We have some table products. So 10 rows of the data there in the table, I mean products table in the source. Now you are going to copy products table from source to Power BI. Okay. The different ways are import and direct query. So by using import, by using direct query, we can copy data from source to Power BI environment. Okay, now we can copy data from source to Power BI environment. Okay, fine. So what is import? Let us see. Suppose you are using import table structure and data. Everything will be copied. Okay, Nandi? Table structure and data, everything will be copied from source to Power BI environment. That is import. See, we can use import for databases in the same way files also. Because sometimes we store data in the form of files in the source. I mean, Power BI developer, sometimes you're going to copy data from databases. Sometimes you're going to copy data from files also. Excel files, Notepad files, Word files, WordPad files. Like this, we have different types of files. Right, Annie? So whether you are going to retrieve data from databases or files, but you can use, files, you can use import. But see, if you are using import, table structure and data, everything will be copied from source to Power BI environment, and it is going to store in Power BI environment permanently. Right? That is import. Next step. For example, we are going to copy data from source to Power BI by using direct query. How we are doing this task? Direct query. Then what happens, only tables structure will be copied from source to Power BI. Data will not be copied. Data will be there in the source only. Only structure is going to copy from source to Power BI environment. Here what happens, some connection, permanent connection will be there between your Power BI and your data source, because you are using direct query. Got my point, Alf? So in this scenario, physical data we are not going to copy. We are going to copy only metadata. Only metadata, not physical data. And coming to next scenario, one more point. Direct query can be used for only databases. Right? Only for databases. Direct query, you cannot use it for file. Right, Andy? So this is what the scenario. Now, okay, fine. Suppose forget about direct query for some time. Right, Andy? Forget about direct query for some time. We used import. So what happened? Table structure, data copied from source to Power BI. Fine. Okay. 10 rows there in the source table. 10 rows copied from source to Power BI environment. Right. Now, you did copy. Copying data from source to Power BI is done. Okay. Now, what happened? You know, in source environment, data modified. Modified in the sense, suppose somebody inserted 10 rows. See, here what? Here the thing is, this area is done. Initially, what happened? You copied table structure and the data from source to Power BI by using import. That is done. Now somebody inserted some rows up, suppose for example 10 rows. So that is latest data which is existing in the source and source table. And now can I copy that new modification or new data from source to Power BI or not? Why not? We can copy. So for that, we have some concept called as refresh. Okay, na? Suppose you are going for refresh, you are going to refresh this scenario. Then what happens, you know, whatever the new data, 10 rows inserted into source, modified in source, they'll be copied. Okay, na? So by using this concept, refresh concept, whatever the modifications done in the source, those modifications will be copied from source to Power BI environment. So this refresh concept is also important for us. Because generally, initially what happens, you're going to copy data from source to Power BI. After that, your source is going to modify, right? Your source is going to modify by the users. Then you have to copy those modifications from source to Power BI. For that, we are using refresh. Okay, that is fine. So we got some idea what is refresh, why we are using refresh, and how it works. Okay, that's fine. But my question is, we discussed two different scenarios to copy data from source to Power BI. Import and direct query. Import and direct query. Can I use refresh for import and direct query or not? This is the question. Import, we can use refresh. The reason I'll tell. See, if you are using import, what happens? You know, the data is going to copy from source to Power BI, right? Data is going to copy from source to Power BI if you're using import. So then if any modifications done in the source, then you have to copy them from source to Power BI. That is import. So refresh is required. Next scenario, direct query. If you are going for direct query, data will not be copied. Only structure will be copied. Then why we need to go for refresh? Tell me. Got my point, all of you, right? So if data copied, then if any modifications done in the source, then you have to refresh because you have to copy those modifications from source to Power BI. There you need refresh. But now data not copies when you are working with the direct query, right? Then why you need to go for a refresh? Am I right or not? So refresh we do for import. But if you copy some table by using direct query, no need to go for refresh. Is it clear, all of you? Clear? What is the difference between import and direct query? And what is refresh concept? Clear or any questions, please? Any questions, please? Right? Okay, now? So this is required in the beginning. So the scenarios today we discussed, they are base for Power BI training. Suppose you don't know all these things directly, we are going to start working with Power BI, then there will be no use. You should know what's happening, right? So we have different
Sir,
scenarios. Yeah, tell me.
hello.
Samar.
Then what is the use of the direct query?
Direct query, actually, I wanted to explain more on direct query when we are going to do it practically, mostly tomorrow. But anyhow, you asked a question. When we are going to copy whose data, because see, sometimes tables we can expect gigabyte size of the data also, right, Samar? Okay, no?
Yes.
In that case, we use generally direct query because to avoid space issues in BI environment, Power BI environment. In the same way, from source you want to get data by writing some query based data extractions. In these scenarios, we are going to use direct query. Up to 1 GB size of the data, tables, whatever it. Generally, we go for import only. We will not go for direct query. Got my point? Clear?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Right. Any questions? Anybody, please? Right. This is the way. So next step, we have to go for Power BI desktop installation and work with remaining things. Let's do one thing. I'll show how to download Power BI desktop and how to go for installation. I'm sorry. In the same way, copying data concepts. And before going to copy data from the source, we have to create some report project in Power BI. Those are all I'll discuss in tomorrow's class. Okay. I think tomorrow's class, they're going to change link and contact training team. In the same way,
I have
tomorrow
a question. Can I ask?
yeah, tell me, Kiran.
Only we are using SQL Server only database, or some other database also possible to connect to the Power?
We can go for a lot of data sources. Once we start Power BI, I can show you. But not only SQL Server, we can work with other data sources also, other databases also. No problem, right?
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. So that's the point. And tomorrow morning 6, we are going to start SQL fresh batch. Power BI participants can attend if you have free time. You can attend morning 6 o'clock SQL development class also. Okay, na? Contact training team. Right, and see you tomorrow then. Bye bye. So while connecting to SQL Server, this is your server name. Copy this server name. And now I'm going to open Power BI desktop environment. This is the tool we are using to interact with Power BI environment. So we are in the beginning only, so close this window.
So actually today's session was this one, no? To how to download and install all these, correct? That is,
Yeah, that we will do. Wait, okay, na?
Yeah.
So this is the environment. This is called as Power BI desktop. So Power BI desktop, here we have different options. We are going to work with them. So this is pure development environment of Power BI. So coming to next scenario. How to get this tool? How to install this tool? Yesterday we discussed about different versions, different editions. Everything we discussed in the last session. Right. So go to Google website. Here type it as Power BI desktop download. So open this website. So this we are recording this website name here. Please check it. Okay, na? So scroll down here. Go to this. Download. Select 64-bit. Right, Annie? Go to next step. It is downloading now. Please wait. In the same way, you just download and install SQL also. Durga Sub training team will give you SQL Server installation videos. Okay, no? By following them, you can do that. Right. Open this file. Wait, it will open. Why it is taking time here?
Sir,
Yeah.
yeah. So for the SQL Server, what is the timing for this batch actually?
What is the
For the SQL Server, so what
class?
is the timing? Yeah.
4 p.m. now. After some time, new batch will start again.
Okay. Okay. So we have to come to the new batch only, correct?
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I joined today, so it is already many courses over. I think we are doing the join thing, correct? So wanted the new batch.
Okay, okay, no problem. Right. Why it's not opening? Let's wait. I'll do it again now. Let's go to
Sure.
so downloaded, right? Go to downloads. Right. I think there is some issue, it seems, with this file we downloaded. Retry is also not working. let's do one thing. I'll download it again and I'll show you. Okay, but we'll do later. Now, it's simple to install. You go to this environment. So in this environment only, we are going to perform development activities, right? So coming to next scenario. Right side, you can see fields. Under fields only, we can work with metadata. We can see metadata. For example, you connected to source and you copied some tables from this source, right? And you connected to some source and you copied data from some source. So metadata, you can see here for that table. Metadata means what? Table names, column names. We discussed in the last session, right? Table names, column names comes here. If you come to left side, you can see report view, data view, and model view. Data will come here, right? And coming to next scenario. In this area, you can create different types of reports. Now here you can see visualizations. These are the different types of visualizations we are using for creating this report project. So different types of visualizations available as per your requirement, right? You can work with this. And coming to next scenario. Now, here you can see get data window. If you go to get data window, you can see different data sources. So by connecting to these data sources only, we can copy data. In the same way, before going to copy data from this source, we have to can you hear me now? All of you can hear me?
Yes, yeah, we can hear.
Right. Before going to copy data from the source, to create a project. So for that, go to File, Save As. Provide some project name. You just take some location and provide some project name. Suppose I'm giving project name as 5 PM. How this file is going to store with .pbix extension. What is the extension of this file is going to get? .pbix is the extension, Power BI file, PBI means. Right, and you just can save button. This project save. Created here now. Okay. So coming to next scenario. In this project only, we are going to perform different types of activities. So if you want to perform any task in this, go to get data window, source now SQL Server, provide a source database name, provide source, server name, database name. So while connecting to SQL Server Management Studio, I copied this server name, and this here we have database name also. Right, and click on OK button. So these are the tables existing in the source. Suppose I'm going to copy EMP table, department 1 tables, load. How we copy? We are copying now import. What is the other way to copy data? Direct query. Right, and you go to, suppose employee table, expand it. See, that is the metadata. Okay, no? So metadata. Metadata means what? Structure. Table structure. Where can I see the data? Physical data. Rows. Left side you can see data view. I clicked on employee table, see that it is showing physical data. Right, and metadata, physical data. So metadata means what? Structure. Physical data means rows. So it is showing clearly. And you place mouse here. It is clearly showing how this table copied import. By using import only, this table copied. Right, and so the other way to copy data from this source is direct query. Go to SQL Server source again. Here we have to provide server name and provide database name also. Direct query this time I'm using. Previously we worked with import. Now we are working with the direct query. Expand it. Here you can write query. Select statement. Suppose I'm writing basic select statement only. Select star from EMP. So that is retrieving data from EMP table. So I'm going to retrieve data from EMP table. By using it only, I'm going to copy data. So I mean, whether data copies or not, let us see now. So click on OK button. So this is the data coming from the source. Load. So now we are getting this table name as query 1. We can rename it. No problem. Okay, now? Right. Let's complete this copy. Okay. So data copied. You just double click on this table name, query 1 table name, and you can rename it like this. For example, I'm going to rename it as employee 1. Expand it. See, you can see structure. Right? You can see the structure. Copied from the source by using direct query. Finally, what about data? Please check it here. See that data is not there. It is not showing data. Even there is some message also. Check it. Right. Got my point? So clear scenarios here we have examples, practical examples we have, like what is the difference between what is the difference between import and direct query? You can see directly. In the
So
same
then
way,
what is the use of then direct query then?
direct query data will be there in the source only structure copied, right?
Yes.
Why we are using direct query means storage. Generally up to 1 GB size of the data, we are going to use import. If size is more than that, we are going to work with the direct query because of size, data size, space issues. Right? And is it clear,
Yes.
Samak?
Yes, sir.
So
Yes.
coming to next scenario. Let's go and copy data from other data sources. Just SQL Server, we copied data now. Not only SQL Server, we have other data sources also. Now let's copy data from other sources. Let's go to Excel files. And let us see how to copy data from Excel file. Right. So go to get data, select Excel source. So here we have some file, Excel file. Before going to copy data, I'll just open this file. This is basically file system. How data stored in this file system? In the form of sheets, order sheet, return sheet, user sheet. But coming to our environment, Power BI, again data is going to store in the form of table only. The only way we can store data in SQL Server in Power BI environment is table, and there is no other facility. So we have to create table. After creating table only, we can store data. Right. So now let's click on open button because we are going to copy data from this. Right. Select like this and load. So whatever the sheets existing there, I'm going to copy every sheet. See this. Like this. Okay, now? But see, while copying data from this file, it was not asking for anything like what we call like import or direct query. Not asked. So now my question is how you copy it? By using import or direct query, how you copied it? That's what the question now. You just place mouse here. How it is copied?
Import.
Import only. That means direct query works for only databases. We cannot use direct query for file system. So that is what the scenario. Okay, now. So coming to next step, how to copy data from text files. Text file means what? .txt. So let's go to get data window. Text file. So here is the file csvmp. Right click and open. So on top you can see column names. Under column names we have data. Please check it. Right, Annie? So now I'm going to copy data. Open. Load. Copied, Annie. Please check it. From where we copied this? Now we copied it from file system. What type of file? Text file. Okay. Now? So if you place mouse here, what it is showing import. By using import only, it is copied. So this is the way. Okay. So file system, how we are going to copy data? By using import only. Coming to databases, we can use import and direct query also. Right? You can go to import data and direct query when you are copying data from the databases. So now, even see, after copying data, if you place mouse here, clearly it is shown how it is copied. Right, and so this is overall scenario. Of course, still we have to copy data from some more scenarios, but you have to practice these things. And in the same way, we have to go for SQL installations also. Then I will share you these files. So whatever the files we have, I used now copying data, right? Different files I used now. Even I'm going to share you those files. So by using those files, you can copy data, right? So Vaibhav, you're actually enrolled for 7 p.m. class, right? 7 p.m. Vaibhav is there. 7 p.m. or
Yes.
7 a.m.
Yeah,
What
7
was
a.m. But no, but I have a office timing at 7 a.m. So I'm not able to join properly the class at 7 a.m. So I want to switch it to 5 p.m.
5 p.m. What about 7 p.m.? 7 p.m. works for you?
7 p.m. in the evening, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is also fine.
Sorry. Okay. Right now, bro. Right. Let's do one thing. Let's work with these scenarios in tomorrow's class. Okay. Right.
Okay, sir.
Okay. And one more request to all of you. Some of your numbers are not working. Better you please contact training team. Here I'm typing my mail ID. If you really wants to continue this training, enroll with them, because the problem is you're not getting access to videos or anything, right?
Yes.
So wait, I'm giving you a number here. 720 721 2427. This is the number 720 721 2427. That is the number. Please copy that number and contact training team, because they're going to share videos, everything to participants and materials, and these files also, practical files also, and even practice databases also they are going to share. Okay, na? Right. Okay then. Bye.
Okay. Bye, sir.
Bye. Let's connect it to project. So this is the project we created yesterday.
Yes.
So in this project, we copied data from different tables. And today we are going to work with this concept, enter data concept. So enter data means like this directly. You can go for input data. Suppose ID, ename, salary, like this. Okay, now suppose employee 2 is the table name. So we are not copying data from any source. Directly, we are creating table here only, and we are going for data rate. See this. So if you want to check the data, what to do? Go to data view, left side. See this. Okay, now. So in the same way, we can also copy data from SQL. I mean, direct copy paste kind of. You select database here. Select star from EMP. See this. This is the table we have. You click on this corner and right click, copy data. Okay, now? You can go to this environment. Here, go to home tab, enter data. Right click and paste. Table created. Okay, now? Even like this also, we can do this scenario. Right, and so find out the difference, what we are doing here and how we are copying data from different sources to Power BI environment. Okay. So this is the way like how we copy from different sources to Power BI. In the same way, now we have to discuss about refresh concept. So how to work with the refresh? See this, you go to department 1 table. We copied this table by using import. See, if you place mouse here, you can see import concept. Right? And so now I'm going to modify something in the source. Suppose select star from department 1 table, no data. I'm going to insert data into department 1 table. 10 computer science. Hyderabad. So this row inserted into table. That means table modified in the source, right? Andy? Okay, now please check. So now this modification copied from source to Power BI. Or change the tables and check it. Modification not copied. And so now I want to copy this modification from source to Power BI. What to do? That's my point, right? Here we have refresh button and just click on refresh. See, refresh is used to copy data from source to Power BI. Refresh we use it only for what? Import. Direct query, no need to use import. Let's finish it. See this, copied or not? Right, and modification copied. That is refresh option. So these are the ways, different ways to copy data from different data sources to Power BI. In the same way, how to copy modifications from source to Power BI. These are all different things. And coming to next scenario. After finishing copy data, we are going to work with transformations. how to transform data. Let's go to this window, transform data window. Right in. This is Power Query Editor window. Left side you can see queries. Queries means tables. In Power Query Editor, we call tables as queries. Coming to right side, you can see applied steps. So you are going to perform transformations, means you are going to perform some scenarios. So it shows there whatever the scenarios you performed. So generally we are going to save them. So you can see save button, or you can also use Control S. But sometimes what happens, we can cancel. Okay. We can cancel. And coming to next scenario. Let's start with, and here in this training, I'm not going to save the steps. I'm going to perform this step, and then I'm going to cancel. But in real time, we are not going to cancel. Every step maximum we are going to save. Okay, now practice purpose, I'm going to. So here we have right click. I mean, just take right click on query. I mean table. You can see properties. Copy, paste, delete, rename. So these are common scenario. Just leave it. But here we have enable loaded. Those things also I'm going to work. I'm not skipping anything. Okay, now? Right. So we'll read that message. So disable means this table cannot be used in report creation. Suppose there is some table, you don't want to use the table in the report creation, you can disable like this. But my question is different. I'm not going to disable because I'm going to use this table. I think. But now my question is different. My question is, if you don't want to use the table, why you are copying the table? You just stop copying table, right? And that's my point, right? But see, sometimes what happens, I told you in the beginning, we are going to create relationships between tables. right? And so some scenarios, what happens, you know, you copied some tables from source to Power BI. You want to create relationships between tables. But you're not going to use that table in the report creation. Then we are going to disable like this. Otherwise, we are not going to disable. Okay, na? Right. Coming to next step, see. If you unselect it, what happens, you know? This table will not be included in refresh. You just unselect it and click on refresh button. Then this table will not be refreshed. Right? And so next, duplicate, just creating duplicate table. You're working with some table, you can create duplicate. See, this duplicate table is created. Now I will show how to delete it. See. Okay. Now. So coming to next scenario, here also we have some other scenarios which we are going to discuss in the coming sessions. But now let's go to this advanced editor. See that this advanced editor is showing source details. Please check it. What is our source server name? What is our source database name? It is showing clearly. This is what the scenario. In the same way, go to properties window. What it is showing? Again, same scenario it is showing. Properties window also showing same enable, load, refresh. So these things only it is showing. Okay. Na? So this is what the scenario. Hello. Right. So these are the properties we have for our queries. After that, here we have different columns: employee number, employee name, hire date. Okay, now. So open this employee number drop down, because employee number is number family. You can see some scenarios here. Data selection 7369 or 77886. I mean, you can select required data. See, it was showing step, but I cancelled that step. Okay, now. Next, ascending order, descending order. So what happens? Sort. Next step, remove empty. Empty means what? Null values. Suppose your column contains null values, you want to remove them, then we use it. For example, we don't have any null value in employee number column. You just go to commission column. Of course, commission is also number family only, right? In commission column, we have null values. See this. So remove empty. See that what happened based on null value, that row, whatever the null valued row is there, that deleted. I mean, those rows deleted. Please check it. So next, go to number filters. Number filters means operators. We use different types of operators in these number filters. For example, employee number means number family column, right? And what is the column we are using now? Employee number column we are using. Employee number is number family, right? Suppose employee number equal to 7369. In the same way, suppose equals to 7788. Different employee numbers I'm using. But here important thing is There are some operators and operator or operator. When we use and or operators, what is the difference between and or operators? See, we use and or operators when we are working with multiple conditions in the query. Okay. Coming to next scenario. And operator means every condition must be satisfied. Suppose you have different conditions there. Please check it. Right, and you have different conditions there. Please check. And you separated them by using and operator, right? And that means every condition must be satisfied. Or operator means if any condition satisfied, then you can complete the task. Now it is not going to complete because I'm using and operator. See that no data is coming. No data is extracted. Let's do one thing. Here you can see the step applied. You open this step like this. Go for or operator. See this, now it is working. Got my point? So when we are working with multiple conditions in the same scenario, we use and or operators. And operator means every condition must be satisfied. Or operator means if any condition satisfied, so that you can extract that. That's what happened now. We have seen practically also, right, Andy? So I'm going to cancel this step. But remember, in real time, we are not going to cancel this step. Okay, now? So next scenario, you go to character.
So I have one doubt.
Tell me.
Okay. So in the AND operator, so The both the condition what you gave, that 7369 and 7788. So that both were matching. Then it should pull the data also.
Not matching, and means it must be there in the same column, same value, single attempt, but they are not single attempt, right? They are different department numbers, right? Okay, na?
Okay.
Got my point? But when you are using R operator, it is working, right?
Yes.
That's the
Yes.
reason. Okay, na?
Yeah, got it.
Right.
Thank you.
Coming to next scenario. Ename call. Ename means what? Character data. In Power BI, we call it as text data. Open this drop down window. See that same, everything same. Everything same. Please check. But you go to this area, changed. Because based on data type, what's happening here? Filters are going to change. I mean, changed already. We can see here now. So begins with, suppose ename begins with yes and, suppose contains P. See this? And operator I'm using. So means every condition satisfied there. Started with yes, contains T. Please check it. Right hand. Open this filter. Go for R operator. Now you can see more. See. That is what the scenario. Okay, no? And in the same way, higher date time data. Because see here we are working with the different types of data. Right now it is date time. Everything is same, but filters changed. Only here, only quarter. Suppose quarter one related data. How many quarters there per year? Any idea, please? Anybody? How many quarters per year? 4 quarters.
4 quarters.
In the same way, cancel this step and go to month. Suppose I need only June month data. Please check it. So month, week, everything based on what? Date time. So these are the scenarios. In the same way, you can see your column names and these are row numbers. What are these things? Row numbers. Remember this point also. Okay. So based on column name, based on row number also, we are going to perform some transformations that we will see in tomorrow's class. Practice these things for today. And coming to next scenario, some are And Ashish, you connect to 7 a.m. class. Tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock class. You don't need to
Yes, sir.
connect to 5 p.m. Okay, no? And we
Okay.
will
Yes,
give
sir.
you access to 7 a.m. class recordings also. I think this guy already got access, Ashish. Summer,
Yes,
you'll
sir.
get it.
Okay, so yeah, right. Let's get started, guys, without any further ado. Before that, a quick formal introduction on my end. My name is Maha Sir, and I'm a cybersecurity trainer certified from EC Council. EC Council is the leading organization for cybersecurity domain certifications. Okay, and the demo that we have today is on the first foundational course called Certified Ethical Hacking. Okay, and the version of this course that is running at the moment is version 11, the latest one. Okay. So again, before we get started, this is a common question that I usually ask students, again, to understand their perspective on this topic. So again, guys, don't worry, even if you don't know the answer or if you're not sure about it, still just try to initiate, and let's keep the session a bit interactive and fun rather than just keeping it one-sided. So a quick sample question, like, according to you, in your perspective, what do you think hacking is? Anyone? Again, guys, don't worry, I am not asking for any definitive answers or exact to the point answers. Whatever comes to your mind, okay, whatever you think hacking is, please let me know. Anyone?
Try to
So
breaking the system.
trying to breaking the system, is that breaking, right? I mean, did I get it right? Break into
To
the system
access
is,
Yes, yes. Try to
to access your personal things like computer, mobile.
oh, okay, trying to break into the
Uh,
system or access personal things.
Unauthorized access to the system or a data.
Unauthorized access to the system or data. That's a great answer. Again, all answers are perfectly right. There's nothing wrong with them. Perfectly correct answers. Anything else, guys? Does anyone else want to add anything to it? Right, perfect. No worries, guys. Thank you so much for those answers. Those are exactly right. There is nothing wrong with them. Okay, but if I had to just add upon that hacking, that definition, I would add it as hacking is the procedure of trying to gain access to information systems. Okay, these information systems could be anything. They could be from as small as a mobile phone to as big as a web application server or a database or the cloud organization as well. Okay, and this is done without the permission or without the consent and knowledge of the person owning those systems. Okay, so if those systems belong to a third party person, that person does not know that someone is trying to gain access to their information or the data. Okay, and this is usually performed by hackers for their own benefit. So once they get access to the systems, they can steal the data, destroy the data, or sell the data as well to other third party vendors. Okay. Now, depending on this definition, we easily understand that hacking is a malicious job. It is a criminalistic task. If it is such a bad thing to do, why do we have a course called ethical hacking? Is the second question. Because ethical is something which is legal, which is allowed. And how can it stand beside the word hacking, which is completely contradictory? So to define ethical hacking, on the other hand, this is the procedure of trying to find vulnerabilities. Okay, a vulnerability is nothing but a flaw or a loophole in the information system. So usually manufacturers might make mistakes somewhere here or there in the coding of the application. Okay, so that gives rise to something known as weaknesses in the information system, or in technical terms, it is also called as vulnerabilities. Okay, and this vulnerability finding, or the process of trying to find these vulnerabilities, is done with the consent and permission of the organization. Okay, so this is done in order to report it back to the target, okay, or to the authority, so that they can apply the appropriate patch for it. And once a patch is applied, that vulnerability is closed. It closes the doorway for the hacker to cause any harm. So thereby, with ethical hacking, we're trying to increase the security of the organization rather than cause any harm. Okay. So that is the main difference, guys, between hacking and ethical hacking. Where in hacking, we are trying to find, again, the hacker tries to take advantage of those vulnerabilities and tries to get information access. But in ethical hacking, you're trying to find those vulnerabilities, you're trying to report them back to get them patched so that you can increase the security. Okay, so I hope these two definitions are clear, guys. Again, if you have any questions or if you have any queries, or if you want me to repeat something, please do not hesitate to let me know. Okay, feel free to interrupt me at any certain point. Okay, so now depending on these two definitions, guys, of hacking and ethical hacking, we can categorize the types of hackers. So basically, there's three types. There's someone known as a black hat hacker, a gray hat hacker, and a white hat hacker. A black hat hacker can also be termed as a cyber criminal who performs hacking for his own benefit, okay, or sometimes even just for fun without asking for consent. On the other end of the scale, we have the white hat hacker. Okay, white hat hackers are also known as ethical hackers or penetration testers. These are the people who abide by the laws and policies of the organization, and they work hand in hand with them to find the vulnerabilities and report it back. They do that so that they can secure the infrastructure rather than causing any harm. Now, in between, there's a third category, also known as gray hat hackers. Now, from the name itself, you can figure out they have some qualities of the black hat hacker as well as the white hat hacker, hence a mixture. Okay, so like a black hat hacker, they don't ask for permission before finding the vulnerabilities, but once they find the vulnerability, they report it back to the organization. Okay, and that is done in return for a bounty. A bounty is nothing which benefits them. It could be a financial reward or a reputational reward, anything which benefits them or their careers. Right? So all these three types of hackers, whether it be a black hat hacker or a gray hat hacker or a white hat hacker, they perform hacking or ethical hacking in a certain number of steps. Okay? And those steps collectively are called as hacking cycle or cyber kill chain. Okay. Now let me list those steps out one by one so that you can have a clear picture of what the whole course is about, and then we'll briefly discuss about all of them. Okay, so you can ask your questions regarding those. Okay, so the first step that you perform in hacking cycle or cyber kill chain is known as information gathering. Now, certain organizations term this step in different names. They can also call it as reconnaissance or footprinting. Second step is known as scanning. It can also be referred to as enumeration. Third step is gaining access. Fourth step is maintaining access. And the last step is known as reporting or clearing traces. Now, the reason I've specifically mentioned "or" in the last step over here is because that is where it makes all the difference between the white hat hackers and black hat hackers. If you're a white hat hacker or an ethical hacker, you would perform the first 4 steps, and then you would generate a report with all the vulnerabilities and the solutions for that and submit it to the organization. But if you're a black hat hacker, obviously you're not going to submit the vulnerabilities, but you're going to take advantage of them. You're going to attack the system, get access to the data, steal the data, and then remove all the evidences, which is nothing but clearing the traces or removing the footprints. Okay, so any questions or doubts, guys, up to this part before I proceed further into the technical part? Any queries or any confusion at the moment? Again, guys, I hope the audio and video is fine. Any issues with my audio or video?
Okay. What is this enumeration, sir?
Again, yeah, we'll be coming to that, guys. We'll discuss each of these steps one by one so you have a better understanding of what all of them are. Okay, at the moment, until now, here there are no questions, right? Because I guess there's some issues with the audio or video. Some people are exiting and rejoining again. Any issues, any technical issues with my audio or video at the moment? Okay, perfect.
Sir, your voice is breaking.
Oh, my voice is breaking. 1 second, guys. Okay, hello, 1 2 3. Hello, 1 2 3.
Now it is
Guys,
okay.
it's okay, right? Right, perfect.
Clear, sir.
Right, let's proceed now, guys, and understand each of these steps one by one so you have a clear picture of what they are. So the first step is information gathering. Again, as the name itself suggests, this step involves the hacker or the ethical hacker to gather as much data as possible about your penetration testing target. Okay, and all this information is gained passively. What I mean by passively is that you get this information from other third-party sources rather than contacting the organization directly. Okay, so for example, if I have a target like Wipro.com, about Wipro.com, I'll start searching online for all the material for it, okay, all the data regarding Wipro.com servers. Okay, the main question is, what kind of data are we talking about over here? And this is the information that we require. So firstly, we try to figure out all the IP addresses and the range of IPs used by the Wipro's main servers or the secondary servers. Then the who is records to understand who is hosting wipro.com and since when has it been hosting itself. Then the DNS records to understand what information is stored in their DNS servers, domain name servers. Then employee details such as their contact numbers, their email addresses, their usernames and passwords which are leaked, and their home addresses if possible, and so on. So then the domains and the subdomains of Wipro's website, and the operating system information, like what OSs are being used by the servers that are linked with Wipro.com. Now, trust me, this guys, that all this information is available online to be gathered. So if I show you a very basic example, let's say if I wanted to find the DNS records for Wipro's organization, all I have to do is go to the browser, and in the browser, I can search for a website called DNS Dumpster. This website is available for free for anyone to access. You can click on the first link, and over here you can just search for wipro.com, and you can click on search, and now this is going to fetch and give you all the information about the Wipro's DNS servers. So first things first, it tells you where the Wipro servers are being located on geolocation map. So it tells us that there are 4 DNS servers for Wipro. As you can see, these are their host names, exact host names, and these are the exact public IPs. These IP addresses are very important for a hacker or an ethical hacker to proceed with the further steps of scanning and enumeration. Okay. After that, we can see that there's the host record telling us what are the Wipro servers IP addresses and the subdomains IP addresses. So this is the main wipro.com server, which is being hosted on the IP 66.7.148.227. Again, this information is very relevant for a hacker or an ethical hacker to proceed further. Further down, you can also see it also gives us the complete network topology. So this is how Wipro servers are connected to one another, and we have the whole network topology with the host names and their IP addresses. Okay, so this is basically whole Wipro's organization main server data. So again, this data is readily available, guys, for anyone to be accessed. That is not the vulnerability. Wipro themselves manually give out this data so that everyone around the world can access their servers. If this information is not given out, not many people will be able to access Wipro services and the website. Okay, the giving out of information is not wrong over here, but not checking if the information that you're giving is secure or not is the vulnerability. Okay, so we have to see that whatever Wipro is disclosing, all these servers one by one are completely secure. Okay, after information gathering is done, then we go to the next phase, which is known as scanning or enumeration. Now, one of you asked me what scanning or enumeration is. This is nothing but trying to get some extra information about the target by making active connections. What I mean by active connections is that you will directly connect to Wipro servers, and from them you will try to fetch the information. Okay. Similarly, when we talk about enumeration, that is about gathering as much information as possible about all the services that are running on the target organization. So in a Wipro's organization, you might have DNS servers, DHCP servers, SNMP servers, Telnet servers, SSH servers. These are the multiple servers, multiple web servers, or multiple other organizational servers. So about each of that server, you need to get information, like what version of services are they running and what applications are they running. So enumeration is trying to gather information about all the servers one by one by making active connections with them. Okay, so you're directly going to ping those servers and you try to fetch the information from them directly rather than contacting any third-party organization. Now, when we talk about scanning or enumeration, there are 3 types of them. There's something known as network scanning, then port scanning, and then finally vulnerability scanning. In network scanning, we can try to figure out on the target network what all devices are active. Okay, so what operating systems are they using, what servers are available, what client operating systems are there. So trying to understand what all devices are they using, IDS, IPS, routers, switches, what all devices are there. On those devices, then you perform port scanning. Port scanning is where you try to figure out what ports are open, and on those ports, what services are there running. Okay, what applications are there running. Then finally, you perform vulnerability scanning to figure out on those services, are there any vulnerabilities? Are there any weaknesses that you can attack on? So during this phase, we'll be using 2 important tools called Nmap and Nessus. So if I just search for enable Nessus over here, this is the tool that is used in organizations as well. So if I click on the first link, as you can see, this Nessus Professional. If I click on buy, It's around $4,000 for 1 year subscription. Okay, quite an expensive tool, and this is the same tool that is used in real-time scenarios. So we'll be working on the same tool in our classes as well. We'll try to understand how to use this tool and how to run or perform vulnerability scanning. The reason why I'm showing you all this is just to make you understand that we will be using real-time scenario tools. Okay, whatever is used in organizations at the moment, we are up to date with those tools. Okay, after if I show you example, as you can see, I have the NSS installed on my system over here. I'll show you how you can install on your system as well, and you can see you can perform various types of scans, and once you scan a system, it shows all the vulnerabilities one by one, the critical vulnerabilities or medium vulnerabilities, information based vulnerabilities. Again, don't get too confused, guys. We'll again learn how to understand this report. What are these vulnerabilities? What are these different levels of vulnerabilities? We'll understand all that. Okay, but basically Nessus is a tool which can perform network scanning or port scanning and try to understand what vulnerabilities are there on each and every system. So this is an automated tool. We'll learn how to perform automated testing and get a report from it. Once you get a report, you need to perform manual testing also. Okay, and that is nothing but our next phase, which is gaining access. Okay, so this is a huge concept. It covers a vast variety of topics, guys. We'll discuss them one by one. Okay, so the first topic that we'll be learning in gaining access is system hacking. So in system hacking, we'll understand how we can crack or bypass a Windows operating system password. So if you have Windows 7 or Windows 8 or Windows 10 or Windows 11, does not matter. Okay, whatever operating system you have, how do we crack that operating system? How do we get the information about their passwords? If you are unable to get the passwords, how can we bypass authentication and get access to the internal files is what we learn in system hacking. After that comes malware attacks. Malwares are nothing but, in short, malicious softwares. So we'll practically learn how to create each of these malwares, whether it be viruses or worms or trojans, spyware, whatever it be. We'll understand how malwares are generated and how we can protect our system from malwares. Or if there is a malware already installed, how can we detect that malware and prevent it from running further or causing any further harm. Okay, then there's a bonus topic called malware advanced. This is again not included in the CH curriculum. We have just added it as a bonus topic for students to have better understanding about malwares. In this, we'll be sharing the resources to understand how you can create your own malwares by using Python programming. So just in case if you know Python, well and good. If not, also not an issue. We'll be sharing the resources as extra material to understand. So if you are interested in malware development also, this is a very important bonus topic for you. After that comes network penetration testing. In this, we'll learn all the common network attacks. So in a network, you have multiple, again, devices, IDS, IPS, multiple different types of servers, like mail server or DNS servers, DHCP servers, SNMP servers, and so on. So we'll understand how to check for vulnerabilities on each of these servers. Along with that, we can perform a few attacks as well. Sniffing attack, man-in-the-middle attack, denial of service attack, or distributed denial of service attacks, DDoS. Okay, and hacking Wi-Fi routers, trying to crack the password of Wi-Fi routers and getting access to those routers. All this comes under network penetration testing. Okay, all the common attacks that we can perform in a local network. After that comes social engineering, where we learn how hackers create fake websites. Okay, whether it be facebook.com, instagram.com, twitter.com, or flipkart.com. How are hackers creating fake login pages, and from those fake login pages, how are they getting the passwords, credentials? So we learn what phishing attacks are, what are the other social engineering attacks through which hackers manipulate victims into getting their passwords. Okay, so we learn all that, and we'll also understand how to prevent these attacks, how to distinguish between a fake page and an original page, and so. After that, we have web application pen testing. In this, we learn all the common vulnerabilities that exist on websites. So again, websites also have some weaknesses, okay, on which attackers can exploit and try to get access to the internal web server data or the internal database data, and so on. So to list out a few, there's vulnerabilities such as SQL injection, cross-site scripting, broken authentication, file upload vulnerability. Now, might sound very technical, guys, but these are the weaknesses using which hackers can get access to your information, to your passwords and usernames. Okay. After that, finally comes hacking mobile phones, where we learn how we can hack an Android phone and get access to that Android phone remotely. After gaining access is done, then we have maintaining access and clearing, again, maintaining access, reporting and clearing traces, where we learn how we can maintain persistent connections. So if the target is restarting his system or shutting it down and starting after a very long time, how do we get access to that data? How do we still stay connected to the victim machine is what we learn in maintaining access. After that comes reporting or clearing traces, where I'll show you how you can generate a report and submit to your client or submit to your organization, or how do you remove the evidences. So this course is designed in such a way where we learn both the perspectives of a black hat hacker as well as a white hat hacker. Okay. And it's designed in a completely practical way, no theoretical nonsense. Every day we'll have a class for 1 hour, where the first 20 minutes we'll discuss the theoretical part, understanding what that attack is or how to prevent that attack. And then the remaining 40 minutes we'll discuss the practical part of it, okay, with real-time scenario tools. To list out a few tools, we'll be using this tool such as Nessus, we'll be using Nmap, we'll be using Burp Suite, we'll be using the whole main Kali operating system, okay, which I have over here, as you can see. Okay. Before that, let me show the course content as well, guys, very quickly. So yeah, this is over here, the course content for the whole course. Okay, and the course is for a duration of 35 days, where we learn from the very basics itself. So most of the students ask this as a question, like, sir, are there any prerequisites? Do we need to learn something else separately? No, this course is designed in such a way where even a 10th standard student can come and learn the course for, without any trouble. Okay, because all the prerequisites are included in the course itself. So before we dive into the advanced concepts, there's a few prerequisites which we will cover. The first few introductory classes. First things first, we learn about networking basics. We learn what IP addresses are, what are IPv4 addresses, what are IPv6 addresses, what is a DNS server, what is DHCP server, all the important protocols, what is TCP protocol, what is UDP protocol. We'll discuss all that in networking basics. Then we'll jump into virtualization. Okay, virtualization, because as you can see over here, I'm running my Windows 11 operating system. On top of this, I'm running my Kali OS. Kali is a Linux-based operating system. Okay, and we need to install this. The reason being, this comes pre-installed with all the penetration testing tools. So for information gathering, web application attacks, password attack, Wi-Fi attack, all these tools are available in Kali Linux. These are not available for you in Windows. So that is why we need to understand how to install this Kali operating system. Okay, and for that we need a tool such as VMware. VMware is a virtualization software. This allows you to install multiple operating systems on the same machine. So I have my Kali OS, I have my Windows 7 OS. All of these are running on my Windows 11 operating system, as you can see. Okay, so on my Windows 11, I can run my Kali, Windows 7, whatnot, as many operating systems as I want. After that is done, then we learn basic Linux and Windows commands, because as I've mentioned, we'll be using Kali Linux. So we need to know how to operate that OS. Okay, so we'll understand what the basic Kali commands are. We'll get familiar or comfortable with the Linux environment, and then we'll dive into the advanced concepts. Okay, so there's a few extra concepts there mentioned as well, as you can see over here: cryptography, reverse engineering, IoT, cloud security. These are not mentioned in the presentation for us, but these are all the topics that we'll be covering. Okay, the whole course duration is around 1 month, guys, 30 to 35 days, and we'll have a class from Monday to Friday onwards for every day for 1 hour. Okay, and the timings will be same. We'll have timings at 8 p.m. Every class will be recorded, and you'll be getting the recordings as well online, which we will have permanent access to. So just in case if you're missing out any class, you can access the recordings whenever you want. Okay, if needed, we can take backup classes as well on Saturdays and Sundays, just in case if there's a lot of absence. Okay, so yeah, that's that, guys. A quick introduction on what the course is and how long the duration of the course is. If you have any questions, you can shoot at me right now. Please let me know, guys. Any queries? Anything that you want me to repeat or so?
Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah, hi.
Sir, why we use that websites that you show before this this PPT?
Sorry, Yogesh, I didn't get your question. Can you please repeat?
Sir, we as you said that we use some websites for ethical hacking. So that website that you opened before this PPT, I'm asking about that website.
The DNS dumpster website, as you can see over here. This is for information gathering, trying to gather information about any certain client. So before we perform hacking, it's very necessary that we know all the data about that organization or the data about that target. So in order to get that data, we have to visit these third-party websites. Okay. Sometimes your organization might not give you that data sufficient for us. Okay. That is why we need to gather that information from other third-party sources, websites like DNS dumpster and so on. Okay. The more the data you have, the more possibilities you have to attack the system. Okay. The more attack vectors you can find or possible paths you can find to attack the system. Okay. So that is why it is necessary to access these websites and get the data about our target from these websites.
Okay, so understood.
Right. Any other questions, guys?
Sir, which type of penetration testing we are going to learn here?
Again, CEH is a very comprehensive course, guys. We're not going to be going into any advanced level penetration testing, but we will learn all the kinds of, whether it be web application pen testing or network penetration testing or system hacking or Android pen testing. We'll be covering the basics of all of them. This is a course designed for people who are completely new to cybersecurity, and we can't leave out any endpoint. So we need to understand how to perform network security testing. We need to perform web security testing, Android security testing as well, and Windows or Linux security testing as well. So we'll be learning all of them one by one. Okay, we'll be covering each and every endpoint that is left, as you can see over here in the course content. Okay, but as I've mentioned, we won't be going in depth of all of them. We'll learn how to check for security vulnerabilities, basic vulnerabilities, and how to remediate them, how to remove those vulnerabilities. Okay, if you want to learn about any advanced after CEH is done, then you can go with advanced courses such as web application pen testing for bug bounty. This course is specifically designed only for website security testing. So in this, we'll be going with OWASP top 10. Okay, this is an organization which gives you the list of necessary vulnerabilities that you have to test for, and this course only focuses on web applications, nothing else. Okay, so after CEH is done, then you can choose a specific domain, and depending on your interest, you can choose your specialization. Okay, whether it be website security or Android security or network security or cloud security and so on. So
Okay, sir. Thank you.
right. Any other questions, guys?
No, sir.
Right. Okay.
After
So,
course completion, certification provided.
Yes, if anyone is interested in writing the CEH certification as well, we provide support for that also. There's complete pass guarantee. So I usually handle the certifications myself. So if you're planning on writing a
So this is
certification,
job guarantee.
this is what? Sorry.
Job guarantees.
Sorry, I didn't get you guys. Can you please repeat that? Hello.
After this course, is job is.
He's asking
Oh,
a
yeah,
placement
again,
assistance.
job assistance. Again, guys, at Durgasoft, you're not going to be providing any confirm guarantee that we'll be placing you in an organization, but we'll be sharing your resume once you forward it to our consultancies. Okay, so in the price of 8,000 rupees, we are only including the course content with the course completion certificate. And if you're planning on writing a certification, we will give you certification support as well. Okay, so at that price of 8,000 rupees, we are not in contact with the complete job placement facility, but we do have few consultancies where we can give you your resumes too. Okay, once you're done with the resume preparation, I'll be helping you out in understanding how to create a resume as well, depending on a cybersecurity profile. I'll be also sharing the common interview questions, and I have a few references as well to whom I can forward your resumes. Okay, and again, we will be giving you the interview calls, and you can start attending interviews over there. Okay, again, it depends on your skill set and your practice on how well you do the interview. So we don't guarantee anything, but we will definitely show you where you can start applying. If it's necessary, I can just give you one source now itself. You can, after your course is done, this is the common website that I usually suggest for students, jobs.null.community. This is a website only specifically for cybersecurity job roles. Okay, nothing else. As you can see, null jobs. This is the website. Okay, and these are all the different domains, and you can start searching over here. So if you're a complete fresher, just click on freshers or internships. And these are so at the moment these are the available placements. Okay, so for internships, okay, if you're not into internships, you want a specific job role, you can start applying for VAPT, vulnerability assessment and pen testing. These are the ones at the moment for cybersecurity. After the course is done, you can start applying over here also. So this is one website that I suggest to most of the students once the course is done, so start applying for jobs. Okay, so again, how well you do, it depends on your skill set and your practicing, guys. Okay, and this website is specifically only for cybersecurity jobs, nothing else. Okay, any other questions, guys?
No, sir. Thank you.
Right, again, if you practice properly and if you're done with the course, guys, and if you're thorough with all the concepts, getting a job in these portals is not that tough. Okay, there's a lot of students from our previous batches as well who have searched for jobs in this nuls.job.co.in and they found their internships and their jobs. Okay, so again, as I've mentioned, once you sit for the interview, it's all on you. Okay, so it depends on your preparation of how well or bad you do. So we can't guarantee anything, okay, because that's on your skill set, but we can at least show you where you can start applying for jobs. Okay, so yeah, that's that, guys. Nothing further for our session today. And yeah, if you have any queries, again, over here is my number, just in case if you have any queries, technical queries, you can let me know. This is the number over here, 7680069.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. Prabin, I can hear you.
Yeah. So I just wanted to know. Actually, I'm a working professional. I'm working on the front end side, but wanted to move into this domain. So, what suggestions could you, give me on that side?
Again, saying I would recommend if you're completely new to this domain, go with Certified Ethical Hacking, CH version 11. This is a foundational course for people completely new. So you'll be learning everything from scratch. After that is done, if possible, if time and financial permits you, you can write the certification as well from EC Council. So there'll be a CH examination for 125 questions. Okay, and if you give 75% of them right, you get certified from EC Council. You get a certificate from the US organization. Okay, so that adds edge to your resume. If not, if you are not, again, certification is quite costly. It's around $500. So if you're not planning on writing the certification, I would recommend doing some extra advanced courses as well after CH is done, and then add that at least to the resume to build some edge again. Okay.
Okay, and is there any coding involved here, or is it into completely into, the security part?
Not at all. In CEH, you don't have any requirement for coding level language. But if you're planning on going for some advanced courses like web application pen testing or profile security testing, there you might need to have some basic knowledge. Okay. So when we talk about web application, it is necessary that you have basic knowledge on HTML and JavaScript. Okay. But when we talk about CEH, the foundational course, for this we have no requirement for any coding level language knowledge.
Okay, and what kind of roles we can apply after the completion of this course? Like someone is if having 5 years of experience and he has transited into this particular cybersecurity, what kind of roles would be available?
Again, as you can see over here, these are the roles that you can start applying for. VAPT assurance lead, VAPT senior security analyst, cybersecurity consultant. These are all the job roles. Penetration tester, security analyst, or monitoring job roles, and so on. Vulnerability assessment tester. These are the job roles you can start applying for.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Right. Any other questions, guys? Right. Assuming there's no more questions, guys. So yeah, that's that for a session. Nothing further. Again, we'll be starting the course from Monday onwards, guys. Tomorrow and day after tomorrow, we'll be having the same demo. So just in case if you have joined late also, you can join tomorrow as well at the same time. And if not, you can directly join the course on Monday. Okay. If you have any further technical queries, guys, here's my contact number as I've mentioned already. Although if you have any queries regarding the course date or again course fees regarding that, you can contact the institute. Okay. So yeah, that's that, guys. Sure. So I'm gonna be exiting, guys. I hope you have enjoyed the demo. And yeah, if there's any queries, please do let us know how we can help you. Okay. Have a good day, and I'll see you soon. Bye bye. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Okay. Hello, guys. Can you hear me now? Biswajit Singh, Rakesh, Ravikiran, Maman, Shiva, Sujata. I hope I'm audible now, guys. Yeah, Biswajit. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Right, perfect. So let's just wait for 2 more minutes, guys, for the other people to join as well. And then we'll be starting the session. Until then, if you have any queries or if you have any questions before we start the session, you could please let me know.
So,
Yes,
excuse
I
me,
can hear
sir.
you.
Yeah. So is this the same demo was on Sunday?
Yes, the same demo itself, guys.
Oh, okay. I have attended on Sunday, so I thought it would be some different or what.
No, it's the same demo, guys. A shorter version of that same demo. Again, we'll be starting the live classes, or the course is going to start from Monday onwards. So just in case we're planning on joining the course, you can join from Monday. The first class will be on networking concepts.
Okay, thank you.
Tomorrow as well, we'll have one last demo. So Thursday and Friday, today and tomorrow will be the last demo sessions, just in case if students have missed out the previous demos, they can join. That's one last chance for them. And then from Monday, we'll be starting the course itself. Yeah, okay. So just in case, guys, if there's anyone who has already attended this demo session, again, just a heads up, this is going to be the same demo. It's not going to be any different from the previous ones. Okay, this is just backup sessions or backup demos for people who could not join earlier. Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Sir, it means I can directly join on Monday because yesterday I was also present.
Yeah, sure, guys. Again, as I've mentioned, it's the same demo. It's not gonna be any different. So this is only for people who are completely new to it, who have not attended the previous demo sessions. So if you have already attended the demo session, guys, you can join back on Monday itself directly.
Okay, and the timing will be same at 8 p.m.
Same time, 8 o'clock in the night.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Okay, guys, so let's get started without any further ado. Before I get started, a quick formal introduction on my end. My name is Mohammed Shoaib. I'm a cybersecurity trainer certified from EC Council. EC Council is the leading organization for cybersecurity domain certifications. Okay, and one of the courses that it provides for people who are completely new to this domain is Certified Ethical Hacking version 11. This is the latest version of the course that is running at the moment, and this is a course designed in such a way for people who are completely new to this domain. So if you have no knowledge about what cybersecurity is or what hacking or ethical hacking is, this is the course to get started with. Okay. So before I proceed further, this is a common question that I usually ask all the students just to understand their perspective on this topic. So again, guys, let's keep this session a bit interactive and fun. So my first question to you is to understand what your perspective is on hacking. So again, not asking for exact definitive answers, guys, but just to understand your view on it. Okay, so whatever comes to your mind, please do let me know. In your terms, what do you think hacking is? Anyone? There's Biswajit, there's Maman, Rakesh, who else? Shafiuddin, Shiva.
Hello?
Yeah, Biswajit, I can hear you.
Sir, actually, According to me, hacking means to hack the information of organization or any
Okay.
systems.
Right. Yeah, hacking information or getting access to the information of organization systems. That's a good answer, Biswajit. Anyone else, guys, who wants to add anything to that? That's a perfectly right answer. There's nothing wrong in it at all. Perfectly all right. Any other additions to that, guys? Anyone who wants to append anything to that answer? Okay, no worries. Shiva, you were about to say something? Your mic was unmuted for a while. Did you have an answer? Okay, no worries, guys. So let me just add on with Biswajit's answer. So if I had to define hacking on, depending on using on his words itself, hacking is nothing but the procedure of trying to gain access to information systems. Okay, now these information systems could be anything. They could be as small as a mobile phone to as big as a database or a web application server or cloud organization itself. Okay, and this gaining access to these devices is done without the permission and the consent of the person owning those systems. Okay, so the organization who owns those systems has no clue that someone is trying to gain access to their data. Okay, and this is usually performed by hackers for their own benefit. So once they get access to the data, they can steal it, they can destroy it, or sell it on the dark web to other third-party vendors. Now, if hacking seems such a malicious job, why do we have a course called ethical hacking? Is the second question. Because ethical is something which is completely legal. And how could hacking become legal now? That's the main question. So when we talk about ethical hacking, on the other hand, guys, this is the procedure of trying to find vulnerabilities. Okay. A vulnerability in simple terms can also be called as a weakness or a loophole in the information system. And using these weaknesses only, hackers try to get access to the target information systems data. Okay. So your job as an ethical hacker would be to find these vulnerabilities before a hacker does. And this is done with the consent and permission of the organization. So once you find these vulnerabilities, you have to report it back to the organization so that they can apply the patch for it. And once a patch is applied, you're thereby increasing the security of infrastructure and preventing hackers from causing any further harm. So with ethical hacking, you're trying to increase the security and make the infrastructure much more secure and stronger compared to what hacking is. Okay, where you're trying to exploit vulnerabilities. Okay, so you see, are these two definitions clear, guys? Like what is hacking and what is ethical hacking, and how are they different from one another? Because most of the students have a misconception that both these terms are one and the same. No, guys, you're not going to be performing hacking. We'll be learning ethical hacking in the course. Okay, we won't be exploiting the vulnerabilities, but we'll see how to search for them, how to find them in an organization's systems, and how to report them back to the organization. Okay, so that we can prevent hacking from happening. Now, depending on these two terms, guys, we can categorize the different types of hackers as well. So we have someone known as a black hat hacker, then we have someone known as a white hat hacker, and in between there's someone known as a gray hat hacker. Okay, so firstly, the first category is black hat hackers. These people are also commonly referred to as cyber criminals. Okay, these are people who perform hacking for their own benefit, and they do this by asking no consent at all. On the other end of the spectrum, we have the white hat hackers, who are also termed as ethical hackers or penetration testers. Now, these people perform ethical hacking, or in simple terms, penetration testing, to find all the vulnerabilities in the organization. And they do this by asking for consent and by following all the laws and policies set by the organization. So they do not cross any line, they do not perform exploitation of any vulnerabilities, they only work to increase the security of the organization. Now, in between white hat hackers and black hat hackers, there's someone else known as a gray hat hacker. Now, as the name itself suggests, these people have both the qualities of black hat as well as a white hat hacker. Like a black hat hacker, they don't ask for permission before finding the vulnerabilities. But once they do, once they find a vulnerability, like a white hat hacker, they report it back to the organization. Okay, they don't take advantage of it, they don't exploit it and try to attack the system, but they report it back so that they can help the organization. But it's a give and take relationship. So it's a there's kind of a bargain over here. Okay, the catch is that these gray hat hackers ask for a bounty in return. Okay, a bounty is anything which benefits them. So they could ask for some prize reward, or they could ask for some reputational reward, anything which benefits their career and profile. Okay, and that is why, in simple terms, they are also known as bug bounty hunters. They find bugs in return for a bounty. Okay, so they are hunting for bugs. Okay, now all these three types of hackers, whether we take black hat hackers, gray hat hackers, or white hat hackers, they perform hacking or ethical hacking in a certain number of steps. Okay, and they follow a procedure, a systematic procedure. That systematic procedure is known in simple terms as hacking cycle or cyber kill chain. Okay, various organizations categorize these steps into various numbers, but if I had to summarize it up, there are 5 important steps in hacking cycle or cyber kill chain. Whether you take a black hat hacker or a white hat hacker or any kind of a hacker, he needs to follow the same procedures as well. Okay. Now let me list them out first, and then we'll discuss in detail about each of them, so you have a clear picture of what the whole course is about. Okay, so the first step is known as information gathering. It can sometimes also be referred to as reconnaissance or footprinting. So they are one and the same term, guys. Don't get confused. Various organizations use various terminologies, but whether you hear information gathering or reconnaissance or footprinting, all the 3 terms are one and the same. After that, you have scanning, which can also be referred to as enumeration. Then you have gaining access, then you have maintaining access, and then finally there's reporting or clearing traces. Now, the reason why I've mentioned or over here in the last step in capitals is because to make it a note to understand that this is the only step where you have a difference between black hat hackers and white hat hackers. Now, whether you're any kind of a hacker, whether it be black, white, or gray, the first 4 procedures are to be followed mandatorily. So you have to follow those first 4 procedures in the same order. After that, in the end, what changes is the last thing that you do. Okay, if you're a white hat hacker, you would definitely report all the vulnerabilities that you have found with the remediations, with the solutions to remove those vulnerabilities. If you're a black hat hacker, definitely you're not going to be giving any solutions, and obviously you won't be reporting it, but you will try to remove all the evidences. So whatever harm you have caused, whatever data you have stolen, you might leave some footprints here and there. Okay, so that is why it's very necessary that you remove or clear those footprints so that you cannot be traced out and you stay anonymous. So that is known as clearing traces in simple terms. And in our course, we're learning both the perspectives, how we can generate a report and submit to the organization, or how hackers clear the traces and remove all the evidences. Okay, now let's briefly discuss about each of these one by one, guys, so you have a better idea on the whole course. But before that, any questions, guys, for anyone? Again, please feel free to interrupt me at any certain point. Do not hesitate to ask a question. Please let me know. Yeah, Biswajit, I can hear you.
Sir, is this class is getting recorded?
Yeah, this will be recorded, definitely. Every single class that we take will be recorded and it will be uploaded to the Google Drive. So even once we start our course as well, the whole duration of the course, every single day we'll take a 1-hour class, and each class will be recorded and uploaded to the Google Drive. So that just in case if you're missing out, if you're absent for a session, you can access the recordings whenever you want to.
Okay. Okay, sir. Actually, from the starting, you told about hacking and ethical hacking. So, could you please briefly tell me? Hacking means like you're hacking the particular cadence, some credential information, like something personal information you are hacking. But ethical hacking was that I did not get it properly.
Good question. Again, Biswajit, when we talk about hacking, this is something that cyber criminals perform. Okay, hacking is where you're trying to get access to information devices. Okay, and using those information, what you do with that information defines what kind of hacking you do. Okay, so in ethical hacking, we are trying to understand how hackers are hacking that information. So what are the procedures are they following, and how are they actually finding that vulnerability, and how are they checking for those vulnerabilities on the systems. Okay, so we as ethical hackers try to find those same vulnerabilities that hackers use, and we try to rectify those vulnerabilities. We try to apply the patches for them. Okay, so just like how hackers do it, we are going to do it in an ethical manner. Yeah.
Okay, that means, sir, if a hacker is trying to hack some particular information, and the ethical hackers are there to prevent that through their coding or whatever the algorithms, I think.
Exactly. Again, in simpler terms, it's not about algorithms and stuff, but it's about the source code actually. Okay, so whatever it is known as a vulnerability. A vulnerability is a weakness or a misconfiguration of the system. So ethical hackers do the job of finding those vulnerabilities before a hacker can cause any harm. Okay, and once the vulnerability is found, they disclose it to the organization, and organization will remove that vulnerability so that your systems are secure.
Okay. Sir, then although you told about the black hat hackers, red hat, and gray. So what are the what are the job responsible of the 3 hackers?
Again, yeah, I'll be coming to that as well, Biswajit. So when we talk about ethical hackers, we have a certain few job roles that we can apply for. I'll be discussing that at the end of the class. Okay. Until this part, any questions or doubts?
Okay, hacking cycle and you information gathering, scanning, information. You will tell detail about this chapter, I think.
Right now, yeah, that's the main thing to do right now. I'll be doing that now.
Okay, sir, you continue.
Sure. Right. Anyone else, guys, who has any other confusion or any issues with the clarity? Mamun, Shafiuddin, Shiva. Right. Okay. Now let's briefly discuss about each of these terms, guys, one by one, so that you have a better picture of what we are going to be discussing in the course as well. Okay. So the first step is information gathering. Okay. As the name itself says, information gathering is nothing but trying to gather as much data as possible about the target organization. So if we take our client, for example, Wipro.com, for the time being, we need to gather information about Wipro servers. Okay. Now the main question is, what kind of information are we talking about over here? And this is the information as follows. Okay, so we try to gather information such as the IP addresses or the range of IPs used by the Wipro servers, then the whois records to understand who is hosting Wipro's website, and since when it has been hosted, when was it last updated, when will it expire, then the DNS records to understand what data is stored in the DNS servers, then employee details such as the contact numbers, email addresses, usernames and publicly leaked passwords, and domain names of the Wipro.com, subdomains of Wipro.com, and operating systems. So what OSs are they using in their organization? So if I give you a very basic example, I can just go to my browser, and in the browser, I can search for a website called DNS Dumpster. This is a common website that I usually show in the demo sessions. So if I search for DNS Dumpster, I get the first link. Now this is an example of information gathering. So you're trying to gather information about Wipro.com from other third-party sources. So right now in this step, we are gaining information passively. What I mean by passively is that we are not contacting Wipro.com directly, but we're trying to gather information about Wipro.com from other third-party sources, such as DNS Dumpster. Now when I click on search, I can notice this gives me all the information about Wipro's DNS servers. Okay, so at the moment Wipro has 4 DNS servers with these host names and these exact public IPs. So these IP addresses are very important for a hacker or for an ethical hacker to proceed further in the further steps of hacking. Okay, after this information is given out, we can see the mail servers, we can see the DNS servers, we can see all the host records, which are nothing but the main servers of Wipro.com, the main domain name and the other subdomains, and their exact public IPs. Scroll down much further, and you can see the whole complete network topology. So this is how Wipro's servers are connected to one another. Okay, so these are all the servers of Wipro. Okay, the main domain and all the subdomains, and the mail servers also, mail or DNS servers. Okay, so this gives us complete information of all the endpoints that you have to test for complete security of Wipro. Okay, now this information is given out by Wipro itself. It needs to be given out. It is mandated so that people can access their services. Okay, what that is not the vulnerability, guys. Giving out the information is not the vulnerability, but not checking if each of these endpoints are secure or not is the vulnerability. So a pen tester or an ethical hacker needs to check for each and every endpoint and see to that that on each of these servers there are no unnecessary ports running or unnecessary services running which are having vulnerabilities. Okay, so now next comes the scanning phase. So after you gather information like this about a target organization, then we go with the scanning phase. Okay, scanning is where we get some extra information by directly contacting the servers. Okay, so to gather more information by making active connections with the direct target. So in this phase, we'll be using 3 types of scanning. There's network scanning, port scanning, and vulnerability scanning. In network scanning, we try to figure out on the target network, on the target organization, what all devices are being used. So if we take Wipro, for example, in Wipro's company or in the Wipro's office, what all devices are being used? What servers are they using? What firewalls are they using? What IDS, intrusion detection systems or intrusion prevention systems are they using? And what all services are they using? DNS, DHCP, and so on and so. Okay, once we know that, then we perform port scanning to figure out all the services as well and their version details. So if they're using DNS service, what version of DNS are they using? If they're using mail services, what mail services are they using and what versions are they? Okay. Finally, perform vulnerability scanning to find the weaknesses on those servers. So if there's any application with an inbuilt weakness, or if there are any misconfigurations like weak password or default unnecessary ports open, all that comes under vulnerabilities. So we scan for vulnerabilities by using some automated tools. Okay. So if I go to the browser now, I can show you one of the very important tools, which is Tenable Nessus. So this is the same tool that is used in organizations, guys. As you can see over here, quite an expensive tool as well. If you click on buy, you can see it's around $4,000 or so for 1 year subscription. And we shall be using the same tool in our lab setup, in our classes. So let me show you how the tool looks like. Admin password. Yes. So again, default password, default credentials, policies, scan templates. So this is how your Nessus tool looks like, guys. So this is capable of performing your network scan or port scan or vulnerability scan and gives you the list of vulnerabilities. So once you perform a scan, it shows you in your network whatever devices are there, what vulnerabilities are there on those devices. So it categorizes the weaknesses on the system in 5 levels: information, low, medium, high, and critical. So if a company has any critical vulnerabilities, it means hackers can easily get access to their servers. Okay, so we'll understand how to perform vulnerability scanning, how to know if a system has any vulnerabilities, and if hackers can hack their organization so easily. Okay, if they can hack, how do we provide the solutions is also what we learn. Okay, after scanning is done, then we go with the next phase, which is gaining access. Now this is a huge concept, guys, covers a lot of variety of topics, and these are the topics as follows. Before I proceed further, any questions or doubts up to this part, guys, in information gathering or scanning? Biswajit, Mamun, Shafiuddin, Shiva. Please do not hesitate, guys. If you want me to repeat something, I will definitely do.
Sir,
Yeah.
Sir, please repeat that first part.
Which one?
Like before gaining access, you told about some gathering information. Like I understood that what if their system in vulnerability in the system, so hackers are easily hack that system. So I understood somehow.
Oh yeah, in information gathering again, Biswajit, as I've mentioned, we try to gather information from other third-party websites. So there's websites like DNS Dumpster, Hunter.io. So from other third-party sites, we gather information about the target. After that, then we perform scanning. So we directly get access to target servers or whatever target it is, whether it is Wipro.com or so and so. Okay, and in their target organization, we perform the scanning to figure out in their network what devices have what vulnerabilities. So in my local network, I have scanned for 3 devices, and in each of these devices, I can see the weaknesses on each system. Okay, tells you what the weakness is. Okay, if there's an unsupported OS, what is the solution to remove that vulnerability, and what can be performed with that vulnerability. So this scanning tool gives you that up-to-date information. Okay, so this is all this all comes under automated vulnerability scanning. Okay, so this is something that you always perform in an organization to test for vulnerabilities on different systems.
Okay, it's a software.
Yeah, it is a software. This is the Nessus tool. The Nessus tool is nothing but a software that we have.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Right. So this is the same tool that is used, the same software that is used in organizations as well. Okay, and we'll be running in real-time scenario. Whatever tools that are being used, we work on them in real time. Okay. So yeah, now proceeding further, after all this is done, then we go with the gaining access phase. This is where we try to perform various kinds of attacks to get access to the systems. Okay, once we perform the scanning, once we know that these are the vulnerabilities on which you can attack on, next part is nothing but to attack directly, which is nothing but penetration testing. So in this, as I've mentioned, there's a huge set of topics. Okay, so let me discuss them one by one. So first topic that I will be discussing is system hacking. So in system hacking, we learn how we can hack or crack or bypass a Windows operating system password. So whether it be Windows 7 or Windows 8 or Windows 10 or Windows 11, doesn't matter. How do we crack or how do we bypass the password is what we learn in system hacking. So if your system is password protected, how can you crack and understand what the password is in clear text? Or if you're unable to crack it, if it is too tough to crack, how can you bypass that password and still get access to the internal files is what we learn in system hacking. After that comes malware attacks. Malware is in simple terms are nothing but malicious softwares, and we'll practically know how to create each of these malwares. So people think that viruses are on the only malicious software is available on internet, but that's a misconception. We have multiple malicious softwares. We have viruses, we have worms, Trojans, backdoors, spyware, rootkit, whatnot. There's tons and tons of malwares, and there's thousands and thousands of malwares added every single day. So we'll practically learn how to create each of these malwares and how to prevent our system from getting attacked by these malwares, or how to detect for malwares on our system. Then comes network penetration testing. Okay. In network pen testing, we learn all the common network vulnerabilities. Okay. So in an organization, in a local network, there are multiple services. There's DNS service, Telnet service, SMTP service, DHCP service. These are all the services or protocols used in a common organization. So we learn how to test for weaknesses on each of these servers. And after that, we'll also learn how to perform network attacks like sniffing attack, man in the middle attack, DOS attacks, or hacking Wi-Fi routers and cracking Wi-Fi router passwords. All this comes under network pen testing. Then comes social engineering, where we learn how to crack passwords from websites. Okay, so how do hackers make fake login pages, Facebook page, Instagram page, or a Flipkart login page, bank login pages? How do hackers get your passwords from these pages? Okay, how can they create fake login pages and send them to the victims and perform phishing attacks? All this comes under social engineering. Then finally comes web application pen testing, where we learn all the common website weaknesses. Okay. Is this useful for SOC analyst role? Yeah, Shafiuddin. We'll be discussing a very basic tool called Splunk as well. That is very important for your SOC analysis role. Okay. SOC is nothing but Security Operations Center, guys, just in case if anyone is confused. Okay. In SOC job roles, you usually see how to monitor and detect threats. Okay. Threats are nothing but attacks. Okay. So for that, we'll be discussing a very basic tool, a very important tool actually, but the very common tool used in SOC, which is Splunk. So this course is helpful for that as well. Shafiuddin. Okay, now after that, coming back to our topic, guys, as I've mentioned, we'll be discussing web application vulnerabilities, where we learn all the common website weaknesses. Now again, this might sound a bit technical, guys, okay, but these are a few common weaknesses that exist, such as SQL injection, cross-site scripting, broken authentication, file upload vulnerability, and so on. So these are the weaknesses that hackers use to get access to the web server, okay, or the databases in the backend. Okay, after that, we have hacking mobile phones, where we learn how to hack or crack an Android application phone. Okay, so how do we use Trojan attacks and get access to the Android phone remotely? Okay, after this is done, then we have two small topics, which are maintaining access and reporting or clearing traces. So this is the most important concept, guys, gaining access. After that, we need to know how to maintain persistent connections. So how do hackers maintain a connection even if the system restarts? Okay, is what is known as maintaining persistent connections. After that, we have reporting or clearing traces, where we'll see how to generate a report and submit to the organization. Or if you're a black hat hacker, how do they remove all the evidences? How do they clear the traces? Okay. Now, since not everyone is from a technical background or might not be from a technical background, we will discuss a few prerequisites as well. Okay. So the course is designed in such a way where you don't have to learn anything separately from outside. So if you're, this is in a way to even a 10th standard student to understand this course in a simple and sufficient manner. Okay, so before we dive into all the advanced concepts, we'll be discussing these 4 prerequisites, or 4 to 5 prerequisites. So first, we'll learn basically what ethical hacking is, or how is it different from hacking. Then we learn virtualization. Okay. The reason why we need to learn about virtualization is because we'll be using a tool called VMware. So as you can see on my desktop, this is my Windows 11 operating system, and on this I have my VMware application. Okay, this VMware allows me to run multiple operating systems on one single machine. Okay, so as you can see, I can run my Kali OS, I can run my Windows 7 OS, Ubuntu OS, and so on and so. Okay, the reason why we need virtualization is because we need to run something known as Kali Linux. This is a Linux operating system, guys. Okay, and this is very important for us because this comes pre-installed with all the penetration testing tools. Okay, for hacking tools or ethical hacking tools. As you can see over here, there's information gathering tools, there's web application testing tools, there's password attacking tools, Wi-Fi attacking tools, and so on. So these are the tools that specifically come only with Linux OS. Okay, they're not available in your Windows operating system. So that is why we need to know how to install this operating system and how to use this out. Okay, again, one good thing is this is completely free and open source. Anyone can download this operating system from the official website kali.org. Kali.org. Okay, so how to download this and how to install this is what we learn in the virtualization class. After that is done, then we will go with basic Linux and Windows commands. So as I've mentioned, Kali is a Linux OS. So we need to understand how to use a Linux operating system. What are the basic commands in Linux and how is it different from Windows operating system? After that, we learn basic Windows Server configuration, how to configure a DNS server, how to configure a web server in Linux, in Windows OS. Okay. And after all that is done, then we go with the important concepts. Okay. Information gathering, scanning, enumeration, then gaining access, maintaining access. All that comes after that. Okay, so until these concepts are done, then you'll be ready for all the advanced concepts. So this is designed in such a way where you don't have to learn anything separately from anywhere else. Okay, so after that, again, there's a few bonus concepts as well, guys, such as cryptography, reverse engineering, IoT, cloud security, Splunk. So these are not included in other institutes. Okay, these are a few concepts that we have specifically designed in such a way so that you can proceed further and learn advanced courses as well if you're interested. Okay. So yeah, that's that, guys. Again, one last thing, the whole course is for a duration of 1 month, where you'll have classes from Monday to Friday every day for 1 hour. Okay, and every class will be recorded and it will be uploaded to Google Drive. So just in case if you're missing out any classes, you can access the recordings as well. Okay, so yeah, that's that, guys. Any questions on your end? Yeah, Biswajit, you were asking me one question, asking about the job roles, I guess. So once you're done with the course, you can start applying for job roles like SOC analyst, vulnerability assessment tester, or penetration tester, or again, security engineer, and so on. So, okay. So these are the job roles that you can apply for once you're done with the course.
Actually, I have taken this course on. I was just learning this course just to get a job in that ethical hacking, like information security, and in any IT company. So actually, sir, as I came to know that, sir, is there any like coding algorithm required to just like to do such kind of activity in
Good
ethical
question.
hacking?
Great question. This is a very common question that is frequently asked by students, that do we need any coding knowledge required for this course? Definitely not. So, sir, in CEH we will be discussing again. We will be primarily focusing on Linux operating systems. So we need to know how to use a Linux OS properly. Okay, so that is the only requirement which we will be learning throughout the course. Okay. Other than that, you do not require any coding level language knowledge at all. Okay, so coding or development knowledge is not at all necessary. Wherever it is, we will be discussing that basic necessity of it. Okay, so there are certain topics where we have a topic called malwares. So in this we learn how to create malwares. Okay, so in that one topic will require basic coding language knowledge, but again, that itself I will myself be teaching it. Okay, so you don't need to learn anything separately from anywhere else. And other than that, this one topic malware, we won't be using coding language at all anywhere.
Mhm. So Ajay, so actually I am doing job in Linux support, like technical support.
That's great. This is going to be a lot easier for you then.
Mm. So actually that's why I want to change my career, change my like next job into information security on the doing ethical hacking courses. Yes, I one more thing that, sir, is there is it necessary to get the certification on ethical hacking, like you have done something
Right.
hack?
Again, it gives an edge, Biswajit. It's better to have a certification. If you're not going with certification, I would recommend you learn a few extra courses as well. Okay. After certified ethical hacking is done, then go with one advanced course, one specialization course like network security or web application security or so and so. So that will add you some much more value to your certification. Okay. So into your resume actually. Okay. So it's better to have certification, but if you're not having certification, just to increase or broaden your skill set, learn an extra course after CH in cybersecurity itself. Okay, there's many streams. Okay, we provide web application security as well, testing. So you can join this course as well, just in case if you're not doing a certification. Okay.
Okay. So after that, web application security is another course.
Yes.
Okay. So in this syllabus, sir, what we will learn totally overally? What we learn? How much we can work in a company?
Again, as I've mentioned, CH is the foundational course, so you'll be learning about all the endpoints. So you won't be focusing on one of them, but all the comprehensively all endpoints. So we'll learn network security also, we'll learn wireless security also, we'll learn Windows and Linux hacking also, we'll learn Android security also, and we'll learn web application security also. But in CH, one thing is you are going to be like a master of, jack of all trades, master of none. So you're not going in deep, you're not specializing in any one of the fields, you're learning about all the fields. After that, you can choose one specialization and you can focus on that. You can either go towards web security or cloud security or network security. Depends on your interest.
Okay, understood, sir. Then
Right.
that will the final and long-term career.
Long term, yes. Okay. To get started first, usually in cybersecurity, you usually get monitoring job roles for a few months. Okay. After that, then you can go into deeper course. Mamun, are you going to teach all security courses? Yeah, I'm the same tutor, Mamun. So after CEs is done, if you're planning on going with cloud security or web application security, we provide those as well. At the moment, mobile and network is not included, but just in case, since there's a huge boom, there's a huge requirement for web application. So that also I provide.
Okay, sir.
You can go with 1 year experience, Shafiq, not more than that with CEH. But if you like add a few more courses after that, like after CH, if you do web application and also, you can add a couple years experience, like 2 or 3 years of experience as well. Okay, because you need to know more tools with such years, that huge years of experience. They will ask you what tools you have worked on. Okay, so it's better you have a few knowledge on those tools. So with more the courses, you get more experience with different tools.
Okay, sir. So will you please help with practically all the things?
Again, the whole course. Oh, is it back-to-back training? Yeah, Mamun. Again, after the CH is done, I usually take separate classes for web application students as well who are interested to join that. Okay, so that will be a back-to-back session directly. Again, yeah, coming back to you, Biswajit, you were asking me something. What was the question again? I forgot.
No, actually, I was asking, sir, what, sir? Forget. Anyway.
I forgot as well, but let me try to recollect. Does anyone else remember, right, guys, what Biswajit was asking? Practical, yeah, good question. So again, the whole course is designed in such a way where it is 20-40 ratio, guys. So out of all the 60 minutes that we have every single day, the first 15 to 20 minutes will discuss the theoretical part. The remaining 40 minutes will discuss the practical part itself with real-time scenario examples. I'm not going to be boring you with theoretical knowledge. Only in the demo class and only in the first few introductory classes we'll discuss theoretical concepts. Once we start from the information gathering, everything is going to be completely practical based. Okay, with tools that are used in real-time scenario.
Are you teaching cloud security?
Yes, I teach cloud security as well, Biswajit. Okay, but again, as I've mentioned, that is usually taken up after CH is done. Okay, so we'll discuss on AWS security and again, mostly on AWS itself.
Actually, I wanna make my career into that like cloud security part. That's why I was thinking how much practical you will teach here and how much we can be skilled enough in this course, so that we can be confident enough while attending the interview. So, will you please discuss on about some like mock interview questions and resume building?
Definitely, I will help you. I will send you sample resumes as well to understand how to create a resume for a cyber security profile. Okay, and along with that, I'll also share the commonly asked interview questions. So I have a PDF document prepared for that specifically, which I share with all the students after the course is done for all the cyber security related interview questions. Okay, so I'll be sharing all that as well.
Okay, sir. No, because I have planned after completion of this course, I have planned to move on cloud security by practicing those questions and all the practical things.
Definitely. Again, if necessary, I'll be sharing the resources as well separately for you regarding your cloud security content. Okay. So if you're planning on doing a course after CS is done, then you can contact me for that. We can do that course separately.
Okay, sir.
Okay, it's not included with Durga Soft at the moment, but again, yeah.
Okay, sir.
Sure. Any other questions, guys, at the moment? Okay, assuming there's no questions, guys, I'll be ending the session over here. And yeah, that was great interacting with you guys all, Biswajit, especially with you because you have asked a lot of questions. So I hope everything is clear and you have no more unresolved queries.
Okay, now I understood. I will follow that like recording also. If I got any doubts and demo sessions, I will ask you in the next class.
Definitely, sure, definitely. Again, guys, if necessary, here's my contact number as well: 768-006-9768. If you have any technical queries, you can contact me over here. If you have any queries, what other technology we should know? Again, Maman, as I've mentioned, it's better to have Linux knowledge, Linux commands knowledge, and how to use a Linux operating system, and basic networking knowledge. What are IP addresses, what are IPv4, what are IPv6 addresses. If you do not know these also, as I've mentioned, all these are included in the course itself. So these are the prerequisites which are required. But again, I have included them in the course, just in case if you're not familiar with them. Okay. So there's no prerequisite for joining the course. All you need is a good laptop to run the practicals. Okay. Minimum requirement would be at least an i3 processor, oldest to oldest i3 processor, and minimum to minimum 6 GB or 4 GB RAM. If you have 8 GB, that is recommendable. Okay. Recommended. But if you have minimum 4, it might hang a bit, but it will work. Okay. So one important requirement is you need a laptop or a device for practicing, because we have a lot of practicals in the course. Okay. So other than that, nothing else is required. Okay. Just interested mindset and a device to practice on. Those are the only two requirements for this course. Nothing more.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, that's it, guys. Nothing further for the session today. If you're interested to join the course, you can join this from Monday. We'll be having the first class on Monday for networking concepts. Okay. And after that, yeah, tomorrow as well, there's another demo session. So just in case if anyone is planning to join a demo again, you can join it tomorrow at the same time. If not, we'll be starting the course from Monday itself directly.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, guys. Good day. Thank you for joining the session. It was great interacting with you. And I'll see you soon, guys. Bye-bye. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir. Good night.
Thank you, guys. Good night. Guys, can you see the screen now?
Yeah, I can see you now.
Yes, sir.
The
Yes, it's
Sujata, Somat.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Right, perfect. Thanks. Okay, how many people are there? Kiran, Rakesh, Biswajit, Prashant, Shubha, Somat. Okay, perfect. Okay, guys, let's get started with the session without any further. I am already a bit delayed in starting the session, so sorry for that, guys. I was stuck in a work. There was an issue with a security vulnerability actually with one of the organizations, so I was stuck with that. But anyways, let's get started with our class today. With our first session today will be on basic networking concepts. Before I get started, any issue with my audio or video? Anyone? Is everything fine? Can I proceed
Yes,
with the
sir.
class?
No, actually, we are getting some like noise.
Kind
Oh,
of
there's some
issue.
background.
Yeah,
Yes,
the
we
not
can call it
not
as a kind of.
not clear sound.
1 second. Thank you. 1 second. I'll just change my microphone. Just give me a second for that.
Yes, yes.
Okay. How does it sound now, guys?
It is audible now.
Yes, now it is clear.
It's audible. Background disturbance, no kind of issues.
Yes, yes.
Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, guys, so let's get started without any further ado. So as I've mentioned, in today's class, we'll be going with basic networking concepts. We'll discuss what IPv4 addresses are. Okay, so before diving into IPv4 addresses, let's try to understand what a network is and what a host is. Now, these are very two simple words that you keep coming across every single day. Okay, a host is nothing but an information device. Okay, any information device which is capable of communicating with other devices is known as a host. Okay, it could be a mobile phone, it could be a router, It could be a laptop, a personal computer, or any other device, an information device, okay, which is capable of communicating with other devices. Now, when you have such devices connected to each other, okay, which can communicate with one another, that forms a network. Okay, so a network is a collection of hosts which can communicate with each other and transmit data. Now, just like how we humans communicate with one another, we have our respective names. Okay, I can address you by your name. You can call me by mine. Okay, and we can communicate with one another. We have our unique identities. Okay, similarly, these information devices as well have their unique identities. Okay, so when they communicate from one device, when it wants to send packet to another device, it has a unique address for each device. Okay, and on that address, they communicate with one another. And that address is known as the IP address, guys. IP stands for Internet Protocol. This was built by the US military late in the 1950s or 1960s. Okay, and there was IP version 1, IP version 2, IP version 3. All these were unsuccessful attempts. They were you could say experimental. What successfully worked out was the IP version 4, and we are still using that in today's world also. IP version 4 in simple terms is Internet Protocol version 4. Okay, and that is what we'll be discussing about in today's class. Okay. Anyone here who already knows about IPv4 addresses and who's familiar with these networking concepts?
No, sir.
Anyone?
I'm not familiar, but I know the some, like whenever I was doing networking programming in college days. So since the networking, I know how to join the socket networking programming. I know some networking IP address, and also I've studied through MCA curriculum. So
Right. Okay, perfect. No worries, guys. Just in case, even if you don't have any idea, we'll be going from the very basics, okay, from the binary itself, okay, to understand what these IP addresses are. Just as a information question, I just wanted to know if anyone was familiar. If not, also don't worry at all. Okay. So I hope you know why we need IP addresses, guys. IP addresses are nothing but acting as an identity for each device. Just like how we have our names, you can address me by mine, I can call you by yours. Similarly, devices communicate with one another depending on IP address. Okay. Now, how does this IP address look like? Okay. Our names have alphabets in them: SHO, AIB, SIVA, Shiva, and so and so. But IP addresses are completely numeric based. Okay. Specifically IPv4. Okay. IPv4 are completely numerical or decimal addresses. Okay. It's a 32-bit address, first property. Now, what is a bit? A bit is nothing but the smallest data format. Okay. It comprises of either 0 or 1. Okay, and your IPv4 address is a 32-bit address. What I mean by 32 is that it contains 32 zeros and ones like these consecutively. Okay, and these 32 zeros and ones are divided into 4 equal parts. Each part is known as a octet. Okay, octa in the sense 8 bits. Okay, so you have 4 parts, it's 8 bits each. Okay, and each of this is known as a octet. In simple terms, it can also be called as a byte. Okay, and each octet or each byte is separated by a dot symbol. This is how computers know IP addresses to be like. Okay, this language is known as the binary language of zeros and ones, and your computers or information devices all communicate on binary language only. But for us humans, it's quite tough to understand binary. Okay, so we can calculate it now. If you're quite familiar, if you have some experience, you can calculate binary in your mind itself. But looking at it and understanding it's quite tough. Okay, so in today's class, we'll understand how we can convert any binary number to a human readable format, to a decimal number. Okay, decimal numbers are from 0 to 9. Okay, these are human readable, what we use regularly from day-to-day life. Okay, what computers communicate on is binary data. Okay, so today we'll understand how to convert binary data to decimal data and how we can range the IP addresses. Okay, before that, a quick introduction on data formats. As I've mentioned, 1 bit is nothing but a value of 0 or 1. When you combine 8 such bits, that becomes a byte. Okay, in simple terms, it can also be called as an octet. When you combine 1024 bytes, that becomes a kilobyte. Your textpad files, your contact applications and all these are in kilobytes of data. Okay, when you combine 1024 kilobytes, that becomes a megabyte. Okay, your PDF documents or your music files are in megabytes of data. 1024 megabytes becomes a gigabyte. Okay, your movie files or larger softwares are in gigabytes. 1024 gigabytes becomes a terabyte. Your hard disk is in terabyte storage data, and 1024 terabytes becomes a petabyte. We have never used petabytes until now. This petabyte data is usually used by cloud organizations. Okay, OneDrive, Google Cloud, blah blah blah. Okay. Now let's understand how to convert this bit data or binary data into decimal data. Okay. So what I've done is I've taken down this first octet over here, 10101010, and I've written it down over here, as you can see, in an expanded format. Now to convert this, there are two simple methods. Method number one is there's two simple steps to it, not methods, sorry. Okay, there's one method only, okay, and with two simple steps. Okay, step number one is you write down the values from 2 to the power 0 all the way up to 2 to the power 7 from right to left. Okay, why specifically 2 to the power? Because this is binary data. You have only two possibilities, either a 1 or a 0. So first 2 power